Welcome fam, this is Darlington Gospel, and in this tutorial today, which is really huge, if you ask me, we're going to be building an answer to n decentralized platform. What does that mean? What does all that grammar mean? It means that we're going to build a platform where people can post questions that they need answer, but they attach money to it. So people all over the web called bounty hunters, okay, or called regular people that just want to make some money from that question, they can come and submit their question. And on submission of such question, they get to stand a chance of earning or winning that particular money that is associated for answering that question. That is the idea about it. The cool thing about this system is that it's not only about posting questions and receiving answers. Also, the platform, such as our smart contract itself, is helping us to make some money from service fee out of it. It's almost like what you think about a royalty system, where for every time that someone gets paid for answering the question correctly, we receive like 5%, 7%, or whatever percentage that we want to receive for providing the service. So, and that is not it. This build is developed with Next.js. Next.js 13, the latest, okay, is developed. Of course, it comes with React 18, which is still the latest. It has TypeScript enabled. Wow, TypeScript here. You're going to learn all these tons of stuff. You also have Tailwind CSS to read. So Tailwind CSS is going to be used to design the looks of this to make it look absolutely fantastic. Okay, so we have other cool features attached to this build, and if you really want to learn Web3 development, this is like one of your best examples so far that we are releasing on this channel in this build today. Make sure you like, subscribe, hit that notification bell, and don't miss out any of this build here. Make sure you do it right now. Okay, so this is what we're going to be releasing here today, guys. I want to give a big shout out to our sponsor for this video today. Creative Ferry is their name. Okay, Creative Ferry is an online academy for every individual interested in getting into professional design. They offer courses on UI/UX design and brand identity design with a very strong emphasis on mentorship for all learners. Okay, the UI/UX design prototype and logo design for this build that we actually going to make today was created by Ife Ative, okay, senior product designer and founder of Creative Ferry. Okay, if you want to learn how to create amazing UI/UX design, I highly recommend that you visit creativeferry.com and register for their UI/UX design course. They have a comprehensive UI/UX design course that covers everything from the basics to advanced topics of user interface and user experience design. You will learn how to use industry standard tools like Figma, while also getting access to live sessions, mentorship, feedback, and a certificate of completion. So what are you waiting for? Go to creativeferry.com and enroll in their UI/UX design course today. So this is a table of content for this particular course that we're building. Okay, this course is about building an answer to n platform, in case you don't already know that. Okay, this is going to be very important for people that are really want to go deep into Web3 development. So you need to understand how to wrap your head around the Web3 space using all the whole packages for building your decentralized application. The first thing that we've actually discussed about is this introduction, where we talked about the modus operandi of this course, what we're going to be accomplishing at the end of this course, which is really good. And the second thing that we've discussed so far is, the second thing that we want to discuss now is the architectural design of this Web3 application. So you need to understand the technicalities involved in the development of this particular course. What are the various elements, the ingredients, the factors that are involved in bringing about this particular course to this particular build to life. Okay, we'll also do some exhibition, and you see a demonstration of how this project works, face to face. You can interact with it. I'm going to show you. You're going to see how we actually, are able to earn some money by answering some questions on the platform. Okay. And we're going to also next jump into the dependencies of this application. What are the various dependencies? What do you need to install to have this application ready for you to do some real life development on? We're going to have all that put together. The installation process, you need to install everything that is needed for this application. Is super important. I'm going to show you how we're going to jump into the interface, because we're not going to be coding the interface from scratch in this particular design. I noticed on recent tutorials that it often elongates the video output of each course. So I don't want the course to be too voluminous. And if you really want to learn Web3 design, the interface design, you can drop the comments there. Then I could see if I will be producing some videos that only will be discussing or teaching how to design the interface with the front end technologies that we have on board. Okay. Next thing, after installing everything, we jump in straight to coding. Then we code every aspect of this thing, merge them together. That we include the development. We already have the setup of the interface. We already have it designed. We're not doing that from scratch, which include the development of the smart contract, the testing of the smart contract, the deployment of the smart contract, the integration of the smart contract. Okay, and then the exhibition or the testing, or to see that all the various aspects of the smart contract are all working together. These are the kind of things that we're going to do in this coding aspect. The result is basically the output of all that we've coded, and then we close for this particular build. Hope that was simple and that is straightforward. It just gets you into the rhythm and the spirit of this Web3 development. Okay, so if you're ready, make sure you smash that like and subscribe button, because we're about to just, get coding right now. All right, I'll see you in the tutorial. So this is the architectural design of this application. Okay, so what you simply see here is how this application looks and functions under the hood. All right, so we have an owner. An owner is whomever is going to own a question, is going to publish a question. Okay, whomever wants people to answer a question for them in exchange for some, Ethereum currency or some digital currency. It could be Polygon, Matic, or whatsoever. Okay, so this is the person that is posting the question. Of course, for him to post a question in this platform, it has to be authenticated with MetaMask. And then he creates the question. Now the question is listed among the questions on the platform, which users, which are basically bounty hunters or question hunters, people that answers questions for money, they go about searching for each one. They click on it and they'll be able to see the details of that particular questions. So they drop their question, all right, and then they drop it. So many of them are dropping their question. So the owner of this particular system goes into this particular question, and through the answers that have been dropped, select the best person, and then click on that pay winner function, selecting that particular winner and pay that winner. So this function, which is a smart contract under the hood, we go on and then pay the winner of that particular question. And this information is saved to the chain, the blockchain. So that no information is missing, nor can it be altered. All right. So, and then on the interface, all of these results will be displayed. Okay. So this is just the simplest architectural design of this application. So that is for it. College students, university students, you can use this, for your as an inspiration, or as a reference point for developing your final year projects in school. So it is all free. All right. So with that said, let's jump into this tutorial. All right. Okay, so this is our application right now, and want to be able to go through it. You can see these are questions, bounty questions, basically, that has been posted. You can see this, how to handle null and undefined values. in TypeScript. You can see this one. This one has been paid out. So this has been answered and completed. How to convert string to uppercase. When I click on it, it brings me to this particular page. See how fantastically designed this looks, and thanks to the creative fairy, UI/UX design. Those guys are awesome. You should check them out. There are links on the description. You can see this is like the top answer. You can see how this was answered 5 hours ago. This person is the winner, while this guy didn't kind of win. So this person took home that amount of money. All right. So I'm just going to go through the process of showing you how fantastically designed, this application looks like right now. So this is a mobile version of it. Isn't this beautiful? Like, this is what you're looking for. This is Web3 designs. Okay, it's absolutely fantastic. Let me reduce the size of this. Okay, you can see that full screen right there. Okay, this was designed by Creative Fairy. This is what you're going to be doing in this particular tutorial. Absolutely amazing. Let's look at a specific component. You can see how beautiful that looks. You also have this ability to edit and delete modal and all of those things, okay, which we're all going to be exploring in the development process of this application. So this has been answered already in the previous part. Now I want to actually perform a little demonstration, okay, to show you how this thing works. So let's go to this question. So how to handle null and undefined values in TypeScript. Okay, so I'm gonna just give a dummy answers. Okay, so I'm not gonna answer that myself. So I'm gonna click here. First of all, you want to make sure that you connect your wallet. Okay, of course, these are some precautions that we can add to make sure that these people that haven't connected their wallet don't even see this thing right here. Okay, so we can put that, and I'm going to show you as we develop on. I'm going to put some removal of this. This will not show up if you're not connected. This will not show up if you're not connected either. Okay, so will this not also show up if you're not connected? All right, so I'm going to block off all those access points. So for now, let's see how this demonstration works. So let me connect my wallet first. Okay, I'm going to connect with this address. Let me just connect with all the addresses that I want. Okay. All right, I think that will be it. 5 accounts have been connected. So this account is going to drop a message here. The first answer. Click on submit. See, it's going to seek approval, and it's approval. And you can see that this message is actually hidden. Oh, this is really cool addition that I know after I discussed with my team, we decided to make this hidden stuff here so that any answer anybody is portraying, it will not show up here until it is actually approved by the owner of this particular question. So the owner of the question is going to look through it, and then the best answer is going to pay it. And once it is paid up, then all these questions will then be revealed. These whole activities were done on the smart contract itself. So what is going to happen now? I'm going to switch on a different account. Let's say this one here, and perform this should be the second comment. All right, and do this confirm. Okay, we have those two comments right there by different accounts. Let's take one more account. Okay, let's look for this guy that ends with 66. Okay, let's say the last comment or answer. All right, and then confirm. So these 3 people are competing with their answers. The public are going to come, but they're not going to see whose answer is the best or anything. Nothing indicating anything at all. So everyone just have to go and search the answers themselves. So as for the owner of this particular question, which is 93BC, I just come here and click on 93BC, this particular account. You can see, provided I'm the owner of the account, I could actually review the answers. So I'll be able to choose which answer I want to credit this amount of money. Okay, so let's say I want the second person. Okay, the second person that ends with 79C8. Let's see his account. 79C8. 79C8 is account number 6. So account number 6 here, this is the amount of money they have. They don't have up to 1 ether, right? They don't have up to 1 ether. This is about 9996.9, right? So let's decide to pay this particular account as the winner of this context. Okay, this bounty contest, this answer to end, the best answer. So let's pay it as the owner of this particular question, and we'll click on confirm, and that has been paid up. Okay, so that has been paid up. You can see that he is the winner right here, which is this. You can clearly see it right here, the winner. Great. So now we have the winner. All right, so let's check the account of this person and see if this person received this money from account number 6. You can see the amount of money increased. Okay, and under the hood, we have the platform service fee has been charged from that whole activity. Everything has been done pretty quite well. And the cool thing is that at this point, anybody can actually, see the answers to this question now. Now that the winner has been announced, everyone can be able to see the answer to this particular question. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a blockchain application that you are about to, you're about to manhandle right now. So this is built with Next.js, TypeScript, Tailwind. There's Reactor on it, just all the cool stuff, and Solidity, smart contract, all of this thing. You're going to see it practical wise in this particular build. So I hope you're ready. And if you're ready, smash that like and subscribe button, hit that notification bell, okay, and subscribe. Make sure you do. Most of you guys are not yet subscribed on this channel. We release this sort of build, okay? So we want you to be ready for what we're about to do. So you can see here right now, this is what the answer. This has been paid off, okay? You can see how the status turned to green, and you can see this is what 3 answers, and it was, everything finished up, This also shows you how many answers it has. This doesn't have any answers yet. So this is what is actually going on here. And I believe this particular application has been hosted online. So if you go to this particular, I'll put the link and description down below. This is online. You can interact with this application. You can drop your bounty on there and interact with the application. So let's jump into the tutorial. I've shown you the demonstration of how this application works. Now you know what we want to do. I hope you're excited because you're going to code fantastic looking UI, great experience with JavaScript, with React. With all my experience, I'm pouring it out right here. When you follow this, you're going to be like the best kind of a thinking pattern on how to develop a Web3 application. Okay, the UI, the backend logic, all that. Okay, so get ready because this is going to be one of the best builds that we've dropped on this channel yet. All right, so if you're excited that I am, do what I've already told you. Okay, so let's get into the tutorial. Okay, folks, so for the dependencies of this particular application, the softwares that you're going to need for you to be able to build this along with me, there are 5 major ones, okay? Minor ones are going to come later on, but these 5 major ones are, undebatable. You got to have them, okay? If you don't have them, you can't partake in this particular video. So the first one is Node.js. You need to have Node.js installed on your machine because without Node.js, you can actually run your Next.js application, okay? And I forgot to mention Next.js is actually one of the dependencies. So Node.js is there. The next thing you want to grab, you want to make sure that you install it to validate that you've installed it, okay? Make sure you search on your terminal. you can just simply run this command by running node dash dash version. Okay, you see mine is version 16.17. I think mine is a little bit older than this, which is cool because it's kind of gonna make sense and be compatible with the future versions that you're actually working with. Node.js have been pretty much consistent. Okay, you want to make sure that you have Git bash installed. Okay, what is Git bash? Here is Git bash. It will help you to do some of those Git clone, committing procedures, putting your code on, on Git repos online, and be able to share it with the rest of the world. Okay, so you need to have it installed on your machine. You can download it for Mac or Windows. It is right there. And one way you can validate is by simply running git dash dash version as well, and it will bring out the specific version that you're on. Mine is version 2.15, okay, and you get that. Okay, if you have this installed, good luck, you're doing great, okay. So the next thing you want to install, you want to have yarn, okay, yarn installed, because yarn is basically like a superset of npm. Is a node module manager, is a package manager for you, but it kind of have a lot of cool and much more streamlined feature. Using the regular npm produces quite a lot of unnecessary warnings, bugs, and inconsistencies, on the packages, but this yarn makes things really, really smooth. So if you want to run, check out yarn, make sure you have it installed on your machine, and you can install it using this procedure here. You can see how it is by installing it on your machine this way, and then you check, the version. So I've already installed it. I'm going to check the version, yarn dash dash version. Okay, see, I have a version 1.22.19. Okay, that is cool. You want to have VS Code installed on your machine, because VS Code is going to be really important for what we're going to be building, all the whole plugins, the extensions that are going to help us, all the facilitation, the processes, all of those things you're going to really need VS Code for it. So in order to save you from every form of stress, I will really recommend that you follow this tutorial with VS Code. I already have it installed right here, which you can see, and you're going to see it as I move on in this tutorial. All right, not one last thing. Another thing you need is what MetaMask install. You can see my own MetaMask here. You need MetaMask install for you to be able to operate or utilize this the development process, because we're going to be using MetaMask to be interacting with it, on live chain, on test network, whatsoever. We're going to use MetaMask. So make sure you do that. This tutorial does not go without MetaMask. It is absolutely, incorporated together with MetaMask. Please make sure you have MetaMask installed. You can follow the processes here to get it downloaded for your browser. Okay. And lastly, for the major dependencies for this application is the Next.js framework, okay, which is basically a React framework, okay, is a React framework, but it kind of offers you some SSRO, that is server-side rendering abilities, and a lot more. It bridges the gap between full stack development. In fact, this is a full stack framework in my opinion, because I could actually build a database driven application using Next.js alone, and that is really cool. Okay, they have a certain segment where you can deal with APIs and all of that. Okay, and you have the front end side, which you can deal with React. You can use Next.js, TypeScript. You can use Tailwind. You can use all manner of things that you use with your barebone React on this particular framework. It's just awesome. I've used React for quite a long. In fact, I've used all the major front end frameworks such as React Native. I've used React. I've used Vue.js. I've produced with Angular and all of that, but in the past, and I've come to really realize that this is a game changer for React dev. So I really recommend this for you guys. Okay, so we have this installed, and I'm going to show you don't need to install much so long as you have Node.js installed in this application. The next step of this video will just have all this thing dumped on your computer and ready to go. So if you're with me, let's jump into the next tutorial. All right, let us install this application. Let's install Next.js and have this thing ready for our development processes. Okay, to do that, I would not have you go through the process of designing the entire interface, okay? Because designing the entire interface takes quite a lot of time. Let me bring it up for you and see how the interface looks like. So this is the interface. This work was done by Creative Fairy, okay? So check them out. So these are the interface that was designed with Figma. We just have this interface translated to Tailwind and Next.js, React, all of that. And this is where I want to have you start from. So you're going to start this particular from this view, okay? You will not have to start from the very scratch, okay? So that is what I want to do for you in this particular build. So with that said, what you need to do is to come to this. This is the project here. This is the finished version right now. It's on the Sepolia test network. Okay, when you click on it, you'll be able to see information about this particular component. This is how the interface looks like. Absolutely gorgeous. You should check it out. Make sure you leave a star, okay? Give a star to this project. It was born out of hard work, okay? All right, so what I will have you do is to come this branch here. I've kind of made different branches for everything to make things simpler for folks that are going to be following me on this YouTube build. Okay, so each one of these branches have their accomplishment, but this master branch has everything, okay? But this is where I want you to clone from. We're going to be cloning not the entire thing, but just this specific branch. This branch is called the UI design branch. Okay, that's the branch that I want to clone. All right, so how am I going to clone that? Come here. I'm going to copy this URL, come to my terminal. I'm going to navigate, seed into sites. Okay, this is where I store all my projects. Okay, I'm going to create another, let's say another folder there. I'm going to call it, no, I'm not going to create any folder. I'm just going to clone this straight up. So to clone it, I will say git clone, okay, and then I paste this URL right here. But you don't click enter first because we don't just want to clone the master branch. We want to clone a specific branch. So to clone a specific branch, what you need to do is to say -b for branch, and then you say the UI underscore design, branch. This is the branch that we want to clone from this, from this project. So with that done, you just click enter. Okay, so it's giving an error because I already have a repository with that specific name. So I'm going to give it an alias name. I call it A to E, which is answer to N, and then let's clone that into that. So it's cloning, and it's going to drop this entire thing into that specific repository. All right, that's pretty cool. Then I need to cd into this repository, call it A to E. All right, now I'm in there. I'm going to open this project now on VS Code. So I will say code dot. So open this specific project on VS Code, which is cool. We can see that, this is launched on VS Code. You can see all of this. You can see that I'm on this specific branch, okay, which is absolutely great, okay. So this is the branch that I am right now. This branch contains, things such as all the components that we're going to need, all the design elements that we're going to need in this application. So with that, you open your terminal, okay? I'm going to bump up, the font of this so that you can see this clearly. I'm going to run, you need to run this to install all these packages. Look at all these packages we have here. Okay, so we have Redux toolkit. We're going to use all of this. We have Moment and all of that, React Moment, and all of this sort of cool features. So we want to use all these features in this application. So we need to install these features first. To install them, you have to run yarn install. Okay, yarn install. Maybe this is not opening well. Let me do that again. Say yarn install. Fantastic. So it goes about to install this, is grabbing a node module. This is getting fast like this because I've already done this like in the past project that we just completed. So it's basically retrieving the packages that we've already used, which is, very, very cool. It saves you a lot of stress. This is what yarn does for you. I don't know if npm does this, but yarn makes this thing completely fast as crazy like this. Okay, so the installation has been completed, and with this we just need to run yarn dev, okay, so that we can see this project on the terminal on our browser. Okay, so I'm going to open this. You can see, okay, this is loading. This is the application right now. Absolutely fantastic. So this is where I want you guys to be with me, because this is where we're starting from. Okay, many of you may not like that, the fact that we're starting from here and we're not starting in the design process here. The reason why I'm doing this, because if I feature this aspect of designing this application from scratch, in the sense that I have to design all these interfaces and all of this, it's going to take a whole lot of time. Okay, I know how much time I spent in designing this, in bringing it to this specific point of view that it is this responsive like this. Okay, I know the time that I spent doing that, so I would not want you guys to spend that much time. So this is just bare bone componentizing of each one of these things. Okay, and I'm going to show you as this application goes. Okay, so it's very simple. I'm going to close this terminal. All of these components, we only have 2 pages here, all right, which is the home page. This is the home page, and we also have the what is it called, this page. This is the question, specific question page. Okay, remember, all of these things were built using TypeScript, so you're going to see a lot of TypeScript activity here, but we have quite a lot of TypeScript stuff here. Let me just show you some of the things about this application. There is nothing here. We didn't do anything here. And this is the main Bootstrap application, the application loader, the entry component for this particular application. Okay, we're gonna modify some few things later on as we go. Okay, and this is the component. This component helps us to add a comment. Okay, this component helps us to add a question. This one, displays questions for us. This one, this is the banner. This is a component for deleting questions. This shows the details of a specific question. This shows an empty, without empty question, like there is no question on board, that kind of thing. And this is the header component. This is the question component. These are the tags. Okay, we have tags for large screen and we have tags for what? Small screen sizes. So we design all of those things together. Not together, but I did that. Okay, and this is what the logo for this specific application. Okay, so those are just the things that we're going to need, and thank God all of those things are already featured in this build. If you're looking for the for how I incorporated that, if you look at this specific radial gradient here, I implemented that. You can actually check out the style, the global style. You can see this right here. So this is what this style. This is how we designed this style here. Pretty fantastic. So these are just the the important things that you need to know about this. This is a smart contract, but it's not at its ready state right now, so don't even bother. I just wrote it. I've not tested it at this point, so I'm going to go through it step by step with you to make sure that you are on the same page with me here. So don't bother about this for now. So these are all the things that we're going to need in this particular tutorial, and I'm going to show you one step at a time. All right. So with that, let's jump into the tutorial and let's start the development and the testing of the smart contract. All right, see you in the next video. Okay, so thanks to our design already prepared without us having to spend so much time designing this thing from scratch, let us jump into this project and start designing the smart contract. Okay, so maybe I'm going to delay this and just start from scratch. I'll create another smart contract, call it answer to n.so for solidity. Okay, so inside of here, I'm going to paste something really quickly. I'm just going to explain. Okay, this is a license identifier. It's quite pretty important to Solidity because kind of specify the kind of license that your smart contract falls into. There are various kinds of license, license that your software can be published under. So for this particular smart contract, we're using MIT. And this is a range of compiler that Solidity, this code will be subjected to. That means this range of compilers from version 0.7 down to version 0.9, something less than that, okay? Those are the range that could compile this smart contract. This smart contract is only designed to be compatible with this range of smart compiler. And now we're getting some useful data from, what's it called, from Open Zeppelin. They have some contracts that can help us, like we have accessibility contracts that helps us to give access to certain, in certain situations, such as the administrative rights can be found in this smart contract. When you deploy with this smart contract, the deployer, this helps us to manage all that ownership of this smart contract, responsibilities. Okay, this counter helps us to, do some variable counting thing, keeping track of numbers and all of that. You're going to see how it is very useful in our project. And this reentrancy guard is a security contract that helps to guard against reentrancy attacks. You check that out online. It's a big deal in smart contract development. You have to be very careful on how you write your smart contract. And this reentrancy guard helps to prevent the most common reentrancy attacks out there on smart contract. So now we have this is contract, the keyword, and the name of the contract is what? Answer to n. And we are inheriting some abilities from this smart contract called reentrancy guard. That's why we say this is. And then we're also inheriting from this ownable. For this one, we're not inheriting that way, but you're going to see how it is used later on in this application. Okay, so the next thing you want to do is look at this right here. We're using counters. Okay, this is how you utilize this library right here. We're saying we're using counters for counters. This is an enablement that gives your a variable the ability to be iterated, incremented, or decremented. Okay, the syntax is just pretty crazy, but just understand that this is the method for you granting these total questions the abilities of counters, which includes to increment, decrement, and get current state of that variable. Okay, so this specific one, total questions, we hold record of all the questions, not their details, but the number. Okay, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to infinity. All right. Meanwhile, this we do the other way for answers, so keeping track of all the answers on the platform. It gives them unique IDs. So we have answer 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to infinity. So this is what it will be. That means every answer on our platform are numbered. Like all of these, they have their unique numbering. Okay, so each one of these answers, that's what is going on here. All right, so afterward, we want to create a structure, okay, a structure for question, okay, we call it question struct. What does this do? The question struct, what it does is to give us a definition of the ingredients that makes for a specific question. So each question carry this set of information. For example, each question has an ID, each question has a title, each question has a description, and owner. You see that ID is an unsigned integer. Unsigned integer means that it is from 0 to what? Positive infinity, okay? While title is a string, description is a string, owner is an address. So this is whomever, this is going to hold the address of whomever published this question, put this question out there. And you have this one, winner, which will give you information about the address or the wallet address of the person that emerged as the best answer, the supplier of the best answer for this for the question. This pay that is a key, is a Boolean key that will keep track whether this question has been paid out or not. Deleted status, whether the question has been deleted or not. Updated, this is the time that if there is any modification on the smart contract, it's going to take the new timestamp. Created at, we give information about the particular time that it was created, okay? Answers means the total number of answers that this question has, okay? And then lastly, tags. Tags means tags is going to be a string that contains all the, look at this, let me show you this. For example, you see all these tags here, CSS, React, HTML. They're going to be in one string, but separated with comma, so that when I get it on the front end, I could split them and make them an array. Okay, so that is what this is all about. Maybe you can also use an array to specify here, but I will recommend that you use this way. Okay, and then this is price. Okay, price is like the amount of money that is going to be won, as a result of answering this question correctly. Okay. So next thing out there is this answer structure. Okay. The answer structure, this is how it goes. Okay. The answer structure, we are defining an unsigned integer that has an ID. Okay. This is the unique ID for each specific answer that is supplied on this platform, not to a specific question, but to the platform in total. Okay, we have question ID, that's QID right there, that is question ID. So each answer belongs to a question, that is their relationship. That's why we're structuring the data this way. And this string comment is basically the answer that was supplied, the textual form of the answer, which you can find something like this. So this is like a comment on that question, okay? And this is the owner, the person that supplied this answer. Is this deleted or not? We actually had made some changes. This cannot be deleted. We don't want any answers to be deleted on this platform. It's created and updated that, okay? So that is the information that makes for a specific a specific answer, all right? And we have this thing called event. Okay, what is event about? So event is going to be logged onto the console or the state of the blockchain. Okay, it's going to be logged into the blockchain, and it can be used later on for really useful research or analytical reasons. Okay, so we can add this to enrich the quality and the usability of our smart contracts for other purposes that you may not just know right now, but it's pretty important. Okay, I just created a generic event right now called actions, and action is going to have an ID, an action type, which is a string, because I don't want to be defining too many actions. I just want one action that can be used to, for various purposes. Okay, you see this address, which is the executor, okay, is indexed. This is going to be very useful. This keyword called index is going to be very useful when you're searching or as scanning the chain for some certain event. Okay, this is really, really important. And this is a timestamp, meaning the time that this particular event was fired is all going to be captured inside of this event here. All right. And now let's look at this. This is this right here is a public variable, state variable called service fee, which is going to hold a specific amount, a percentage of money that we charge at any single time that the winner gets paid. Okay, so when a winner of a specific question get paid, we receive our service fee. For example, if we specified, that the service fee for putting your questions here on this platform is 5%. So therefore, any amount of money that is transacted in this platform, 5% of it is going to come to us. That is what it is. It's almost like some kind of a royalty system, but it's not. So you should pay. That is how this platform makes money for the people that owns it. So that's why it's kind of really essential to keep the system running. Okay, so this is a mapping that shows the relationship between that shows whether a question exists in the platform or not. So we supply the ID of the question, and then if it returns true, it means that it exists. If it returns false, it means that it doesn't exist. All right. And then we have this question, which is a mapping that maps the question ID to the question information. So for every of the questions on this platform, this is where it's going to be captured. And every question that exists in this platform is going to be noted here. Okay. And lastly, this is a two-dimensional mapping. This two-dimensional mapping is going to map a question to what? Its answers. All right, so a question and then to what? It answer, but you can access the answer by specifying the answer's what? ID. It's pretty important. So by us passing answers of, we specify the question ID and then the answers ID, the answer ID and to return it all for us. And one more thing before we move forward into the next part of this tutorial is this constructor functions. Kind of really important. This constructor function is responsible for setting up initially the service fee. So at deployment, it takes the service fee and initialize it in this state variable here. So that's this is just the preamble for building this smart contract. The rest of the things that you're going to see in this video, we're going to code it along, and I'm going to show you how each part of them makes sense to each other. So I'll see you in the next video when we will create the function that will help us to be creating questions. All right, so let us create a function that will help us to create questions. So we go by the keyword function. All right. The function name, the name of the function is going to be called create question. Create question, and this is going to be a public function, and it's going to be payable. Payable in the sense that whenever anybody creates a question, at that time, the amount of money that this person is willing to pay for this particular question must also be deposited along. Okay, so that's the purpose there. So because once it is deposited, okay, then once it is deposited, all of these things can take place. But after it's gone, it's gone. What do I just say? Once it is deposited, once you create a question, you can deposit at the same time. You actually do the depositing at that same time as well. So it's kind of, super important that I put that there. So when you create a question, you are supplying the amount of money as well, all at the same time. Okay, that's what it simply means. So each question, we need to collect some information such as the title. Okay, the reason why you're doing this is because string is a data type, and it is not known like the kind of size that or the length of string that you're going to be putting. So a specific amount of space has to be provided in the memory to accommodate as much string that you're bringing into the smart contract. That's why it is specified this way. Okay, so and the next thing you want to do, you want to also create a parameter for description and a parameter for tags. All right, so those are the set of things that we're going to be using, okay, we're going to need this set of information to create a question. And I actually placed it in the wrong place. This is where you put all your parameters within these parentheses right here. Great. So afterward, you want to do some requirements. This require, these are like the criteria that this smart contract must pass. Okay, this particular function must pass before it will be able to what? Perform the rest of the code that will be written in it. For example, we want the title, the length of the title, sorry. That is, when I convert this title to byte, I want the length to be greater than what? 0. Otherwise, I want to say that title is, okay, title must not be empty. You get it? So otherwise, title must not be empty. The next thing you want to do is description. I'm going to put this in lower cases so it will be easier to track. So the next thing is description. I'm going to copy this here. Description must not be empty. And lastly, tags. Okay, tags as well must not be empty. So this set of information is really needed before you can create a question. The one last requirement that we'll need, which is really important, is the amount of money, the price that the owner of the question is willing to deposit. It must not be less than 0. It must be greater than 0. That's what we mean. It must be greater than 0 ethers. Otherwise, we say insufficient what? Insufficient amount. All right. So these things are very important. The next thing I want to do is we want to be able to create a variable that can host a question. So we're using this question struct. Okay, it's a memory question. Okay, singular. So we created a variable with this type called question struct, which we designed here above. So this entire thing now is not available to what? This question. All right. So the next thing we want to do, we want to increment the total number of questions that we have in the platform. Say dot increment. Okay. So this ability is all coming from this counter smart contract that we got. This counter smart contract. So that ability, was given to us by that smart contract. This is going to be very important as we move on. You see how we're using it. All right. So initially the counter starts from 0. So by incrementing this counter these total questions become 1. That is the idea we're trying to get here. So we say question dot ID. So the ID of the question, want to assign it to what? Want to say total questions dot current. Okay, current will give us the current number where that question is. Okay, and then the next thing we want to do, question dot title. The title is going to be this title that we just added here. Okay, the title that we're getting from the parameter, we need that, and we also need description. We need tags. Okay, so what else do we need? We need price. Okay, price. Okay, take note that the price is actually the msg.value. Okay, this is the price that this owner is willing to pay for anyone that will answer this question, to his text. Okay, and lastly, not lastly, but we also need owner. Okay, this owner is going to be called msg.sender. So whomever is calling this smart contract will become what? The owner of this particular question. Whomever is calling this function, sorry. Okay, and we also need another one called, this is going to be called updated. Okay, updated is going to be block, okay, dot timestamp. Please take note here. These MSGs and blocks, these are global variables that came with the Solidity programming language. So these things, we are not fabricating it ourselves. They have been here by default. So we're just utilizing them. This captures any monetary value, okay, that is being sent along a transaction or along a call, okay? Why this captures the address of whomever is performing a transaction or whomever is interacting with the functions in the platform, the smart contract. The next thing I want to do, also want to duplicate this, want to say for created at, and at the end, we want to do this question, okay? You remember, we have questions, okay? Questions, this mapping here, please pay attention. This mapping here, we're trying to assign a new question inside this questions mapping, okay? So this questions mapping, I'm giving it, assigning this question.id, and I'm giving it what? This specific question. That is what I'm doing here, all right? And I'm also going to say that this question exists, okay, which is here. You can see that here, or let's copy this and make sure we get it properly. Question exists, not questions exist. For this specific one, I want to say true. So this question now exists. And at the end, I want to emit out an event, okay? So I'm going to copy this line, bring it here, paste, change this to what? Emit. So you create an event using the keyword event, but you utilize an event using the keyword emit, and you supply the accurate information here. So for example, we want to supply question.id, okay, and the string or the type here will be question created, okay, and who is the address of the executor? The executor is the msg.sender, and the timestamp is what? Basically, block.timestamp. All right, this is just about done, but we have one problem here, okay, with this block.timestamp, which often affects us on the interface. I want you to take note of what I'm about to show you so that you won't make these mistakes in the future. I've gone through quite a lot in developing smart contract, developing dApps, and I've kind of understood that the timestamp right here on the smart contract on the blockchain are often 10 digits. Okay, meanwhile, the one on the blockchain, on JavaScript programming language is 13 digits. So if I do block date dot now, you can see this, and this is 13 digit because when I put it in a string and just do dot length, you can see that this is 13 digits of what? Of information of timestamp. But the one that blockchain gives us is what? Is basically 10 digits, which is not enough. So it often produces some errors in the front end, and we want to resolve that right from the smart contract without needing to do it in the front end. So to resolve that, I'm going to modify this block.timestamp with this function. This function basically appends triple zeros, okay, triple zeros to the block.timestamp to make it 13 digits in total. Okay, so instead of me doing block.timestamp now, I can just use current time, and that will what? Give me the accurate value of timestamps in the blockchain. So this is how you create a question. So in the next video, I'm going to show you how to update a question. To update a question, it's going to take something similar to this. So for example, let me just copy this function description. Okay, this is just what we did before. I'm going to change this name to update question. And this is not going to be payable because we've already, done the monetary aspect of it. But one more thing that needs to be added to this is an unsigned integer. And it's not going to be needing memory, and it's going to be called the question ID, okay? So I have to supply the question ID to be able to update this, to update the title, the description, and because I use that question ID to target which particular question you're trying to access, okay? Again, I'm going to need all of these requirements, not all of them, but these ones as before, to make sure that we're not supplying empty data. Okay, afterward, before I even proceed, I want a special requirement for this function. Want to say question exists, want to test the existence of this question by supplying its ID before we proceed. So if that question exists, it's going to proceed with the updating or the modification. Sorry, but if it does not exist, we just want to say question not found. Okay, want to say question is not found. And before we can make any further modifications on this, we want to also test that these questions has not already have received answer. Why I'm doing this prevention mechanism is for the reason that if people have started dropping questions, we don't want the owner of the question to go and edit or change the question so that it will not be fraudulent or feel biased to the people that are actually answering this question, because they are doing it for the bidding, for the money. What is not right for you to go and change it. So we're kind of making sure that that kind of ability or freedom is not available, so that owners of questions will not be tempted to go and execute such kind of stuff on this platform. So we want to say questions, okay, we target that ID, but the one we're looking for, we want to find the answers that have been supplied. Remember, a question has the total number of answers that have been supplied to it. So since we're accessing the total number of answers that have been supplied, we want to make sure that it's below 1. That means it's less than 1. That means it is 0. Okay? If it is less than 1, or we can say if it is equal to what? It must be equal to 0. Otherwise, say what? Already with answers. Okay? Question already with answers. And then in bracket, I could put S there in case it has more than 1. Okay, so this particular prevention is very essential. We also need one more. Criteria test here. Okay, this criteria is going to be testing for the owner of this particular question. Okay, we want the owner to be equivalent, to be exactly the person that created this question. So I want to say, sender. Otherwise, say unauthorized, entity. Unauthorized entity. Okay, so this will prevent people that are not the owner of this question from what? Updating it. Okay, so those are the limitations or the prevention mechanism that have been placed on this. All right, so afterward, want to say something like simple things like question. Want to access the question with what? This unique ID. And we're targeting the title of it, and we're updating it with this new title. We're doing the same for description, and we're doing the same for tags. Okay, but take note here, we are not updating the bounty price. Okay, the bounty price cannot be updated, because updating it, that means you have to set up another logic to check the differences, okay, before, and if you would like to refund, the money to, you want to calculate if you will need to refund the money to the owner of the to the owner, or to charge the owner more money. So that's a lot of more criteria that are being added to this, and we don't want to take that load right now. So we're not, once you place a bounty, you can't just come and change it. Okay, so that is what is happening here. You can't just change the price of that bounty. That price of the bounty remains so you got to be very intentional when you're creating a bounty here for a question. So next thing we want to do, we want to say updated is going to be the current timestamp. Okay, so this is when it was updated. I'm just going to copy this event that I emitted here before. I'm going to come here and paste it, and we're just going to change this to updated, and everything else stays the same except here We're going to say QID because that is the ID that we're trying to target right now. All right. So with that, that is how you update a specific question in this platform. So let us jump in and start write a function for deleting a question. Okay. So I'm going to copy this right here, copy and paste. Okay. And let's just modify this function a little bit. We'll call it delete question. What do we need to delete a question? We don't need all of this. We only need this. We can make this one line instead of multi-lines. So this is what we need to delete a question. What else do we need? We need to be able to determine that this question is available. Okay, these information are really important to be able to delete a question. Okay, so I'm going to copy this criteria, paste it here. First of all, the question must exist before you can delete. Secondly, the answer must be zero. It must not have received answers already before you can delete. And thirdly, you must be the owner of that particular question before you can delete it. These are superb criteria that we need to meet. Okay, so what do we need? We need to decrement this. Here we incremented the total number of questions. Now let's decrement. I want to say questions, slash, dot decrement. Okay, so we're decrementing instead of incrementing now, and we're targeting these questions. Okay, we're targeting question dot deleted to be true, because it has now been deleted. We're toggling that question off. Okay, and we're saying question exists. Okay, which is one of the things we did here before. You can see question exists. This time it does not exist anymore. We're turning it to false. Okay, so it doesn't exist anymore. And then we want to update this time, because any changes that we make to that question, we want to update it with the current time. So this is cool. And we want to refund this person this money. Okay, we want to refund this person his money. So we can say we have a specific function that helps us to do that. I've created it. It's a low-level way of coding a payment function. So check out some of my articles and videos. I've actually described how you can perform payments in Solidity, and this is one of the ways, which is a pay-to function that I defined internal, and what it does is to send money to a specific address, but it has this reverting ability that makes sure that the payment is successful and it does not fail. Okay, it's unlike the .transfer method and the .send method. It's a lot better than that, and it's been serving its purpose for me very well. So I honestly will recommend this approach for you. So this pay-to function right here that we defined, who are we sending this money to? We're sending this money to the owner of this platform. Okay, the owner of the platform the owner of the question is receiving the money. And how much is the owner of the question receiving? It's going to receive, the .price. All right, so this is the price that he actually specified before. So that money is going to be refunded to that specific owner once it is deleted with all these criteria sure. Because once this person pays this question and somebody gives an answer, there cannot be a reversal of this money. The reversal of this money can only be if this question has not already been answered. Otherwise, there is no going back. Okay, so that's one of the specification we engineered into this specific function. So that is it for the deleting a question. Okay, the next thing now, we need to be able to read information from this this smart contract. We need to read information pertaining questions. Okay, so which we'll do in the next part of this course. Okay, now we want to be able to retrieve all the questions in this platform and also retrieve specific questions. And you're going to see the magic that we're doing here together. So let us write our function. So this is a function called get questions. Get questions. So what do we do here? Say it's not going to receive any parameter. It's going to be a public function. Okay, this function is viewable. So we say view returns. It's going to return questions, question struct. These are the data type they should return, memory, and call it questions. Okay, but one thing you don't want to miss out here is to return an array of the questions. So it's not returning one, but all the questions that are not deleted that are in our platform, that is what it's going to be returning. Okay, so first thing I want to do, want to say unsigned integer, I want to say available. Want to be able to track want to count all the available questions on the platform. I want to look through it. So I'm going to say for, using this for statement. For array.length, we're not using this array.length, we're using this total questions dot current. Okay, so this gives us all the number of questions that we have on this platform. So we're looping through all the questions that we have in this platform, and we're saying that if these questions, please pay attention here. There is something really important that you need to know. This question, normally you say something like I, right? But you know that this will be very useful. If this questions is an array, then index start from 0. But mappings enable us to specify where our index start. But we specified our index to start from what? 1, because when we're creating this question, we first of all incremented it before we assigned it to this. So it's going to start from 1. So therefore, we cannot assign just a single I here. We want to say I plus what? 1. And that will keep, in synchronization with the mapping, the way we define the mapping, So the way we started the indexing of the mapping as well. So I'm going to access the deleted key. Deleted, if it is deleted, is what? True, right? But we don't want, if it is not deleted, then it should what? If we say available, plus. So I'm just going to increment it. However, since this is just one line of code here, I could just put it in the same line here. Okay, that will work just effectively. So this now will get us all the available and on the questions that have not been deleted that are in this platform. We have all their total count here. Next, I want to say questions, which is these questions here. Okay, I'm going to say that I want to assign it to be what? New question struct, which will be an array of it. I'm using this available to define the size of this question. So I'm creating a space that is according to the total number of questions that I have, available on this platform. So I'm creating a space for it now. So since I have created a space for it, I'm just going to duplicate this function, this loop, bring it here. Now I'm going to remove this as well. Inside of here, this is where we're going to assign this thing. So before we proceed, I want to do something like I've done here before to keep track of, let's come here. I'm going to call this index to keep track of the index so that it will align well. Okay, what I mean by that, let me come and say questions. Okay, these questions here, I want to target the index. See the index, I can't use I because there are situations where this will be deleted and then this will skip and the I will be incremented, and then if I put it in the wrong index, it produces an error. So you have to use this specific one, okay, to make sure that the indexing is done properly. Okay, And you can now say that if this is so, we want to assign question at this index, whatever we have here, which is this. Okay, we're assigning this, and then at the end, you want to say index plus plus. Okay, this is great. However, this is not necessary because we can literally just do it here. Okay, it still performs the same thing. It first assigns and then increments this index. All right, and which kind of gives you an edge if you want to just put it in one line. Okay, you can also do that, and it works just fine for you. But for syntactic sugar reason, we want to keep it this way. All right. So with this, we've been able to create a function that will read all the function, all the question that we have in the platform. All right. Next, we want to read a specific question by supplying its ID. So I'm going to copy this line, create a new function. So this function is going to return only one question and not an array of questions, but I must specify the ID. So I'm going to say unsigned integer. This is the questions ID. So inside of this, I'm simply going to return I'm targeting that questions mapping, and I'm supplying that question ID, and it gets me that specific question. That is just very simple for this one. Okay. So with this now, we are able to read or retrieve questions from this smart contract that we're engineering. So in the next video, I'm going to show you how to add answers to a specific question. So we want to incorporate answers to questions. So let's do that in the next video. So for this part, we're creating another function. We're going to call this function say function add answers. Okay, add answer singular, and it's going to be a public function. Okay, so what is this all about? This to add an answer, you need to have access to the questions ID, because you want to add that answer to a unique question, right? And then you want to also specify this is basically your answer, so we'll call it comment. So this is what you're commenting. This is the answer that you're giving. All right. So this is very important right here. And I want to do something really simple, really fast, which is based on how we've been doing this before. I'm going to copy some of these things here. Copy this and bring it here. Paste it here. Yes, we want to make sure that a specific question exists that you want to supply an answer for. And of course, I don't need this. We don't need to be, the owner of the questions. And then this title here, you want to change it. You want to find out if this comment is not empty. You're not giving, an empty value. Okay. If not, you should say comment must not be empty. Okay. So afterward, once all of this passes successfully, and one more thing you want to also check, you want to check for an essential stuff called, let's grab this. Let me show you what I mean. You want to check if this thing is not paid out, okay? Because you don't want it to be paid out. If it's not paid, if it is paid out already, there's no point for people adding questions to that because it has already been answered, okay? So we want to make sure that it is not paid out already. If not, we want to say question already paid out. Question already paid out. So that's the response I want to give to any answer, any question that has already been paid out. Otherwise, we want to proceed with what? Incrementing the total answer. We'll say dot increment. Okay. After incrementing it, we want to give this. I want to define what answer is. So we use answer struct. Okay, to define an answer. Okay. So after defining this answer, we want to say answer dot ID is equal to what? Underscore total answers dot current. Okay, total answer dot current. This is going to become the ID of this this answer. Next thing, you want to define, answer dot the questions ID. Okay, you want to define which question does this answer belongs to. We want to say it belongs to what? This QID that we defined here above. And we want to say comment. Say comment is going to be the one that we supplied here as well. And what else? We want to say owner of this answer is going to be what? msg.sender. Meanwhile, you should take note that all this information have been defined here. You can see that we're actually just specifying it just as we have it here. Okay, so you want to be careful and you want to actually take note of all of these things that we're doing. Okay, so this is the owner of the owner of the answer that has just been supplied. Whomever just created this becomes the owner. You want to also say that the time that it was updated at, or let's say created, okay, is going to be current time. All right, and you want to also say the time that it was updated is also this current time. All right, and that updated is really important, even though we're not going to use it inside the smart contract. We're going to use it in the front end, okay, to rank answers. Okay, you're going to see how it is very important later on. And then not only this, you want to say questions. You want to target the questions, because whenever we add an ID, okay, you want to call the answers that has been given in that specific question. You want to increment it by 1. All right, and we want to then push, say answers of, this is the first time we're using answer of this question, and then call on the answer.id. We're assigning this here like this, answer.id, and then we're giving it this specific answer. This answer we just created all this information about. We're specifying it and we're putting it inside there. And at the end, of course, we want to emit something. So right here we can emit an event as well. We can say question deleted. Okay, deleted. Meanwhile, here you can say something like question answered. Okay, and yeah, so that is just what we're adding. Do you see how generic it is? It enables us to be changing information about it without basically altering the structure of that event. So that is one of my trick on putting events in your smart contract codes. So with this, you'll be able to add questions. Remember, in this smart contract, we'll be able to add questions. We can delete, we can update questions. We're designing this way to prevent fraudulent activities. All right, so let's save that. And in the next video, I'm going to show you how to read questions in different formats. Okay, so see you in the next video. Okay, now let's add a question. Okay, let's read questions. So we'll say function, let's read answer, say private answers. Okay, it will still make sense to you why we're defining it like this. Writing a function called private answers. This function is going to be an internal function. So that means you can call it outside of the smart contract. So its view returns, what is it returning? Answer struct. An array of it is going to be stored in memory and call it answers. Okay, so then inside of this parameter, we're specifying an unsigned integer. We want to give you the questions ID. The question ID is very important for us to figure out the kind of the answers that we're returning. We're returning answer that belongs to a specific ID. Okay, what I did here is pretty similar. So I want to copy all this code here and bring it here. Okay, and I'm going to show you what we're going to do, change, okay? This available stuff is the same. We just need to change this to what? I'm going to highlight the two of them together. I'm going to change it to what? Total answers, okay? So we're looping through the total answers. That is what we're looping through into. And you want to, the criteria for you to include this answer is by, not by checking these questions here, but by doing answers of this specific question, okay? Answers of this specific question by me passing the question ID, QID here, okay? Answers of this specific question right here, and then I'm looping through the answer ID, all the answers that we have here in the platform. And what I'm checking for is what? The ID, okay? If it's equivalent to the one that I just supplied, okay, then it should add it. The reason why I'm doing that like that, because if there is any instance where this does not match, it's not going to add it there, so that, you know, we will get exactly what we're looking for. There's a reason why we're doing this, okay? So this will return all the, we'll loop through, it will loop through the platform and return all the answers that belong to this question, all right? So after this, I'm just need to copy this logic here as well. Okay, I'm going to just drop this logic here. We're going to visit it back. You come here, okay, you want to rename this to answers, and this should be what? Answers, answered struct instead, not, you know, just answer. This is answer struct. This thing remains the same, okay? This gives the size as well, and we have the definite size of this array. And then inside of here, when we're looping this thing now, this is where the difference happens. So for this answer, or this answer here, we're saying that here, you see what we're doing here, very similar. We're assigning this answer to it. This simple. Boom. Right there, you've been able to what? To retrieve private answers. So you see, why we're calling this private answers? This one here, this answer, this function, will only be callable, we make it callable only by the owner of the question or the owner of the platform. The reason why we're designing it like this is because for some reason, you don't want to expose the answers that people are supplying to the public, so that the public will not look at, oh, this is the best answer, let's go and replicate and do something like that. So in order to prevent fraudulent activities, we are actually just, you know, we're going to hide the answer until the winner has been proclaimed, and only the owner of the answer or of the question will be able to see the real questions. The other ones is just going to be what? The redacted is going to be occluded. It's just going to be hidden so that people will not be able to what? See the public answer. Meanwhile, if you're a public guy, you will see a redacted answer. But if you are the owner of the platform or the owner of that specific question, then you'll be able to what? View the answer. Okay, so let me duplicate this. We're going to call this one public answers, which takes similar approach, everything kind of the same, except that we have to modify this place a little bit, okay? So, and this is how we're going to modify it. Right now, let me comment out this place. Let's modify this question, this place a little bit. Want to say if this is paid out, because we only want to, if it's not paid out, it should not reveal the real answer, but if it is paid out, it should reveal the real answer to the public guys, okay? So I want to say these questions, okay? I want to grab this unique question. I want to say dot paid out, okay? So if it is paid out, what we want to do is to what? Return this. We want to return this specific one. Let me do this properly. So if it is paid out, it should return this. Otherwise, if it's not paid out, which is else, where else comes in, what I want to do is I want to modify this a little bit. First of all, I want to define a new struct. I want to say answer. Once a singular answer, I'll say answer struct, and this is going to be memory. We're going to call it answer. All right, and we're going to say that this answer, we give it this value. This is the value. This is the real value. So we're giving it this value, but we immediately modify it. We want to say this answer dot the comment. Okay, we want to redact the comment. Okay, and I'm going to show you how to redact the comment. It's very simple. All right, so let's just redact the comment. It's more like what FBI they do. Okay, so we're saying that this comment is what hidden. Okay, this comment is hidden. So do not misinterpret this. It's only showing this thing for people that are what? Public. Okay, meanwhile, if the answer has been paid, that is going to anyway return unredacted, comments. Okay, so that is what is happening here. And then lastly, you just want to do this. Okay, you just want to do this now. Okay, you want to add it here, but of course we're not using this one. We're using this answer that we just modified. This answer here that we just modified, we're putting it here. So at the end of the day, this is what is returned. Okay, this is what is returned. Is returned everything the same except for the answer has not been redacted. Okay, and it doesn't really affect the state of our original file. It will always return the read thing for the people that owns the question. It returns the right information, but for the people that don't have they don't have the clearance, or they don't have the right to see it yet, it will return a redacted comment. Okay, so at this point we want to write one more function which takes basically the same approach as this. I'm going to copy this function. Okay, so this also returns what? An array of answers, but this time this one is going to be public. Okay, and this is where the decision to either choose this one or this one will come from. All right, so let's show you how we made that decision. So you want to say, we want to call this one get answers. Get answers. And what do we do in get answer? I want to say if the msg.sender, whomever is calling this function, is equal to what? The questions owner. Okay, I want to say qid.owner. Or if it is this person, or if the msg.sender is equivalent to what? The owner of the what? Platform, because it could be us or it could be owner of the question. Then if this criteria passes, okay, we want to return, the one we're returning is what? We want to return private what? Answers. Okay, but if this case is not so, if this is a public guy, if this person is not the owner of the smart contract of the question, and it's not the platform owners, then you should return what? The public answers. You understand that logic there? That is a beautiful logic right there. Okay, so this function, we now call this one for us and return the necessary information. That is the beautiful thing about this. So with that, executed, one more thing I want to do, want to be able to get a singular answer. Okay, I want to get a singular answer. So I'm going to copy this, come here, paste it here. Okay, this is not going to return an array of answer, but just a singular answer. And why it targets the questions ID, it also should targeting the ID of the question of the answer. So the answer's ID, that is what it is right here. So this belongs to the question, this belongs to the answer. And then with this, you can be able to what? Return what? One answer, say answers of, targeted by what? The answer's ID, and then what? This ID. This will return the specific what? Answer for us. That is fantastic. And that's quite a lot for this particular tutorial. So in the next one, I'm going to write the last two functions, which is help us to pay the winners and also to change the fee if we want to. All right, so I'll see you in the next video. Okay, let's write this last function, or second to the last. Call it pay winner. All right, pay winner. This is going to be a public function. Okay, what is this pay winner going to take it? Of course, it's going to be accepting the questions ID. Okay, questions ID, and not only question ID, it's going to accept the specific ID that the owner of this question has selected to be the best, to be the best answer, and then it will select those and it will perform the payment. Okay, so like before, we just want to make sure that we prevent unauthorized access. We want to make sure that whomever that is calling this question exists. Okay, the question exists, and the question must not be already paid out. Okay, it must not be already paid out, because there is no point trying to pay winner 2 times, and it should be paid to someone that is either, let me bring that to you. So let's do this. Want to say require that whomever is trying to perform this transaction must be the owner of the question, or the platform's owner, the platform itself. Why we're adding this thing here? Okay, let's do unauthorized entity. Okay, so why we're doing this here, why we're giving the platform the ability to also pay owners on behalf, because if you keep it only to the owner of the question, there could be many things that could happen that will prevent the owner of the question from paying the people that are already answered the question. This is because we want to set up a principle in the sense that, okay, in this organization, after 3 months, if the owner of the question does not pay, the winner, then we ourselves will click that button for him and select whomever we think by the means of voting will come up with we decide who the winner is, and then pay that person, because something bad could happen to this person. For example, the person might be dead. You understand? So if the person is dead, that means the money will never go. No. So that is one of the reasons why we're putting this thing there. Okay, if you guys think of other ways that this could be done better, you also, drop your comment in the comment section. I would like to hear that from you. Okay, now one more thing, we want to make sure that the answer, this specific answer actually exists. Okay, so want to check out for, want to say require that. Okay, want to require that this answers of this specific question ID and this specific person .id is equivalent to this ID. This is just a way of us determining if this answer exists or not. Answer not found if it's not there. Okay, so this is really important to also make sure that the answer exists before we pay anybody. All right. And one more thing you need to know here is that we want to use one feature that came from this reentrancy guard to prevent any form of reentrancy attack. So we're going to say non-reentrant. Okay, non-reentrant, and we'll have that here, non-reentrant. So this will prevent, you can put a parenthesis here or not. So I'm going to leave it like that because it kind of look cooler. So this will prevent reentrancy attack on this payment, since this is a monetary function. So we want to just put that for security purposes. Okay. So next thing we want to do here, we want to start defining on specifying the reward-based system. This is where, the winner gets his own cut, the platform get their own cut. Okay, this is where it is done, and it has to be done properly. All right, so we'll say on signing integer, call this one reward. Reward is equal to this question. Okay, I'm grabbing the question ID dot price. Okay, so this is the reward that is supposed to be given for anyone that answer this question. And then we want to say on sign integer tax. Okay, tax, how much we're taxing people for each question that is being paid out. I want to say this reward, okay, the reward multiply by the service fee, which should be in percentage. We're going to make sure it's in percentage, and then divided by 100. This will give you the percentage of tax that is needed, okay? And then we're going to define another one called address. Address is going to be, this is the winner, okay? The winner is actually this answers of, and then we say this question ID, and then we'll target the ID, we say dot owner. Okay, so this is what the winner right here. Now I want to say questions, and we're calling this question ID. We're specifying paid out to be what? True. Okay, so we're toggling paid out to be true. We're toggling winner to be what? This person winner. All right, and then want to say that, let's copy this. Want to say dot updated, after it is paid, updated the winner, or updated will say current time. So this updated is really important, because when we'll be sorting the rendering thing about when we're sorting those that are the top winner, okay, we'll use this updated, this change in time. We make a change for us to happen, and it's going to like push this thing to the top, okay? What I mean by that is, you know, if the winner, if we paid this particular, if we clicked on this and we paid this particular person that answered this question, it's going to move from this place to what? Up here as what? The number one. That is why we are keeping that tab of what? Updated timestamp. Pretty important. Okay, and then lastly, one will say now pay to, we're using this function again, pay to, where we're paying the winner, okay, we're paying this winner his reward, of course, minus the tax, all right, and we are paying to what? The platform, which is the owner of the platform. You understand? This function comes from what? The ownable function here. So this function also comes from that smart contract as well. So we're sending this owner, this is the platform's account, the tax, okay? So that is what is happening here. And we can basically just emit this, you know, can emit this here, so that we say emit, for this question, we can say question paid out. Okay, so question has been paid out, and this keeps information of whomever performed this transaction for us, so it can be investigated later whether it's the platform that paid out this particular question or the owner of the platform. Okay, so that is it. One last thing that I want to do, we want to create this simple function, very simple, short, straightforward. It's going to be called change fee, and it's going to be public, and it's only owner that can what? Only owner that can change, that can, you know, call this function. This only owner is actually coming from this ownable smart contract as well. So take note of that. Okay, so this only owner, we're actually going to be receiving an unsigned integer called service fee, but an underscored version of it. Okay, service fee. Okay, want to change the service fee and want a simple requirement. Want to say that this service fee, this underscore service fee, must be greater than 0, and the underscore service fee must be less than or equal to what? 100. So this stays in the range of 1 to what? 100, which is the percentage, which is the right percentage gap. Okay, so then we now say if it doesn't fall into that category, say fee must be between 1 to 100. Okay, so we're making that prevention. So we're saying service fee now is equal to what? This underscore service fee, and boom, that is just all about that specific function. So with all of this, our smart contract is ready, and we are ready to test it in the next video. We'll test each one of these functions and to ensure that everything is working just accurately. Then we deploy it and start integrating. Then we'll be done in no time. All right, I'll see you in the next video. All right, so it's time for us to do some testing. Okay, to test out all the functionalities of the smart contract, pretty long, but you have to come to the root of the project into this test folder. I've already done something like this before, so I'm going to just remove this, the existing one, so that we can start it from scratch. So I'm going to create a new file, call it answer to n.test.js. Okay, so it's just a naming convention. It's nothing special about .test.ts. Okay, so now this is just the skeletal format of this test. First, we're grabbing expect. Expect is a function that is inside this chai module. This is a chai package. Chai is a framework for running JavaScript tests, okay, and it's very much compatible for running a solidity test, okay, for comparing values between two circumstances. All right, so that's the reason why we're testing this. We could have used Remix, but Remix is pretty not fantastic at testing every single thing that we need to test about our smart contract, okay? This is much more programmatic. I just click one button or one command and it runs a test on every single function on the platform. Remix can't really do that for you, okay? In the way, and I often discover that Remix crashes quite often, and I don't like those sort of behaviors. All right, so this is what ETAS. Remember, we're not grabbing this ETAS from ETAS, but the one that comes with hard hat. Okay, hard hat does have one. Okay, so this ETAS in hard hat is pretty modified to help us to perform some test-driven and development purposes stuff. Okay, so the one that we're going to use for interacting with this with the smart contract later on from the UI, that is from here, is going to be coming directly from ETAS.js, okay? Now, this specific test helper is, okay, let's install it, all right? It's not yet here, we don't yet have it, so we can add it by saying yarn add, say dev --dev and paste this. Okay, so what does this do for us? This is a package that helps us to perform some tests, comparing values of negative circumstances, okay? Negative circumstances, for example, if a situation like, let's show you, for example, you have this thing, what if you want to test for a wrong question ID and we are expecting it to revert with the question is not found, okay? We use this particular package to what? To monitor for that kind of exceptions, okay, to track it properly, to test negative circumstances in our smart contract. All right, these are two functions, okay? These two functions, what it does is to convert values from normal number to we, and then revert it with this same function. So what does that do in practical? In practical, if you come here, if I want to convert a value, for example, I want to convert one, say, I call this eta. I say 1 eta. If I want to convert it to we, I will have to do this eta, multiply it 2 times by what? 18. The eta has to be 10, okay? Say 10. And if I multiply that by 18, this is 1 eta. Okay, so reverting it back to this one is what those two functions they do. The first function converts it, they said the to we convert it to this value, and then from we revert it, because so you have to find out a mathematical operation that could revert this thing. This is an exponent based multiplication. It's not just a multiplication, it's like 10 raised to the power of 18. So revert it, you have to look for what you can, revert it with that particular number. So now coming here, that is what these two functions they do for us. Okay, it's going to be very useful. All right. So with that, let's get into the nitty-gritties of our smart contract. First thing I want you to do is to create a variable. Let's call it a variable contract. This is going to be storing our contract, instance, an instance of our smart contract. Okay. We'll also be using result. These are going to be, available to us throughout the test. So we're making them available right here at the very top of this test. Okay. All right. So afterward, we want to, there is a certain hook, a hook called before each. All this thing comes with this package. Okay. So this before each, want to perform a certain functionality. We want to be able to deploy the smart contract first before any test in our platform runs. Okay. So this before each is an asynchronous function. The first thing we want to do is to define a contract, with capital C. Okay. We're going to do await ethers, this ethers dot get contract factory. All right, this we're trying to grab the smart contract itself and the name of the smart contract. That is what we're targeting. You want to copy this answer to N. This is what we're grabbing. We're grabbing the smart contract, and of course, ethers.js knows exactly where to fetch this thing from. So it's going to be fetching it from this artifact because that is where it builds to, and then it can grab it from there. So those things are already set in place. And next, let's do this first. Let's say await want to get those people like the account, okay, that comes with hard hat, okay. So want to grab the account, and they are actually called signers, okay. So you want to say await ethers dot get signers with S, okay. So get signers will return the account that are available on the specific network that you're deploying this particular contract to. So this account, we need to store them in a variable. You want to destructure them, so I want to put them in this array. So by listing them, but we have to specify. We have to put this in front of it, like this semicolon in front of it, and then we want to grab some accounts. So the first account we want to grab is the owner, or we are calling it the owner. This is called array destructuring. Okay, this returns an array, but we're only picking out a few members of that array. Okay, starting from the very first one, which is the owner. We have commentor 1 and commentor 2. So these are the commentors that we have. So this will give us what? This will give us the accounts that we want to work with. Now, let's actually deploy the smart contract online. So this contract here, I'm making use of this variable now. I want to assign await this contract that we've just grabbed it. We want to say await this contract dot deploy. Okay, but there's something you must know here. The constructor of this smart contract has a parameter called service fee, which must be supplied at the time of deployment. So let's create a variable, call it, and assign it. Let's say we want 5%, okay? 5% of every deposit that is done. 5% of every answer that is successfully paid, that want that 5% to go to our account to come to us, okay? So that's why we are defining this particular service fee to be 5, and service fee must be within the range of 1 to 100, cannot be more than that. Okay, so now we've deployed it to the network, but we want to await confirmation. We want to confirm that this has been deployed successfully. So we do contract.deployed, okay, which is the past tense of deploy. So if that is successful, then we have our smart contract successful on the network. Great. We'll start defining each and every test, because we're going to segregate them into different blocks, okay? We're going to have tests for question management. We're going to have tests for for multiple other reasons in the platform. So at this point, we are good. We have set up our system, and now let us start testing for various situations. See you in the next video. So now let us test for, question management. To do that, you have to do describe. We'll put another describe block. Okay, describe. Okay, so what's the name of this describe? I want to describe question, the management of question. So question management. All right. And then inside of here, this is where all the tests for this question management is going to go into. Okay. And again, just like before, we want to do a before each hook inside of here. All right. This before each hook is going to perform some operation first for us. You know that we've deployed the smart contract at this point. So before we be able to test anything about a question, we want to be able to deploy, we want to create that question first, because you cannot update a question, you cannot, display a question or do anything about a question except that question exists. So let's create that question first. And to create it, we want to say await, okay, await contract, okay, this contract here. When I say await contract dot, you target, what we're targeting is this create question, okay, look at that. Create question, and we need to supply some parameters inside of it. All right, so to supply that parameters inside of this block, we need to create it here, because we're going to also be using these parameters in other places as well. So I'm going to just copy some of the stuff that I've already written, like a dummy information about, let me just show you how it works. Okay, so I'm just going to paste this here. Okay, this is the ID of a question. Okay, so we can call it QID, and this is what AI. This. Okay, let's just leave the QID as the regular ID. Okay, this is for a question, and this is for an answer ID. Okay, this is the title, a dummy title, how to convert a string to lowercase. This is a dummy description. Someone has a question, and this is a tag that has various string. It has tag Python, string lowercase, which will then split later on. And this is the price, the bounty price. Okay, this is what makes up. This is what makes up one question for us. Okay, so we're going to use this information to create a question. So you want to say title, description, and tags. Okay, that is not all. The price is going to be passed in as a value. So you want to say value is equal to, you want to convert this to we first. Okay, you want to convert it to we. The price should be in we format. All right, so with this, you'll be able to create that question, and then you can proceed to testing out each one of your testing out the question. Okay, first of all, the first thing I want to be able to verify that questions can be has been successfully created. So we use a function called it. Okay, inside the it receives two parameters. One of the parameter is the information or what that function is all about, the description of the text. So once it should verify that questions can be created successfully. Okay, and then an asynchronous function or a callback function, but you have to put it in an asynchronous mode. Okay, so it will also take in this asynchronous function, which is basically a fat arrow function. It's a callback. All right, so now we want to get this thing. We want to say await contract. Remember that there's a function that enables us to get all questions in the platform, which is this function here, get questions. Okay, so we want to get questions. All right, I want to store it inside this result here. Okay, so we're going to say result is equal to what? This get question. So all the questions are stored in this result place. Now I want to test and check out how many values do we expect to be inside of this what's it called? inside of this result array. So we say we expect that this result that I just come, it should have, to have, to have length of, that is how you know how many number of elements are inside of an array. So we want to say it should have length of 1 because we just created only one question here. So it should have a length of what? 1. That is what we're simply stating. Okay. And then afterward, we want to grab, do something different. Okay. If this is successful, the next thing we want to do, we want to grab a singular question. Remember, we have the ability to grab one question by supplying the question ID. Okay, so I'm going to call that get question and then supply the ID, which is the answer ID. You can see it's 1 right there. Fantastic. And then let's test that for something. We want to say we expect that this result, okay, dot the title of the result. You understand that a question has a title, so we're expecting that the title to be what? Equal, all right, equal to what? This title that we initially what, using creating this that just above here. So we expect that the title that is coming, we are confirming that it is the same. Okay, so I want to also do the same for description and tags, which you can see here. Okay, so we're also testing for description and tag. And lastly, we want to test for price. Okay, so I want to say price. Okay, but we can't test for it this way because price, okay, will be in a, let's comment out this for now and let's run this test on the console to see if everything is working great. So let's do yarn hard hat test. When you run this, it failed. It's saying that we have a problem with what? The smart contract at line 52. Okay, so when you come to line 52, do you see this comma? It's not supposed to be there because that's the last element of that, the last element in this parameter here. So it should not have a comma. That's what it's simply saying. So let's run that again. It's checking, it's compiling and seeing if there is any problem. Here we also have the same problem. So we're removing this. Okay, so let's check it out again. Okay, so we have another problem at line 105. So let's look at it. Okay, so we have a problem here. This we should use QID instead of what? Question ID. So I'm going to say QID. All right, and let's check that again. Okay, you can see here on line 147. Here it's saying that questions.answer, it shouldn't be answers. Answer should be answers. Okay, so because if you look at this question ingredient, you can see that this thing is answers, not answer singular. So let's go back there and make that a plural format of it. Okay, so we'll pluralize it, adding answers here. And then let's run this test again. Okay, we're having this one is also this at line 108. Okay, we're having an error there as well. It is saying that answer not found. Okay, what we wanted to do here, this is wrong approach. We didn't want to do a dot answer. We want to actually assign that answer into what? This spot. Okay, this is an oversight right here. So let's check it out again and resolve. So that problem is gone. Let's go to line 195. Let's look at it. Line 195. Return public answers. So it's saying here that we were supposed to pass in some IDs here because see, the private answer and the public answer, they both have an ID. So we needed to pass in these IDs inside of this place. So let's first check that out. Okay, see, it's compiled successfully now. All the problems has been gone. So this problem now is coming from our hook. It's not coming from the smart contract anymore, but it's not coming from this port. It's saying that cannot connect to the network localhost. Please make sure your node is running and check your internet connection and network configuration. This simply means that we have not run yarn hard hat node. Okay, this is very important for you to run this first so that you will be able to have this network, this blockchain network running, because if it doesn't have a blockchain network running, there is no place where this smart contract can be deployed. So I'm opening another terminal. Here, let's run yarn hard hat test. Okay, so he's saying that get questions is not a function. So the reason why we've been having this problem, get question is not a function, is because we're having a confliction. Okay, let me run this again so that you see. We're having a confliction. We made a mistake within our smart contract. Mistake number one is, look at the name of this function. It's called what? Get questions. This is supposed to be a singular, okay, get question, but we kind of made it, called get questions as well. So the two are conflicting, resulting in that error that we found, okay? So let's check it out now and see if everything is okay. Yeah, it's kind of sad that Solidity should be able to detect, or the compilation was supposed to be able to detect when two functions are conflicting and then report that to me. And because it didn't do that, I had to go through a lot of procedures to eventually find out why it was misbehaving as such. So this is good. I'm grateful that that has been resolved. And before that, there's one more thing that we need to do. Look at this function here. We need to spell it properly. It's called update. Okay, make sure that is also set. And let's continue on in the testing of this function. So one of the things we wanted to test for is price, but I didn't test it initially because I wanted to show you why we can't use this method before to test it like that, because it's going to give a different value. I can see that it is, I'm going to send this to a different, maybe I should remove this from this place. Let's actually bring this up here. So let's run yarn hard test. Okay. So let's see what's going on here. So you see that it's expected, this object is a big int, the kind of data type that we're comparing is not the same as this one that is basically 0.1. What we can do is try to convert this thing. This is in we format. That's why it's being represented like this. So let's convert it to a readable or an understandable format. So let's convert it from we. Okay. We are using this second function to convert it from we. All right. So let's test it out and find out how it is right now. Okay. It's kind of giving us something very similar. It's just that this is a number. This is what a string. So you have to make sure that the data types, they are the same. So we can just append it to what string here. This will make this also a string, and then the equation can be balanced. So let's run that to check out. Okay, see that the function is successful. So at this point, one thing that we need to just find out, we need to quickly find out is there is a certain amount of money that is needed to create a question like this. Okay, so that money we want to test for. If you want to test for a situation where you did not supply any amount of money and you wanted to create a question, that need to be checked on to validate that you are working on this properly, you're supplying the right data. So that is where we use this expect revert function here. So how you use it is by specifying await expect revert. Okay, inside of that expect revert, you call the function inside the contract that you want to communicate with, which is this I'm going to pass all this whole information as well. I'll pass all this information. But you see that here I was passing money, okay, this value, but here I'm not going to pass any value, okay. So I expect this, this particular transaction to fail with this report, insufficient amount. That is what I'm expecting it to fail. So let's run that. You see that that was successful because it kind of passes with what that insufficient what amount. What if I say something like not, I give a different error. Let's see if it still finds that statement. Okay, you see that it's failing. Okay, it's failing here, and I wanted to see this information in this time. It's saying that wrong kind of exception received. This is the accurate exception that we're looking for, but it's not getting that accurate exception. It's saying wrong kind of exception received. It's supposed to be this very keyword here. Okay, the reason for this string reverting is what? Insufficient amount. So we need to make sure that it is what? Insufficient amount that we are actually what? Specifying. Okay, so yeah, with this now, with this, when we run this again, this should run successfully, and that we validate that we've been able to what? Create, and be able to validate that that question has been created successfully. So I will see you in the next video where we test the update ability of this smart contract. So in this next one would actually test that we can update a question, okay? So I'm going to write another test right here. So this test is what simply saying verify update of title, description, and tags. This is our asynchronous function inside of it, just the same format that we've done before. All right, so inside of here, the first thing you need to do is to define a title that you want to use to update. Okay, so it's more like what we did here before. We're simply saying const updated title to be this, which is the same, which we've already defined this title, this description before. So we're just defining a new one. Okay, and then we want to first test for some exception. The exception I want to test for is if you're trying to update, because look at this function here. If you try to update, if you're this specific one called unauthorized what entity. So if you're not the owner, of this question, you should get this unauthorized entity situation. So we want to test for that first before we can proceed. That is what we want to do in this tutorial. So let's get it done. Let's test for the exceptions first. So the first exception, I want to say that await, expect revert, and what we're doing is contract, not dot create, but contract dot update question, and what are needed in updating a question. We need question ID, title, description, and tags. So we can borrow that from here. Great, come here, and then you need to pass in the question ID here. The question ID is 1. Remember, we've already defined it here. Okay, so come back here. So these are all the things that you need to update a question. But by default, this contract, if we do this, is going to what? It's going to utilize this first account, which is the owner. We want to use this second account because this is not the creator. The owner here is the one that created this because this is the default account. So we want to use this commenter instead to be the one to create that, to try to update these this question. So I'm going to say append.connect. Okay, this is how you use a different account. .connect, and then you put the account that you want to utilize inside. And after this, you want to look for the response that you're looking for. The response that you're looking for is what? Unauthorized what? Entity. Okay, so this is what you're looking for right here, unauthorized entity. So this is the response. So I want to test this title. Make sure we're using the updated title because there's no use trying to leave this one around. So you're trying to update this post with the wrong account. So we expect it to fail. So let's run that. So you see that it actually failed and it passed successfully because we're using the wrong account. What if I'm using this owner, which is the original account? It fails what? It fails to pass. What if I actually remove the owner altogether? Let's use that default account. It also fails as well. Expected an exception, but none was received. So, this is why we're using a different person to try to test, and we test and it actually returned what? An unauthorized entity. That means we passed successfully. Okay. So after this, we want to test for, want to actually update a title, want to actually update a contract, a question this time around. So we say await this particular question. I'm going to use the default account, the creator's account. Okay, so want to update this right here. Okay, and afterward we expect that the result will be updated. Okay, so just a moment, let's just pause this one here. Let's check out for one more exception before we continue, because we want to make sure that this question that this person is trying to update exists. We don't want a question that doesn't exist. So I'm going to duplicate this particular negative test. This time it's going to be the original owner of the question that is going to update, but the ID I want to use like 100, which we both know that it doesn't exist. So I want to use this ID to test if it fails or not. So if it fails, it should return this particular exception. That is what we're saying. So if it fails, it should return that exception, and let's test it out to see whether it's passing. Okay, yeah, it is passing because it is failing with this particular exception. You can't use 100 to pass it. So we've tested for that. So the next thing we want to test for is to currently you want to check first. You want to check before we update this title. We want to check the current title. So we can say something like result is equal to await. It's a get question. Okay, singular. We want to call it contract dot get question. You pass in the question ID. Okay, at this point, when it returns, we're expecting that the result dot title, to be equal to, the old title, right? So we want this is supposed to pass. Let's save it and check. It should be the old title still. So you can see that it's passing successfully. So at this time, let's actually update it. And after we update it, we want to check we want to validate that the updated title now is this one called updated title. So we want to check and validate that we've been able to successfully update that. You can see that it is now reporting that the title now is not equal to this new or this updated title. So the next thing we want to do, want to actually take a note here that before this question can be updated, we wanted to check that first of all, it won't have an answers in it, because any question that has been updated already that has been answered already, the owner should lose the ability to update that question. The owner should not be able to update that question anymore. So want to actually validate this place to ensure that it works successfully. How we do that is by adding a question. So we can simply do something like this. Let me copy this. So I'm going to come here and say contract.await and say add question, no, add answer. Okay, and we're basically using this function here called add answer to perform this, which takes a question ID and an answer. Of course, we're going to change the person that is answering this question. So this is the question ID, and the answer, say my dummy answer. Okay, and want to connect it with the commenter. So we want to use this specific account to what? To add a question, which is this. So after now, once we successfully what? Add this question, and then want to actually run this again. Okay, want to try to update this. We're going to update it with the right account. So we try to update this again. All right, at this time, all this, it should report this particular error to us, which is, let's come back here, answer already, question already with answers. Okay, so this is what the error that we are expecting to receive at this attempt of what? Updating this question. Okay, updating this question after we've added what? An answer. All right, so that is what we want to test for. So let's check it out and see. Okay, you see that works. What if we did not add an answer? Remember here, we've already updated this. Okay, and we're trying to check if it will fail, with this particular exception. Let's check it out. You see that it fails. It's not, no exception is received. This kind of went and updated it successfully again. So when you do this, okay, the number of questions actually increments by 1, because when we test this out again, when we call this function here, all right, I want to check for total number of answers that are in this particular question. It should be equal to what? 1. So let's test it out and see. You see the value is 1, so we need to convert this to number. Okay, we can say to, we can just wrap it around what? A number. So we're converting it to number. So let's make that comparison again. You can see that it is successful after adding a question. The number of questions after adding an answer, the number of answers in that question increased by 1. And at this point, you're still trying to update when an answer will be given. So this is blasted. This thing is this exception is raised, preventing that owner of the question from what? Adding more answers. Okay, so we can do a little bit more exception to try to validate one more thing, which is right here. We can come here and add one more exception at the very top. Okay, this exception we're gonna what? This is an ID, updated title, description. Let's say we gave it an empty tag. Okay, we're expecting to hear this particular complaint tag must not be empty. Okay, so we're expecting to hear this right here. So let's save that and check it out again. You can see that is absolutely that is absolutely correct. Okay, so you can actually give an empty tag. You can't give an empty value of this because we've already tested all of them. We're just using one sample. You can see that their procedures are the same. So we don't need to code exactly the same thing for all of them. So that is how you test the ability to update what? A question. So in the next video, we'll test out the ability to delete a question. Okay, so I will see you in the next one. So to update, I'm going to close this so that to give us some space. Okay, so I'm going to also close this here. I'll come back to it later. So we want to create this test block. So it should verify that the owner of a question can delete it successfully. Okay, that is what we want to test for in this case. All right, so before we proceed testing, we want to first check how many questions do we have currently. So I'm simply saying that await contract.get questions, which returns an array, and then I say this result, dot to have, length of 1. So because before each, we are creating a question here, so it should have length of 1 by default. So, and before I try to delete, okay, I want to raise an exception. All right, so for example, I want to say that exception is something that we've dealt with here already, okay, which is question not found. So we're going to borrow this exception here so that I won't have to code everything from scratch. So I'm going to paste it here. Okay, the exception, this is the function that we're interacting with here. This get question, and the only parameter is delete question. The only parameter it accepts is this question ID. Okay, so I'm going to change this to this and make sure that I remove these other ones. So I want to delete a question that doesn't exist. All right, which is question number 100. Want this exception to be raised, which is what, delete question, 100. This question with the ID of 100 is not found, so you cannot delete that question. Okay, so that is the first exception that we want to raise, and if you test this should work just fine for now. Okay, so it's working just fine. It's not allowing a deletion to happen because of this rule, this requirement that has been placed here. The ID of the question must exist. Secondly, we want to actually then delete the question, okay, by saying await, okay, this, and we specify the question ID, which is what, this ID right there. Okay, so, but before we delete that question, I also want to test an exception where an unauthorized person is trying to delete that, question. So let's test that out as well, just to fulfill our righteousness. So we're going to copy this right here, paste it, remove all these other parameters. So we're trying to check if a different person, like this commenter, can delete this question. It should not. It should raise this exception. That is what we're trying to check for. So let's run that test and check if it's responding correctly. So you can see that it's actually responding correctly, which is great. Okay, so we've tested for about 2 of those exceptions, this one and this one. So we will later test for this one. So now let's actually delete the question, which is with this. And after I delete the question, I expect that this result that first gave me 1 now should be giving me 0. So the length of the array that is returned should now be 0. So let's test that out and see. All right, you see that it's working correctly because we've deleted a question successfully. It's no longer in the get question, in the questions, mapping is out of it. All right, so, and lastly, you want to check the specific information about that, that question by calling the question by its ID, okay? And then what we want to do is want to test for the deleted status, okay? Check this place out. You can see that a question has a Boolean key called deleted, which is toggled to what? True, is toggled to true whenever a deletion happens. Okay, so we want to test that out here. So we come here and say deleted to be equal to what? True. Okay, once this deletion happens successfully. So let's check that out again. Okay, that is absolutely successful. That is successful right there. Okay, so one more thing. Okay, one more thing is that we want to test for a specific scenario, which we can include here. The specific scenario is when we're trying to test for a question. We're trying to delete a question that already has answers inside of it. Okay, should verify that questions with answers cannot be deleted. Okay, so first of all, add an answer, which is basically what we have done before. So we added an answer here. And after we added an answer to this question, so we can call this my dummy answer. So this is the answer I'm adding to this question ID. And now I'm trying to delete it with expecting a revert saying what? Question already with answer, so you cannot delete. So let's save that and check it out. All right, so with that, we've been able to test out all the functionalities that are enshrined within the management of what question, which includes creating a question, updating a question, deleting a question, and showing information about a question. Okay, one thing you should take note of here is that whenever we're deleting a question, okay, this pay, what is it called? Pay to this refund is actually happens under the scene, so you should be aware of that. So that refund happens under the scene as well whenever you're deleting a question successfully. All right. So with this, we kind of are done with the duties of creating, managing a question. So I'm going to comment this out, and in the next tutorial, in the next video, I'm going to show you how to manage, answers as well. Okay, so to test for question, to manage answers, basically I'm going to define another block, describe block here. So this is it. This block simply answer management. Okay, so what are we going to be needing in managing an answer? Okay, before each, just like as before each, we want to be able to create a question. Okay, we want to create a question before anything happens, because you can't you can't drop an answer without the existence of a question. So afterward, you want to add an answer as well. Okay, you want to add an answer. Now we've already kind of done all these things here before, so let's look at here. So this is a statement for adding an answer. Okay, so we're going to copy this, bring it here. All right, this answer, I'm going to drop it here. So I'm going to say const comment is equal to my dummy answer. Okay, so and then I'm going to replace this with this. So this, before any function, any test here runs, this question will be created and an answer by this guy commenter will also be added in the work. So it will now enable us to perform the test that we desire to test. So one of the tests that we want to test is this. So this is the test I want to work on. So what is this test about? It should verify that an answer can be added successfully to an existing question. Okay, so that is what we're testing for. So before we proceed, we want to verify, okay, that an answer, after this creation of what, answer here, it's added to the answers array. So I want to say the result is equal to await contract dot, there's a function called get answers, okay, which is what you can get here. After adding a question, there is a function called, not this private and public answer, because they are both internal and they are not visible. All right, this one called get answers. Okay, so with you are seeing another problem here that we didn't notice again, is that these two functions, they are bearing the same name. We need to make sure that this one is a singular, get answer, while this one is what, get answers. Otherwise, we're going to experience a lengthy period of debugging here. All right, so let's come here, and you see that my Solidity compilation did not find that as a bug. Okay, so that's a problem with the Solidity, compiler that needs to be, worked on or looked on. All right, so we can say result is equal to what, await contract dot get answers. We want to get answer for this question ID. So at the end, we are expecting that what the result that we're getting is, should have, a length of 1 because we've added just one answer here. Okay, so it should have a length of 1. And when we get that specific, answer, not as an array, but singular, which we can do by specifying what get answer singular, and then we also specify answer ID, which is this AID here, because when you create this, it's been assigned an ID. Okay, this ID is AID. Okay, we're using it here, and we're expecting that each comment, because an answer has a comment, it should be equal to this comment above here. Okay, which is this comment that you created here. It should be equal to that. So that is what we're testing for. And let's check it out and see if that is successful. So let's run this. You see that, should verify that an answer can be added successfully to an existing question. So it's successful right there. So the next thing I want to test is we want to actually test the number of questions number of answers that are in this question. So this is something that we've done like before, and we can look for something like that instead of trying to code it from scratch. It could save us a lot of time doing that. Okay, see, this is what we're looking for right here. So at this point, we want to also check when we call on the answer, the question, want to validate that question now has the number of answers that are equal to the to this array that we initially found before. So this is cool. Let's check it out and see. Okay, that works successfully. One more thing that I want to check for is that want to check for the ability to create a question, to add a question, all right, without, you want to say await this exception, expect revert. Okay, you are trying to add a question. You're trying to add a question without a comment. All right, so it should fail with an exception. Okay, so let's check it out and let's see the exception that it should fail with if we're trying to add a question without a comment, which is here. For example, it should say comment must not be empty. So we're expecting that exception to be raised. Okay, so we're going to put that here. Great. So this is one exception that we're looking for. We're also looking for an exception where we are trying to update or add. We're trying to add an answer to a question that does not exist. Okay, we're trying to add an answer to a question that doesn't exist. So let's check that situation out. So how we do it is by simply supplying this answer comment, but this time around you want to give it a question ID of 100. Now it should respond with this particular exception, saying that question does not exist. So let's test that out. Okay, so that is cool. For this specific one, we are going to test it up later. Okay, we're going to test it out later when we are paying out winners, and you'll be able to see that exception being raised there. Okay, and with that, we've been able to test out the management of answers. And in the next video, what we want to test out is paying of winners. So the ability to pay winners, which we'll discuss and deal with in the next part of this video. So in this block, I'm going to comment out this one that we've just finished completing. In this block, we want to do something quite simple. So this is, I just went ahead and described this block very simple. Let me take you through it. So the name of this block of description of or group of tests is called paying winners. Okay, we want to focus on paying what? The winners. Okay, or the winner, for more specific. But in paying the winner, we have to first have a question created, and let's have an answer added. This is the first person that added an answer, and then the second commenter also added an answer as well. So afterward, want to test out for a situation. So want to test that this test should test the scenario where the owner pays the winner of a question. Okay, so want to actually pay the winner of a question. All right, so we're testing that scenario out. Okay, so let's work on that in testing out the scenario where we're trying to pay the winner of a question. So the first thing we want to do is to grab the existing question, which I'm going to need some stuff here. So let's grab the existing question, the specific question, which is this. Let's grab it out here, bring it here. So this, we're getting this, and then want to test out a certain property of this question called paid out. It's called paid out. Okay, a question has that key called what? Paid out, which is Boolean, and at payment, when payment is being performed, which we can see here, pay winner. You can see that whenever we pay winner, paid out becomes true. So we want to first check paid out at this point should be what? False, because no payment has been made. All right. So then want to check out some exceptions. Okay, like want to check out exceptions, situations where we're trying to what? Pay the winner. So I'm going to copy this and just paste here. Okay, so right now we're trying to, a different person, someone that is not the owner of the question, is trying to what? Pay the winner. So I'm going to what? Change this function to what? Pay winner. And this function will take what? The question ID and the specific winner that you're trying to pay. Okay, so which is, or the specific what's called specific answer that you're trying to pay, which is this answer ID. So whomever gave this answer will be the person to be paid. So we want to test out a situation where a different person is trying to what? Pay this winner. So in case people are trying to play fool with us, so we want to make sure that they cannot what? They cannot make that payment. Okay, so we'll say unauthorized what? Entity right there. Okay, so this will ensure that only the owner of this question or the owner of this platform can what? Pay the winner of a specific question. And secondly, we want to test out for a situation where we're trying to test. Let's do it. Okay, now we're trying to test. You're trying to supply a wrong question ID. Okay, so it should say that question is not found, like you can see here, question not found. So in a situation where you're trying to test for a wrong question ID, so it should give you this exception. All right, so another thing, you want to test for a situation where you're giving the wrong answer ID. Okay, so if the answer ID is wrong, it should also fail. So we want to say is ID and the answer ID is what? Wrong. We want to say that what? Answer not found. Okay, that is the what? That is the exception that should be raised in this case. All right. And when those exceptions, let's check those exceptions out first. Okay, so that can see that all of those exceptions are passing because we're making our smart contract is working very well. So now let's actually pay the winner, which we can easily do with this line. We can say await contract.pay winner. You specify the right contract. We're using the right account to pay this winner. Okay, so after the payment is done, okay, let's try. We are expecting now that after this is done, we're expecting that when we call on this question, the paid out now should what? Be true. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Because if it is paid out successfully, it should now become true. You can see that it's passing successfully. If it before it was false, but after this function ran successfully, it became what? True. Okay, which is cool. And one more exception that we want to find out is if you're trying to pay, you're trying to pay out a situation that has already been paid out. For example, what do I mean by that? If you see this situation, if it has already been paid out, which is something that was kind of familiar here. If you look at this place, you can see here, which is one of the things I told you that we're going to test this out later, this exception. So now we want to test out this exception here. If it's already paid out and you're trying to pay that winner again the second time, you should raise this exception. That is what we are trying to achieve, in this block right here. So I'm going to duplicate it here, raise this exception here, bring it all the way down here. Okay. So this is where I want to raise this exception. So you're trying to pay a winner, you're using the right information, but the problem is that this person has already been paid out. The answer has already been paid out, so you're trying to pay it a second time. So it should raise an exception saying what? Question already paid out. So let's test it out. All right, you see that all of that are working. So those are the scenarios that you need to effectively test test the payment of what? Of questions out. Okay, so that is how you test a question. So in the last set of this test, we're going to be able to test the changing of fee, which is a function, an administrative function that will really help in changing the fee of this. And we expect that it's only the admin, the platform owners should be able to change the fee. So we're going to test that in the next video. Okay, so pay, I'm going to comment this out right now. I'll come here and let's work on this particular block. We call it change fee. Okay, we're trying to change fee in this place. Okay, so the first, it only has one test. Okay, so it doesn't have many tests, only one test that we're going to have to test out. So this is what we're trying to test out. You should verify that the owner can change the service fee successfully. The owner can change the service fee successfully. So first of all, let's find out what the service fee is. So we're going to say contract, contract dot, to check the service fee. You come all the way up here, look at this service fee. So it's public, so it can be accessed. So we say service fee. So we grab the service fee and we expect that the result, okay, dot to be equal to what is the service fee we define again, which is 5%. 5% here. So we expect the service fee, we expect the service fee to be equal to this. So let's try running this test and see what it says. So it's failing because this result that is coming is basically not a clean string. So we need to convert it to number. Okay, is a string or is some other value. So we want to convert it to a number so that we can work with it. So when we convert that to a number and when we confirm that, you can see that it's the same as what we initially deployed with. So now let's actually change the service fee, okay, which we are going to be using this function below here called change fee. All right, dot change fee, and this function accepts one parameter, which is the service fee. So we're going to say service fee, but we're adding 2 to read 2 plus 5. 5 plus 2 is equal to 7. Okay, so we want to update it there, and at this time, I want to call this service fee. I want to check it out again. We expect that the value now is now equal to what? Is now equal to service fee plus 2. So let's check it out and see if that is correct. That is absolutely correct. One last thing I want to check is a situation where a different person is trying to, alter the fee, the platform fee and this person is not really the owner of what? The platform. Let's check that situation out. To check it out, you can say expect revert, but you need to put await in front of it. Okay, so await, expect revert, and then you say call on that contract. Okay, we'll call on this change fee. Look at it here. Okay, contract.change fee. We want to change it to 4. So 5 plus 4 is 9. That is what we want to change it to. Okay, and we're going to have a situation, and that situation should be enshrined in here. Okay, so the situation should be we don't know yet, so hello, let's put something like this for now. So let's check it out right now. So contract.change fee is service fee plus 4. Let's run this and check it out. So you see it's failing. Okay, it's failing, but we don't yet understand why it's failing. But if we check, okay, it's not showing up, but the situation should be failing with it's not actually failing, it's not receiving any exception. That is a problem. We need to call it with a different word account. All right, remember we're trying to use a different person to make this call. Let's call that and see. Okay, it's failing. All right, it's failing with an exception. Okay, ownable exception. Caller is not the owner. Okay, this is the exception that we're looking for. So if this fails with this exception, then it should pass. So let's run that again. Remember, this exception is coming from this contract here called ownable. Okay, that is where this exception is coming from, that contract called ownable. So this is, we didn't code this, we only imported it. So we need to test it out. Run that test again. And that is it. You can see that that test passes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, these are all the tests that we're going to run for this specific build. And let me comment every one of them and run them all at once to see that everything works successfully. You can see that we have about 7 tests and all of them are passed. And these tests are very essential because it goes around checking every information, everything that concerns the smart contract have been fully tested with these 7 tests that we just wrote here. So with that, I will see you in the integration part of this smart contract. So, but in the next video, let's be able to first deploy the smart contract to the network. See you then. So this is good. We're done with the test. So we need to deploy the smart contract to the network. Okay. To be able to do that, we need to define a new folder. We'll call it scripts. Okay. And inside of this script, we're going to define a new file called deploy.js. Without this, you can, if you don't have this actually on the written, you can actually, this is the script that enables you to put the smart contract on the web, on the blockchain, whether it's on your local host or whether it's on Sepolia, Ethereum, Polygon, whatever chain that you want to do. This is the script that will help you to be able to do that. Okay, so there are some things that this script we're going to need in this script. Very simple, which include what? We're going to need ethers.js, the one that is coming from Hadat. Okay, we also need this fs library, which will be used for manipulating or writing our address to a file, because we cannot need it to complete the process. And then this simple function that converts a value to its equivalent in we. All right, and then we're going to say write an asynchronous function. Say function main. That is the name of this function. We want to self-execute this function once we run this file. So I want to say main, by calling it like this, is going to execute that function. We want to catch it, because since it's an asynchronous function, it should give us this promise-based able to catch any error that shows up. So want to log out that error and just report an exit code, process.exit code. We assign it to be 1. So this is just what we need here, and that is all. But for here, let's deploy the smart contract. So in deploying the smart contract, you know the drill. We can actually come here. You see this before each here. This is how we deploy the smart contract before. So we can copy this particular stuff where it and paste it here. But we're not going to need this because this is by default. Okay, that is it. I want to define this to be what? A constant variable here. This service fee, we need to also specify it here. We can simply just copy it from here as well. Service fee is 5%. So we want to place it here. Service fee, 5%. All right. So we have all this thing here. This enables our smart contract to be deployed to what? The network. And with our smart contract deployed to the network, the next thing I want to do is to define those, title description, because we want to, by deployment, this is just for our own help. We can leave it like this. We can decide not to create a question by default, but we just want to create a question so that we won't have to be adding question every single time, okay? So that it will make things faster for us whenever we're deploying a new smart contract. So I'm using all this information to what? Create a new question. And as you know before, to create a new question, you just do, calling this contract, await calling this contract, dot create question, then you pass the title description tag, and then the value of what the price in we, okay? And afterward, we just need to save that address, okay? We want to save that address in a location. So we want to make sure that that address is what? This is the address. The address is basically this contract dot what? Address. This is the address, but we want to what? Save it in an object. So we want to say address, this is it right here. Okay, but this is not all that we need to do. We also need to make sure that it is what? Inside the JSON string is stringified. So we want to say JSON, because we want to save it in its file. JSON.stringify, and then we'll put it inside. Okay, this stringify has some other extra value, which this is what? Replacer. Replacer is trying to, let's say you're trying to replace some certain keyword with or characters with something else. Okay, so we're not replacing anything. And the indentation, okay, the spacer between in your object, okay, should be 4. That is just what this thing is talking about. So now that we've defined that, we want to save it to a specific location. So where we're saving it to is in this artifact directory. We want to save it inside this artifact directory. So how we do that is called fs, which is what this library that we're using, fs.write file. Okay, this is just regular Node.js script. And then you say dot, okay, artifact, okay, artifact. Make sure you spell that location, artifacts, okay, correctly. Okay, artifact and the name of the file that you want to save it in, which is address.json. All right, so you want to put it there. And what is the content that you want to put inside of what? This file called contract.what address. The content that you want to place in there is this address that you created above here, okay? And then lastly, you want to specify the format or the standard, of this file, because all of these different files, they have different standard. We have ASCII, we have base64, binary hex, and so on. But what we want to use is UTF-8, okay? It's not -8, but 8, okay? That's the standard we want to use. And this is a callback function that, if there is any error, it can report to us. So we want to first check if there is any error, then it should what? Just log out the error for us and return, okay? So, but you can just do this inside a place like this. Okay. So let's do it this way, break it into multiple lines. So, and then if there is an error, you should log it out. You should log it out, okay? But if there is no error, all right, she just say console.log deployed contract address, okay? And then we specify the address of the what? This we want to say contract.address. So we're actually going to log out the address of the smart contract that we just deployed here on the what terminal, and that is just it. That will help us to what put this, put this smart contract into this specific blockchain, into any blockchain that we want. But for this example, what we're looking for is to put it inside of what this place here. So I'm gonna put the two terminals side by side so that you can see what is happening as I write my script, as I run this script. Okay, to run this script in this hard hat script, this is how you run it. You say yarn hard hat run scripts, okay, and it's targeting this scripts folder, and then you say /deploy.js. We are not specifying any network here because we want to use the default one, which is the local host, as we have already specified it in this hard hat config. So localhost is the default network, which is this one here. All right. So, and that is basically this one right here. So I'm going to run this script now and see how it goes. It's going to put the network. You can see that it has deployed the smart contract to the network with this is a smart contract address. You can see here saying what this contract answer to n, and it also created one this thing. It also create. This is the deployment, okay, contract deployment right here, okay, and this is what you can see here that this is it creating this question for us. You can see the price here, which is 0.1 ETH that it's used in as the price of this transaction. Okay, and you can see that particular contract address has also been logged here. You can see how the address is specified here for us in this JSON file, which we're going to use later on as we integrate our smart contract, as we integrate it into our application here. So in the next video, we're going to start integrating it together. So see you then. All right, let's start integrating this smart contract together. So the first step that I want to use is to create the store, okay? I'm going to configure the store. The store we're using in this particular tutorial, we're using what's it called? We're using Redux, React Redux. If you come here, look at this package.json, we kind of install that React Redux, okay? That is Redux.js toolkit, and you can also see React Redux here. So we want to make use of that package. So that's the package that we're going to use in this tutorial, okay, to make sure that it manages the state of our application. So what you need to do is at the root of this project, create a new folder, call it store, okay? So inside of the store, we need two more folders. One, call it state, and the other, we're going to call it actions. Okay, so the state is going to hold all the states, the global state of the application, while the action is going to hold the methods that we use to mutate or change this state, okay, to modify those states. All right, so we'll come into this state here. You're going to we're going to use only one state, okay, I'm going to call it global states, okay. Let's create a new state, call it new file, call it global state with an s.js. No, not .js, but .ts. So you need this global state. So inside of this global state, we say export const, call it global state. It's same as the name of the file. And then inside here, we'll start defining things such as the wallet. We'll start with the wallet. Okay. But this is good to an extent. Okay. This is good to an extent. We need to define an interface. Okay. An interface, you know that we're working with TypeScript. There is this thing called interface, which kind of is like a Solidity struct, which has information about the kind of data that a specific variable is made up of. So we'll define that. But for now, let us still move on. We'll come to a time when we have to define that. So we need to be able to store wallets, like change the state of a wallet. Okay, so, and then you need an equivalent action as well. So we'll create global actions. All right, .ts. And inside of this global action, you're going to export a set of methods. We'll say export const global, not global state, but global actions. Okay, and we'll export a method. Let's call this method set wallet. Okay, this method is going to help us to set the wallet address, and it's going to be a function. This function is going to contain a state and what? A payload. Okay, a state and a payload is a fact arrow function. You understand? But one thing about TypeScript is that you can't just be defining parameters, variables without you defining their types, because it needs to be statically typed. You need to make sure that what you're supplying will not crash the entire software or program. So you need to define types. So for payload, which is this is what is called actions. Actions, not payload. For action, you need to take from this type called payload action. Okay, but payload action is not just any type of action. We want only string. Okay, so the payload action should only be string, because the wallet address, okay, should only be a string. Let's say I haven't added this yet. Okay, I'm gonna comment this out. That means at this point I'm going to do state dot wallet is equal to what? This action dot payload. Okay, this is how I'm supposed to set it up. Like this, if it's just a regular JavaScript file, this is already valid. Okay, but since this is a TypeScript file, you need to make sure that you're assigning the type of value that you're trying to assign into this. So this is good, but the state is not great. Okay, the state, we need to define what kind of data that it has. So that's why in the root of this project, create another folder, call it utils. Okay, we already have a utils folder. Okay, so if you come here, inside this routine, we have interfaces. These are the various interfaces that we're using for this development. This is for question, this is for answer, this is for truncate, and so on. Okay, so they have their various usages, and I'm going to show you later on, because I've already started using them when I was developing the interface. So we were using it for the UI design. Okay, but it's not much of a big deal. I'm going to show you how I actually use them. So we want to export a new interface, and this interface is going to be called global states. Global states. Okay, this global state interface is going to have some essential information that you need. So this essential information include things like the wallet address. So for example, it needs the wallet address, wallet, and it should hold a type of what? String. Okay, but also it could be null. So it should not. It could be null by default, but the type of value that it should hold is what? A string. Okay, so I'm going to save that. Come here, then I will import. I will give it as a type. I will say fat. I will come to state first and give this global state a type of what? Global state. Global state, which is an interface that is coming from what? This place. So I'm using it to define this particular state. All the state variables that are going to be here, they are going to have their type statically or defined in this place as well. So I'm going to save this now. Then when I come here, I could define this state. Okay, this state here, I'm going to define it to be state. Define it to be global state, okay, which is an interface. Okay, so at this point now, I could now say state dot. You can see that the wallet is being provided as IntelliSense is being given because of the interface definition. Okay, and I would then say it should be what? Action dot payload. You understand that all of these things are now being provided for us. Okay, this is cool. This is how we use in setting up a wallet address. Okay, so this is cool. Now the next thing, we need to go back to our, we're not done yet. There's still things to set up in this place. The next thing we need to do is to create another file inside of this place, inside of the store. We'll call that file global slice. Okay, global slice.ts. And in this global slice.ts, we're going to create a slice. This slice is very important for how Redux is going to set up our store. Okay, so we want to say export const, which is called global slice. We'll say slices. Okay, so make sure the name of this file is also called slices. Okay, global slices. So we're exporting a new const called global slices. Okay, as what? We create a new store. Create a new slice. Create slice. This create slice is coming from React Redux. So basically setting up how our Redux structure should be. Please pay attention. The name of this slice, is going to be called global. All right. And then the initial state that it should have is going to be based on global states. So I'm going to say global states. Okay, you get that? It's going to be based on global states, and then we'll say reducers is going to be what? Global actions. Global actions. You see, this one is coming from the global state. This is coming from the global action, the two folders we just recently created, which you can find above here. Okay, so and then at the end, we want to export as default this global slices. Okay, dot reducer. So we want to export this at default, at last as the default export. Okay, so that means whatever. Okay, you see it later on. And I also want to export this constant variable called global action. Okay, at global actions, I want to export it, as global slices dot actions. Okay, but this will not be permitted because why? Because I've already defined. I'm using this import statement as what? I'm trying to create a variable based on the name of this imported file here. So it cannot go. So we need to give it an alias. So we can call this as what? Global actions. So I'm going to change this to big G. Okay, global actions. I'm going to copy this and place here. So that is resolved. So to keep to some consistent pattern, I'm also going to do the same for this global state. Okay, so this should also be called global state. I'm going to make sure that it becomes this. So this is the alias of this. Why this is this is the alias of the action. So it's not going to be interfering with this because right here, this is just an import. Now we're defining a variable called what? Global actions. That is what we are exporting. Okay. So with this, we've created the slice. Now we use this slice to create the store structure itself. So inside of this same store folder, create a new one, call it index.ts, TypeScript, and want to export a variable called store, and store is going to be configure. It's going to be coming from configure store, which is a Redux toolkit. Okay, configure store, and inside of this configure store, we're going to say a reducer. We're going to specify the reducer or all the reducers that we need. Okay, we only need one reducer, so we'll call it global states. Okay, and then I will assign it to be what? That global slices, which is coming from this specific directory just below it here. So this will help us to create what? The store. Now that we have this store created, Redux can be freaky in the sense that it has so many files, all that kind of things. Once you just understand this pattern, it's not a big deal. Okay, so you come to these pages now. We need to wrap this store, this Redux around our application. Okay, so we'll have to come to this app, that app.tsx. I'm going to make this a provider. Okay, there's a certain component that comes with that Redux toolkit called provider, okay, which is coming from React Redux. I'm going to use that provider instead. Okay, and I would say this provider has a prop called store, and I'm going to assign it to be this store that is coming from what? From this place. You can see at store, which is this folder here, and the index.js is automatically imported. So the store that is coming there, I'm assigning it as the property there. All right, so, and with that, we are done. Okay, so let's check out our application, by checking out the console and see that there is no errors that is indicated. Okay, so there's no error. Everything seems to be all right. Okay, except this bunch of warnings. Okay, so there's no error at all. Our store is what? Loaded. So that's how we configure our store. And then in the next video, we'll start being able to connect wallet and all of those things. But this was very important that it was established first. See you in the next video. All right, so let's start configuring the blockchain aspect of this application. So create a new folder in the root of this application called services. Okay, inside of these services, we need to create a file called blockchain.ts. Okay, TypeScript, and we're going to need some essential files that for this application. One of it is the store. We're going to need the store. Okay, we're going to need ethers.js, so we import what? Ethers. Okay, we're also going to need the global slices. All right, say global slices, no, global actions. Okay, and we are importing it from what? The global slices, not from the global action. We're importing it from the global slices. Okay, please take note of that. You can easily miss that if you don't. And then we also want to import the address, the contract address. So we're getting the address from, specify the root of this. You say artifact / this contract address.json. So we want the ABI as well. So we want to import the ABI from, that artifact slash contract slash this slash this. So this is where the ABI is. Okay, so for now, these are the things that we need to import. Okay, we need to extract some of these functions from this global state. So for example, we're going to say this global action right here. We're going to destructure this global action. Say is equal to global action, and we'll pick only this set wallet. This is a function that we defined earlier, which you can find, in this place. Let's close this. You can see the global action set wallet. So we're actually grabbing that particular function because it's going to be very useful for us. So we're grabbing that action, that function, and any other function that we're going to be using later on, we're going to just include it here, and we'll only pick up all those functions that we need. So we want to create, this contract address, starting with a capital C. We're going to call this address dot what address, okay? And we also have, const. This is what the ABI, the contract ABI is going to be coming from this ABI.ABI. Okay, fantastic. There are some things that we're going to need, such as some variables. For example, this is going to hold our Ethereum objects. Okay, so if MetaMask is installed on your browser, this is where MetaMask is going to be living. Okay, so giving a type of any. I also want to define this TX. This TX should be a type of any. All the transactions that is going to be taking place are going to be stored inside of this variable here. So that's why I was keeping it like that. First of all, we need to make sure that the type of window is not equal to what undefined. So we want to make sure that by the time we execute this block of code here, Windows is already loaded, so the browser is loaded properly. So if when the browser is loaded properly, want to say Ethereum, want to assign this, window dot what Ethereum, window.ethereum, but this is going to be bringing out error because what the property does not exist. So the TypeScript is not aware of this specific property. So to resolve this issue, you need to make sure that you typecast this window as what any, all right, and then that error will be resolved. Fantastic. So once the browser is loaded, this Ethereum object, if it is installed on your browser, is going to be what saved inside of this place here. All right. With that, we'll need two functions which we'll be making use of throughout this. This function will convert values from we and then to we, which has all these two important ones, and they are utilizing ithers.js. Okay. Afterward, we want to write a function that will help us to connect our wallet. Okay. So this function is called const connect wallet. Okay, so it's going to be an asynchronous function, synchronous with an arrow function. Okay, so the parameters is not going to need any parameters. Okay, so this is the function that will help us to connect a wallet address. Okay, we're going to use a try catch, and inside of the try catch, we'll first check. Okay, we'll first check if what? If there is no Ethereum object, it should return what? Report error. Okay, we're going to type that function, and the report error is going to be saying what? Please, okay, install MetaMask. Please install MetaMask. Okay, so let's write this function right below here instantly. So we want to say const report error is equal to, it's going to take, the error is going to be a type of any, so that any kind of thing can be what put in there. I'm just going to what log this console.log, okay, that error. All right, so now we can report that error here and it will log it up for us. So if there is any error dispute, we also want to report that error right here by just passing this error here like this. So, and at last, of course, you want to export, okay, all in one function. You want to export this what, this function that helps you to what, connect wallet. Okay, so in the next video, all right, in the next video, I'm going to show you how you basically connect this wallet. Okay, so I'm going to come back here. I'm not done with this function. So inside of this function, I'm going to say const account, okay, account, and then I'll say await Ethereum, that Ethereum stuff that we just initialized here. So MetaMask dot request, okay, in this request there is a, you know, we're requesting for a certain method, okay, called eth underscore accounts, okay, is accounts, but not this one, say request account, okay. This is the specific command that you want to tell MetaMask to what, to perform for us. So MetaMask will go ahead and perform this request and grab the accounts, prompt you your modal, your Web3 modal, I mean the MetaMask extension for you to connect to this network. And then once it comes up, you want to say store. This is where you invoke the Redux store. You want to say store dot dispatch, and which function are you dispatching? The set wallet function. And what you want to pass inside, you want to say account, but not just account. You want to say account at what, index of 0. Make sure that you typecast this, okay. So at index of 0, that is where you want to what, you know, you want to actually connect that, you want to save the wallet address in this store, okay, in that global state, which is here, is going to be stored here once this specific instruction hits this place successfully, okay. So once this is done, we can then come here. Let's come to the components folder here, the header component. Okay, inside of the header component, see this button here. Let's grab the wallet address, okay. So I want to say use selector, okay, and inside of the selector, we're going to do state, okay, state, and then we'll say state dot global state. Okay, this is not provided for us because we need to what, specify that this state is coming from what, it will have the global state interface around it, okay. So you want to say state dot no. Okay, so is this state it has a different type altogether, okay. This type is supposed to be let me show you how you do this type. So let's come to interface here and we'll export another interface. I'll call it root state, okay. So it's of a type of what, global state, okay. Sorry, we're not supposed to import that. So global state, we're going to give it what, this specific one. So we're defining something called global state, which will have what, all this information here, okay. So let's save that, come to this place. So we're going to say now that you should have what, should have root state. Okay, so root state, that is what is grabbing, and then we can then grab this, what's it called, global state here like this. So now this is going to be returning an object for us. So we can say const, this object, we can destructure it and only select the wallet. Okay, so this is a cool way of grabbing the wallet. So now that we have the wallet here, we can come here and say that for this place here, if there is what? Wallet, okay, if there is wallet, it should what? Display a certain component, else it should what? Display this other component. Okay, so I'm going to copy this button, duplicate it in two places. Okay, so let's format that. So if there is wallet, it should actually just display that wallet address. Okay, should display that wallet. Otherwise, it should what? Give you a button called what? Connect. On click to what? Connect wallet. Okay, which is the function that is coming from the blockchain. So it's gonna what? Say connect wallet right there. All right, so with this, let us test it out in the browser. Okay, so now let's click on connect wallet. See the way it prompts up this particular one. So I'm going to just select only one of this account, which is the admin account, and then I click next, connect, and it's connected. You see the way the address length is very lengthy. So in the next video, I'm going to show you how to format this and how to maintain the connection, because if you see when I refresh this, it goes away. If I click it, it comes back. So we need to be able to resolve that, and I'll show you in the next video. Okay, so to take care of this wallet address, I need to take a look at this function. In the utils folder, there is this helper function right here, and it's called truncate, which takes in an object of text. That is basically the length of string that you're trying to truncate, the starting character, the ending character, and the maximum length. Okay, and it's actually utilizing this truncate prop, which is a collection of what? String, text for string, starting character for number, ending character for number, max length for numbers. So that is basically what this function does. It helps you to what? Truncate a text in that triple dotted, in that format which you're about to see. So, right here, instead of doing this all the way like this, I'm going to wrap it around that function called truncate, and it's coming from that util helper file. It's not going to be like this. It's going to be in the object. You're going to say text. Okay, is this? Okay, text is this. We have starting character. Starting character should be 4. Ending character should be 4 as well, and max length should be 11. Okay, so this is what this will make sure that our once saved, our wallet is now designed in this format, which is pretty cool if you ask me. So this is how we make that whole thing reflect in this way. And of course, if I refresh this still, I'll have to click this every single time to maintain connection, which is not great. So we're trying to change that. I just noticed here that I made the mistake, supposed to be 4 here. So when I save that, you can see, okay, those things are well organized. Now, let's come to this blockchain script, okay? Let us work on something, modify this component, this function that will help us to what? Check the state of the wallet and connect it if wallet has already been connected. So it will help us to monitor, the state of your wallet address. So, with MetaMask, of course. So we're going to say const check wallet. Okay, this check wallet is an asynchronous function. Okay, and inside of this synchronous function, we're going to use a try catch, and if there is any error, we want to report what's that error. Okay, and right here, we want to first do this as before. If there is no Ethereum object, I want to say that it should say report, please install MetaMask. That is just what we want. Otherwise, we want something like this, but this is going to be a little bit different. We want to retrieve all the accounts, but we're not requesting accounts, rather just grabbing the account. Okay, so this is it underscore account to grab us the account. All right, once the account has been grabbed, using this Ethereum object, we want to set a monitor sequence, something that we use in monitoring some events that occurs with our MetaMask. Which one is, we want to say on chain changed. So when you change the chain, let's say you're on localhost before, then you now change to Ethereum mainnet. This particular event is going to fire and it will activate. It will actually perform this procedure that I'm about to put, which is window.location.reload. I'm trying to reload the entire page. If we eventually want to switch chain to a different one. Okay, so secondly, want to also monitor for not chain change, but accounts change. So let's say you choose a different wallet address, we'll say account changed. So if you change account, what we want it to do is actually to update this account, okay, with the new one, okay, to update it with the new one that you actually switched to, and immediately just call it backwards so that it will basically just get to understand whatever it will perform any one of these activities here. So this has to be an asynchronous function as well to remove that error. So and then lastly, want to check if there is an account, we have account.length. That means this account is not empty. Okay, so if it's not returning 0, okay, if it's not returning 0, you should update with the account that is actually just returned. This is very important because each time we change wallet address, this is what is going to happen. Okay, each time that we just refresh or do anything on the interface, these activities, they will be fired, they will be triggered. So it's quite important that you package them well in this format that I'm using. So else you want to set the account to be an empty string, so if there is no account in it. All right, and then lastly, you want to report an error saying please connect wallet, no account found. Okay, so we can just report that error. So this situation means that there is no MetaMask, but this one is going to be like please connect wallet. That means there is MetaMask, but this is not connected. So say please connect wallet, no account found. All right. So now we can then export this function here so that we can use it outside of this script right there. We come to pages, come to app.tsx. This is the main entry component. So we'll invoke use effect here so that once this application is loaded, it can basically just connect that wallet back for us, okay, to perform the activity of connecting the wallet. So this is okay. We say check wallet. Okay, it's coming from the blockchain right there. So whenever this application is loaded, it's going to check the wallet. Now, if I refresh this, you see that it doesn't reconnect. But once I save this right now, you see that it's reconnected by default. So if this wallet is connected, anytime I refresh this, it will just automatically connect it for me. Except that I'm disconnected from MetaMask altogether. So which is by me coming here and disconnect If I disconnect, you see as that wallet is gone. Even though I refresh, it's not there. But I could click on it and reconnect to a wallet again. So let me connect to this one and click next, connect. And once it is connected, it's there. So that is how you connect wallet and maintain that wallet connection. Now that we are in the header component, I noticed an error, with the design of this, input section, this search bar. The error is that the way this is designed is a little bit not good, especially in this format. It's only when it's in this point that it's okay. But at this point, we want this thing to be resolved. Okay, we want to take care of this discrepancy. So we can take care of it by coming to this header. We're going to really just reset the way we had previously done this. So I'm going to just rewrite these classes that we have here. So this class is here. I'm going to rewrite it to this. All right. So I'm going to rewrite it to this and save. Let's check it out on the interface. So you see how it is right here. So that means at this point it disappears. Okay, this is the point where this other one on the bottom should appear, and it shouldn't be, we've designed it like that. So at this point that it's disappeared, we want it to appear here. So we need to basically we need to do something different here, which is we need to come here at the bottom after this header component. We will define another div. Okay, we'll define another div, or basically an empty div. So let's just do something like this. Okay, and then move this into it. Okay, but it's giving an error, so we need to give it a div, just an empty div. Okay, we have it here. And let's paste this particular one here. This is the same thing as, let me open this. This is the same thing as this here. Okay, so I'm copying this, I'm pasting it here. So this is the input file. When we save this, it will not actually show up. Why it doesn't show up in the mobile screen, but on this, you see the way it shows up in this version. Why we want it to revert, in the sense that this one should be the one showing up on large screen, while this one should show up in small screen size. So we're going to reverse the arrow. You can see this, that it should be hidden unless it's in what, more medium screen size and above, then it should show up. So want to alter this. Want to say instead it should be hidden, it should show, but anything that is above a small screen size, above more medium screen size, then it should what, disappear. So when we save this and do this, you see the way it appears here and then comes here. All right. So you would have seen all this thing in action if you were part of the process of coding this thing from scratch. Okay. So at this point, I'm just gonna update the class here, the class for this to let's update it. We're gonna add, basically what I added here is MX, author. So margin to the left and right axis to be what, author. That's why it is well balanced here. So I'm just making that little modification to make that class a lot much better as it is right now. Okay, so that is it for the header and connecting wallet and maintaining wallet connection. So in the next video, we will start being able to list and create what, questions. Okay, so see you in the next video. Okay, so let's be able to pull out real data from the blockchain, okay, and not all this fake data. We want to use real data from the blockchain this time around. So to do that, I want you to come to this blockchain script. So come to services blockchain. Right here, we're going to define a function, a path arrow function. call it get Ethereum contracts. Okay, so and it's going to be an asynchronous function. Okay, it's not going to have any parameter. So inside of this function right here, the first thing we want to do, we want to be able to retrieve accounts. Okay, we're going to retrieve accounts. We're going to call this. So we're retrieving all the accounts that are currently connected to the wallet, if there is any. Okay, we are trying to server-side render this application. Okay, why I want to server-side render this application? Let me show you something. So this is the application live on the chain. Is live online. Hope my internet connection is connected. Okay, so this is the application live. Without me connecting, it is basically reading this, is displaying this the number one question that had been dropped here on the platform by me, okay, without me connecting. So what is responsible such that even though I don't have, what's it called? Even though I don't have MetaMask installed right now, I'm going to use incognitive mode, which does not have MetaMask installed, doesn't utilize any extension. If I visit this in an incognitive mode right now, it's still going to go ahead and basically display what's it called? It's going to read and display the questions that have been dropped here without any MetaMask connection or MetaMask installed on this stuff, and you can read information concerning a specific question, even though there are answers dropped here. You also see them all. So we want to be able to do the same thing without but you need MetaMask installed before you can create anything or do any other thing. But for being able to list information, you should not require MetaMask. And Next.js is like the perfect, a very perfect framework that enables us to do server-side rendering. So how we achieve this is by using get server-side props, okay? To render, for example, look at this page here. We're using server-side props to generate fake questions, basically. These fake questions are being generated by this helper function called generate fake questions. So this helper function is going to generate fake questions for you, and also generate the tags and all those things. Like you can see, generate tags here is this one. So this function generate tags for you, and then append it to this question, and then returns the number of questions that you have. I also have function for generating answers, okay, and so on. That is how we have all those fake data here. This fake data is being generated by that function, and this one here, which you can see, these fake answers, they are also being generated by those dummy functions that we incorporated in this helper function here. Okay, we're doing this because later on we're going to just abandon this whole fake data and start utilizing new data. So, but what I want to bring your attention is that these things are server-side rendered. They are server-side rendered. So we want to, and you know that when server-side rendering is happening, the browser is not yet available at that particular moment. So therefore, we cannot use MetaMask to read information from this blockchain, okay? We cannot depend on MetaMask to do that. So we have to use our own initiative. We have to use something called JSON RPC. And I'm going to show you the provider. So the provider matters. If you're using JSON RPC provider, then you will be able to interact with the blockchain even without MetaMask. But if you're using a Web3 provider, you're going to have to rely on MetaMask. So I'm calling this account because if there is an account here, that means that MetaMask is installed and we want to use Web3 provider. So I want to say const provider is equal to this account. So we want to put a short if-else statement here. So if there is an account that exists that has been connected, that will also mean that MetaMask is installed and MetaMask is connected. Then it should do new ethers. We're using ethers.js now. dot provider. We're selecting a provider, so providers, and this provider want to use, in this case, if wallet connection is available, want to use a Web3 what provider. Okay, and the Web3 provider is going to be this Ethereum object, okay, that we initially assign into this. So we want to say Ethereum. All right. Otherwise, if there is no Web3 provider, if there is no account that is connected, want to use server-side rendering, want to use JSON RPC provider. So I want to say new ethers dot providers, and then we're calling on what? JSON RPC provider. Okay, and let's do this. So the JSON RPC provider is going to require a URL, okay, a URL where this particular smart contract is stored on the internet or in wherever it is. Okay, so right now, let me end this process. Right now, if I end this, let me start up this node server so that you see the JSON RPC. The JSON RPC, this is the URL, okay, HTTPS, you see this /, this is the location where this this HTTP and WebSocket for this JSON RPC is stored. This is hard URL. Okay, then we can put it in here. All right. So, but the thing is that I don't want to hard code it this way, because when we are deploying, let's say you're deploying to Vercel, you want this to be stored as an environment variable. So what you can simply do is that you can create an environment variable at the root of this project, say .env, and then you say want to use this keyword next _app_rpc_url. You want to assign it to be this right here. Okay, you save that, and then we copy this JSON RPC URL. We can then say, we can just say that process.env.what, this JSON NextJs RPC URL. So that is what is going to become. So the provider is either going to be MetaMask or a JSON RPC provider, depending on the situation. All right. Afterward, you want to what? You know that for you to make any blockchain interaction, if you want to interact with a smart contract on the chain, you have to use a wallet address, so that is how you know the address that a transaction is coming from or a call is coming from. So we need to be able to track the MSG.sender. That's why wallet addresses are very important, whether for MetaMask or for JSON RPC providers. So you want to say wallet is equal to, I want to determine based on this. So if this is connected, then wallet should be what? Should be basically null, because the signer will automatically take care of that. Otherwise, if there is this doesn't exist, okay, we're using JSON RPC method. So then we're going to say Ether.js has a way of generating wallet addresses, okay? Fake wallet, random fake wallet. We want to say create random, okay? Ethers.wallet.create random. So this is going to create a random wallet address, and then we assign it to this place. So after this creation, we want to say const signer, okay? Signer is going to be equal to whomever the provider is dot what? Get signer. It's not get signers, but get signer, okay? Get signer, all right? And then in this getting of this signer, you want to what? Provide. You want to determine whom you want to provide for, because if this, for example, if this is connected to MetaMask, okay, then this get signer, you don't need to pass anything inside of it. But if it's not connected to MetaMask, you want to provide this wallet address. So that's what we're doing, programmatically. So we're going to say if we have an account, then it should what, say undefined. So you should not even put anything there. Otherwise, you should say what, wallet, okay, and then we call on the address method of that wallet. So this is going to be based on this, the situation where this occurs when it is MetaMask connection, and this occurs when it is JSON RPC provision. All right. So afterward, then you want to say create, the contract is equal to new ethers, okay, dot contract. Call on the contract method, and in this contract method, it's gonna accept a contract address. So the contract address is here. So we're going to pass in that contract address here. Okay, and the next thing is going to accept, it's going to need a contract ABI, so we're going to copy that and paste it here. And then lastly, it's going to require a signer. Okay, the signer is going to be based on whatever this resolves to. Okay, then boom, we have our contract initialized with all this data. And then lastly, we want to return that contract, so that all we need to do is to just call this function and it will return us what? The smart contract. Okay, so that is it right now. Now the next thing we want to do, we want to define a function down below here. This function is going to be called get questions. Get questions. Okay, in getting questions, let me show you something. So I'm going to say const get questions, and this is going to be an asynchronous arrow function. This get question doesn't accept any parameter. Okay, all right, and it returns a promise. Okay, since this is what, a promise. Okay, and that promise, since this is an asynchronous function, we want it to return a promise. And this promise that it is returning is going to be a result that is what, based on question prop. Question prop is an interface, because we come here, look at question prop here. Question prop contains information, the interface of what that makes up a particular question. Remember that in our smart contract that we created earlier, we have this is the structure of the smart contract. It has all this definition of the types of data type that each item or properties within that question contains. We actually mirrored that to its we mirrored it to what is it called? We mirrored it to question dot, that is in TypeScript, we converted it to what? A TypeScript type, okay, data type, whatever you want to call it, interface, okay? We converted it to this. So now it's the same thing from the smart contract, but now it's now using a TypeScript format to define a type, okay? And then we are returning an arrays of what? This data type called question prop, okay? That's what we're returning simply here. And then we want to say const get a contract, okay, which is from what, saying await, get Ethereum contract. Okay, so this will retrieve the smart contract for us, and then we can say const dot questions. So we're going to call this contract dot get questions. So because the smart contract don't have a method called get questions, which will return all the questions for us. Okay, and what we intend on returning here is what? These questions. Okay, so that's what we are all intending on returning right here, is this question, which is cool in a certain way, but it is unformatted, and let me quickly show you why that is. This is no, let me show you how we're going to do this. Okay, I'm going to copy the name of this function. Let me show you why it is not great here right now. We'll save it, come to this index or the app.jsx. At this point, we want to say get questions. Okay, so at this point, this is what we were looking for. And we want to log out this question here. So I want to say log what? that questions. Okay, so we want to log it out on the console. We save this as well. Then we start up this development server, yarn dev. So, okay, it is started up, but we missed out something. We're supposed to deploy the smart contract first to the network. So we want to run, yarn add that, run script deploy.js. So let's put the smart contract on the network. And that will automatically also create one question for us for free. And then we'll run this yarn dev. So this smart contract is on the internet, is online, and you can see our .m environment variable has been loaded into this successfully as well. So now let's come to this place and let's check out the console to validate that what we are talking about works. So this is being refreshed for us. You can see a promise is being performed right here. Okay, and you can see that that promise returns the fulfillment. This is basically what it is returning. This is unformatted, information about what a question. You can see all this data here. This is unformatted and it's not going to work very well for us. So that's why we want to format it. We want to clean it up and make it a lot more easier to work with. So I'm going to basically just revert what I just did here. Okay, save this, and right now I'll come back here, remove this line. We don't need it right now. So we're going to come here, create a function. This function is going to be called structured questions. Structured questions. So we're going to say const structured questions. All right. So we want to give this question a structure, and it's going to receive an array of question which is of type of any. Okay, we don't want to define it of types of a question prop, but what it will return at the end is going to be what? Question prop array, an array of question props. And then we immediately want to say the questions that we're receiving, want to map through it. So we say map, and inside of that map function, I want to say each question. Okay, each question is, we're going to map it to return an object of this format. Okay, so the ID, what we're going to do, let me just paste this thing and just show you what is going on here. So, or let me just type it myself because it's going to take a while now. So say number, want to say normally the question dot id, that is what is being returned. Okay, but we want to convert that id to number, otherwise it won't quite work out, because if you look at the id here, if you look at the id here, right here for this particular question that was returned, look at the id, you can see that this is a big number. Okay, so it doesn't really make sense to us what this is, so we need to convert that to a real number. So we want to say number. Okay, so we want to also say title. It's giving error because this is not returning the entire thing, so we need to return everything before that error will be gone. We want to say title. Title is a string, so it will just work out just fine. So I want to say the title. The same thing with description. Okay, description is a string, so description. And what else? We want to say owner. Owner, right there. Owner is a contract, an address. Okay, but we want to convert it to convert the case to lower. So we want to say to lower. You understand that? I want to do the same for winner. So whomever is going to win this, answering this question, so this is winner. And not lastly, also have paid out, which is a boolean key, true or false. We have deleted, okay, deleted, which is a boolean key, true or false. We have created and updated that. Okay, so we want to say question dot created. Okay, this created, we want to convert it to a number. Okay, so we want to say number, and the updated Updated, we also want to convert it to a number. So we want to say number, no, updated right there. Okay. Two more things, we want to convert answer to number of answers that have been given. So answers, okay, converting it to number. And tags is quite important. So we want to have tags, what we're not converting it to number. So we say tags. Tags basically is a string that contains, commas, like it has Python, it has Ruby, it has, something like this is a tag. So, but we want to convert this to an array by splitting it. Okay, so these tags, we want to say dot split. Okay, and inside of this split, we want to split it at any place there is what? A comma, okay, all right, and then we want to say dot map. And when we're mapping, we want to map through each and every tag, and each tag should be a string data type, and then we are basically saying tag dot trim. So we're trimming it to make sure that it is very clean. Okay, so that is for that tags. So it will return an array of tags, and then lastly, we want price. This is the price right now. So we want to say price. Okay, you see the way the error is gone, but this price is in we format, so we need to convert it from we to what? To its equivalent in eta. Okay, so it's giving a problem here. Why this problem is coming is because this is returning, we can simply just convert this to number. Okay, we need to convert that to number for it to be an actual number. So at this point, this is the kind of information that we need to return accurately for this to make sense to us. So let us come back to this function here. So inside of this function here, now I want to say it should return structured questions. Okay, so it's going to take this question, refine it, and return it to us. That is what it's going to return. So at this point now, we can say get questions. We can come absolutely, just come straight up, not even to app.js. We want to come to index.js. So instead of calling on this particular generating of fake question, we want to just pass in, want to say await, okay, get questions. And get question, where is it coming from? It's coming from this blockchain service. So we're grabbing that and we're supplying it like this. So we'll just save this, remove this one here. We don't need it anymore. Save it. Let's check it out on the browser. So this is reloading, and let's see what it looks like now. So it is giving a little bug, and the bug is saying cannot read property of undefined request. So let's look at that place and find out what exactly is going on. So we are supposed to come to this blockchain space here. Look at this place here. This is not sure. It's not sure when this is going to be available. So that's why we need to add a question mark here to make sure that whenever it's available, then it should show up. So you see that this is not loading properly or not. So we're still having an issue with some place. Okay, this mapping functionality. So we're having an issue with that mapping structure. So let's look at it. So we come to mapping. See, map is not a function. Map is not a function, and we need to know why map is not a function. So we're getting this error because of this little mistake that we did here. This is supposed to be an await function. So we need to actually add await in front of it to grab the smart contract first from the chain before it actually proceeds to, structuring this whole thing. Okay, so let's save it and check it out. So everything seems to be working. All right, so at this time, you can see that this is the question that we once had. You can see this is log padding. Okay, so I'm going to come here and move this log statement here. Okay, save it. Okay, so everything seems to be in good shape. Okay, so at this point, um, we notice that there is some little bug that we have in the design of this page. Okay, this is not getting to the end of it, so we want to modify that. We want to resolve that. So you come to this index at this place. We want to say the width. You want to give it a definite height. You want to say something like mean, height to the word screen. Okay, so the minimum height that you should have is what screen. So when you see that, you can see that question being dropped properly. So this is how you read question. Right now, we just need to modify this so that this will be reflecting the accurate data as well. To do that, we can come to this banner component. Okay, we're going to do that in subsequent videos, but for now, we are able to load up the real data from the blockchain. We're grabbing it and just dumping it here. So this is no longer fake data. So that is it. But the answers are still fake data. But in the next class, in the next video, I'm going to show you how to get this one figured out and straighten that. So see you in the next video. So there is one thing that we kind of have not addressed about this. Okay. Yes, we are able to read data like from the blockchain, read data, and we're basically using the server side, props to grab the questions before the browser even loads and then make it available on the view, which is great mechanism and method because on regular on regular Web3 applications, you don't often see this, provision, but we've been able to make this provision available for you to use server-side rendering to display your Web3 content. Great, but there are some discrepancies that we need to fix. Okay, for example, if I come to this component called banner, this is where we have the total number of questions, okay, that's supposed to be available, all right, when do render a question. There are many ways you can make this available. Okay, the one of the easiest way to do that is by supplying the number of props in this place. Okay, by supplying the number of props here, and then you'll be able to just say number of questions dot length, and then you know how many questions you have on the platform at each time this page is loaded, which is cool to a certain extent. But okay, let's use that method, and if we have any issue, we can address it. Okay, to use that method, I'm gonna use something. Let's look for. Okay, I'm gonna use something of this nature. Okay, so this is TypeScript, and it has to use this method that I'm showing you. So I'm gonna come here. I will say that. Okay, I will say that we are expecting what? Questions, all the questions to be as a prop in this platform. And we don't want to use answer prop, we want to use question props. So we're grabbing an array of questions, okay? And this thing is saying that question is declared, but it's never used, okay? So this is gonna be what, also make sure that this is question here. Okay, so this is a component that is defining a prop called questions. That prop is based upon the question prop, an array of it. So it's expecting an array of questions to be passed in here. So I could easily do something like, questions, I'll say questions dot length method that will give me the total number of questions that are on this platform right now. So I can then come here and make sure I say something like question is equal to this question right here. Okay, so we passed that data into this component successfully. So we can save it and save it here as well. then you can see that we're having one question. This is dynamically being presented. And if for any reason we change the total number of questions, like we add more questions, it's going to also be reflecting here, accordingly. The next thing I want to work on is this page. This page is still reading fake data questions, okay? We're going to replace this first with the one that we're grabbing from the blockchain. But after we do that, we're also going to be using Redux to make some adjustment to it so that whenever we submit a new answer, add an answer, the number of answers for that questions we increment accordingly. And whenever we pay out someone, it's also going to be indicated that it is paid out. So we want to make all those provisions, available. So I'm going to close out from this page, kind of done here. I'll come to this singular page. This is a specific question page, okay? And this is where we're going to work on that, all right? So before we do that, we need to make sure in this blockchain, this get questions. We need to duplicate it. And then we want to get question, singular question, all right? So that is what we're trying to get this time. And you want to pass singular question here. But the problem is that singular question is not an array, is an object, is just a single object. So you want to surround this with an array. And at last, this structured question also returns what? An array of props. So you don't want to return the entire array, you just want to grab the first item, okay? The first item in the last item, or the very first item in that array that is being returned. Of course, here we don't want to return an array, we want to return just a single question prop. So this is how you retrieve a single answer, but that is not it. You also need an ID. So this is the questions ID, and this parameter needs to be what? A number, and you supply that ID into this place, okay, to grab you that specific question. And with that, you can make this available here as well. Okay, you save, you come here, instead of using this generate question, okay, here's a trick. We're going to use something a little bit different. We're going to use this other function called await get question, singular question. But of course, you understand that it needs an ID, okay? How do you get the ID from the server-side rendering? In Next.js, what you do is to supply something called context, okay? Context, and the type of this context is going to be what? Get server-side prop context, all right? So this context enables us to do stuff like this, okay? Note, in accordance to the name that we gave here, the name we gave here is ID, you understand, square bracket ID. So I'm going to make sure that it's exactly ID that I'm actually, trying to grab from this, context, okay? Context dot query. Okay, I'm going to grab that ID there. Okay, so if this was a regular JavaScript and not a TypeScript, just apply this and that will be it. Okay, so it's saying type of argument is string, undefined, is not assignable to a parameter of number. So now we can just simply convert this to a number, okay, which is great, okay. And let's save it and let's check what is going on the browser, because I kind of had an issue before trying to perform it this way. So I'm going to refresh this. Okay, this is working just great though. Yeah, this is working just great. I'm going to make sure that there is no error being shown to me on the interface. Let's see that. Okay, everything seems to work just fine. Okay, it works fine. This is being retrieved just fine. So we don't need to do any kind of crazy stuff around here. That is absolutely fantastic. I'm glad that worked. That's just fine. So with this working out, we've been able to also list specific details of a question here as well. And you can see that these IDs, all of these things are different now from the dummy data we once had. All right, so and it tells you how long this has been asked. Okay, one thing I want to do here is we want to make sure that we are rendering this thing not only by the server side props, but we want to render it, want to store this content each time we retrieve it, want to store it in our, want to store it on the, want to store it on the, what is it called? On the Redux, okay, on the Redux store. That is where we want to store it. And here too, we're also going to store it on the in the Redux, and there is a reason why I want to store it in the Redux as well. Because when we drop a new question, we want to be able to dynamically just populate that here without needing to refresh. Okay, so that's the reasons why we are doing all these things. So let us start by making sure that this thing is on Redux right now. So we'll come to this index.js .ts, and inside here, let's come to this store. Inside of the store, we'll create a new state, call it questions. Say questions as questions, okay, and this question to be null, okay, and we also need questions should be an array, an empty array, and also need questions, okay, question which should be null. Okay, we need these two information, but you also need to include these two information here. So we have questions, okay, we have questions which should be an array, okay, and we need which should be an array of question props, okay. That's what this should be. Let's look at it. Okay, so question should be an array of question prop, and then the singular question should be just one question, and you want to supply it like this. It could be question or null, okay, these two values. Okay, so at this point, you want to save this, bring it up here. So you can see we can add it this way, which is great. Okay, so now we have those information. You need to also come to the action and define some functions that will help us to perform that, such as set questions. Okay, setting question uses global state, but we're looking for, we want the payload action to be based upon a question prop, an array of it. I want to say state.questions to be equal to what? That action prop. Okay, we also want to do something similar to this here. I want to say questions, singular questions. Okay, and it's not going to be based on an array, it's going to be based on just a single word, question prop. So these are the two actions that will help us to store all the questions in the platform and a single question when we are viewing it from one page. Okay, so I'm going to close this now. Then I'll come here. Okay, I'm going to change this information right here. Okay, I'm going to do exactly this. Make sure that case are selected. So okay, so whenever I find this, I'm going to change it to question data. Okay, and for this prop here, I'm going to also just leave it as question. This one here going to be left as question. So we're changing this to question data, which is fine. Cool. So let's save that and check it out on the browser. Okay, so everything looks good. So we come here, want to use this thing called use selector. Okay, in using a selector, I want to pass a state, okay, which is of a type of root state, and you want to say this state dot global state. That is what you're looking for. You want to destructure it, so you want to say const, okay, in this const here, what you're looking for is the questions with an S. Okay, this is what you're looking for. And then in this place, you want to also import what is called, we call it const dispatch. Dispatch will help us to update the function that is responsible for populating these questions, array here that is coming from the store. All right. So I want to say dispatch is equal to use dispatch. Okay. See that they are both coming from Redux. Use selector and use dispatch. They're both coming from the Redux. And then I want to grab this, say, const. I want to destructure something called global action. It's coming from these global slices. These global actions want to grab set questions. Okay, this is what we're looking for, this function here. So inside of this function, we want to say using use effect. Once this is loaded, want a fat arrow function, and this is the dependency array. In this fat arrow function, I want to say dispatch, okay, but dispatching this set questions function, this function here, okay, and then we are dispatching the question data that we're grabbing from what? We're grabbing from this prop, we're setting it up here. So at the end, you want to make sure that this set question, dispatch, all of these are added to the dependency array. Otherwise, it will be resulting in a problem. So we're doing all these things. And then instead of using this question data here, we're going to be using questions straight up. Okay, so this is the mechanism, just bringing in Redux in between, serving Redux as a middleware between this question prop that is coming from the server side and then these components that are consuming the question. So I'm going to save that, check it out on the browser. So everything looks exactly and works exactly the same. This is really cool. Okay, let's do the same for this place, for this one as well, because you won't know the benefit of this, but it will actually become very obvious to you later on. So I'm going to come here and do just about the same thing. I will come in between here. I could easily just bring in these items. Let's bring it up here. Okay, we're using dispatch. Make sure we import that. Okay, and we're grabbing this get questions. We want the single question. Okay, so I'm gonna make sure that it's the same here. So we need these questions. We need this as well. I want to say use selector. So we're importing that. We're importing this prop as well. Okay, here we're grabbing a singular question. So wherever we find this thing called question, I want to use just question. No, so that I want to use just question. But before that, I want to change this thing to question data, okay, and not question. All right, I want to change that to question data. Here, want this to, okay, so I want to change that to question data. Okay, question data. And then you want to also make sure this is what question data. Okay, so this is great. I want to change this to just a single question. So that's what we're grabbing. So now we're doing question data. Okay, so we're replacing all this use effect as well. We're importing it. Make sure that you import it so that you will not have errors. So as of now, we can come here instead of, okay, so we need to look at this place. I need to apply /null here, and before you proceed, you want to give inside of this place, you want to put an if statement to prevent a situation where that question is not yet available. Okay, so we're going to do that so that it will not provide us with error. So right here, I'm going to say if there is no question, it should return what? This p tag that is simply stating loading. Okay, so and that will kind of resolve all the whole problem there. So that is just what we need to do there. So you save that, you close this, you come, you see that there is no error here anymore either. So all of these things seems okay. Now I'm going to remove this function that I used before. And as of now, let's save that and check it out. Okay, let's refresh. Okay, see how that is now available to us. Refresh again. So it is available to us. So we are serving again in this page. We're placing Redux in between the server-side props and what the components that are supposed to consume, those data that is coming from the server-side props. And you're going to see why we're doing this way, as we proceed further in the video. So I'll see you in the next video. So in this section, we want to be able to create that is to add question. Okay, that when we click on this, then we should be able to add question. So to do that, there's a component already available for that, which is this add question component. Okay, and of course, currently it is invisible, but once I change this to 100, it becomes visible right there, okay, which is great. We just need to make some few adjustments. Right now, we want to make sure that it has a shadow of not this color, but a shadow of has a shadow of pink at 500. So we want that shadow, okay, which kind of provide a distinguishing, feature behind from the background, so that it kind of gives you that central attention on it. Okay, this is good, but that is not all. We need to make sure that it can read information. Okay, so we're creating a use state. A use state, we're going to call this use state const, question, singular question, and another one called set question. Okay, that's a function that will update it. It's going to use the use state right there. It's coming from React, of course, and you want the initial values to be title. You want title should be empty. You want description should be empty. You also want tags, okay, to be empty string, and you want price, okay, to be an empty string, okay, to be an empty string as well for now. So these are what you need to make up what a questions parameter. But there is something that you need to fix here. We need to define these things as a prop, okay, an interface, sorry. So we want to define a new interface called export interface question. It's not going to be question prop, but question param. Okay, and what is it going to be about? So we have ID is going to, the title is going to be a string, the description is going to be a string as well, the tag is going to be what, string, and the price is going to be what, a string. Okay, so we need this. Okay, we will experiment with this price and see if we can change it to a number, because what is being received from the interface, the HTML tag is basically like a number. Okay, so I want to say number, and then If it is empty, we want to make it to be null. Okay, so let's use that, save it, come here, and the type of what? The type of these question param should be, question param. Okay, so it, question param and yap. Okay, it should be a type of question params, but we need to import it, of course. And after you import it, you see it's flagging this thing immediately. Okay, so let's say we put it to be null by default. Okay, so at this point, we can create a function that will automatically handle changes for us. Okay, so like that will automatically update the items of this question param. So we're going to call this const handle change, and of course, let's make all that going to be a factory function, and inside of it, it's going to take an event. The event is going to be based on a change event, and this change event will either be a HTML input input element. The event will be coming from HTML input element, or what? HTML, text area element. So it's coming from either one of these kinds of elements. Okay, and you want to actually just grab from this event.value. From event.value, you want to grab this thing called name and what? Name and, no, not event.value, event.target. Okay, you want to grab the name, and you also want to grab the value of that particular input that you just changed. Okay, that just experienced a change event. You want to grab both the name and the value. All right, and as you grab it, you want to set this question prop. Okay, you want to set, set question. Okay, you're setting it based on this parameter. This is the function. This is the previous state of that question, and now you want to update it, with this object. So this object is going to be like going to make sure that the previous state is what provided there, the structure in it, and also you want to say for the name, you want to update it with what? This value. All right, so each time for each one of those things, it's going to be automatically be updated with this handle updates. Okay, so this is pretty cool. And the next thing that you want to do is to also set up, like, hook it up to the form, because currently it's not being attached to the form. So we want to be able to hook it up to the form, and to hook it up to the form, you need to specify we have value. Okay, the value of this is going to be this question dot title. Okay, and then on change, when it is changed, we just want to invoke this handle change function. And of course, you want to make sure that this is what required, so that it will not submit without this. Okay, so I'm going to just shift this and bring it down to the bottom part of this. Okay, so here we have it. So we're copying this, we're also putting it here. This is for, price. Okay, the value must be a number or a string. So let's say it's a number here. The value, we're gonna basically just modify the input, how the value is applied. First of all, you want to make sure that the type here is what? Number. So for this problem, how you can solve it is to make sure, because right now, since this is TypeScript, it will not allow you to just save this value, being that this could potentially be a null value, this question, the price. So what you want to do is, if it is not, if there is no price, then you want to basically just, you know, so if it is not, if there, if this is not equal to what, null. In fact, you have to be very descriptive of how you specify this. So if this, okay, if it is not equal to what, a null value, you should what, you want to return this question dot price, okay, but you want to convert it to what, string. Otherwise, you just return an empty what, an empty string as well. So that is what will become the value here. So that is what we're dynamically doing here. Then after this, let's move to this. This is for tags. So we'll just simply change this to tags. Okay, and lastly, for this text area, we're going to change it to what, description. And basically that is it. Okay, and yeah, that is it. Yeah. Okay, so with this we can save, we can basically remove this, leave it like that, it doesn't matter. So yeah, but we're going to put a prevention mechanism that will enable this to only be a number. Okay, so we want to put some restriction on this. We want to make sure that people don't add, they'll add numbers, but in a certain pattern. Okay, we're trying to make sure that it is restricted to a certain pattern. And to do that, we want to say that, for example, the type, of course, should be number, because we're looking for number. Okay, and the minimum value that you should have, okay, this is very important. Note is 0.01. So this is the minimum value that can be presented as a bounty. And then the steps going forward, okay, should also be in the form of 0.01 as well. So people can actually just click the up button and it keep going in that upward direction. So this is how you specify a numbers, okay, on the interface. And okay, so that is basically all of it here. Okay, so now what we want to do is, because currently right now, if you see, this thing is just, we are not able to close this form, we're not able to open it. Okay, so we want to be able to do all of that by just clicking on it and also clicking here to launch this, this form modal. So to do that, I'm going to come back to this state. In the state here, I'm going to add a new key, call it question, add question modal. Okay, and it's going to be scale of 0 by default. And of course, you want to make this available here as well. So we're going to come here on this next line. I'm going to put this and say it is a type of string by default. Save this. Come here, you see the error is gone. Make sure the function is also available here by simply, adding a new function here. So bring it up down here. Call this new function set add question modal. This is going to be add question modal. The type is string. Please take note here. Okay, so we're good here now. We can save this, and we come here. Let's just copy some of these things that we've done before. Okay, so I'm going to copy this patch. Going to copy all of this. I'll come to this question modal. I'm going to paste it here. Okay, I will use this patch. I import my actions from global slice. I will import my root state. I will also import my selector. All right, and the function that I'm importing is set. Oh God, we kind of made a mistake with this, but we're going to correct it later. We're going to want to say set, add question modal. Okay, and this will be what called add question modal. Okay, so the value of this I'm going to use it to what? Replace this by default. So it's going to be based on this by default. Okay, so yeah. So I'm incorporating the value of this by default is going to be what? This scale of 0 that is already, present in this global state, which you can see here in the global state, scale of 0 by default. So I'm just adding it, here by grabbing it from here. Okay. So I want to set up a function called, const close modal. Okay. And in closing modal, I want this activity to take place. I want to dispatch, a new function, set this, and want to make sure that it is, the scale should be what? Go back to 0 if it wasn't 0 before. And not only that, I want to make sure that these values, they return to what? Empty. Okay, so we're going to say, set question, and we're going to give it this. So we're returning all those values to what? Null. And I'm just going to attach it to this button. So this button here, we're going to say on click that button, this is going to close the modal. So when we do that, and you see that the modal is closed by default, by clicking on this, let's open it. So we also want to do something, similar to this. So I'm going to copy some of these functionalities here. We'll come to this function called banner, and here is where we'll have this ask question. We're going to import this, make sure it's available, importing it from use. And we're importing these two. So we have them here. I want to dispatch this whenever this button is clicked. So I want to say on click. Okay, I want to say dispatch. You want to attach it in an inline function. I want to say dispatch. What are we dispatching? Set add question modal, and we are setting it with what? Scale of 100. All right, so let's save that and see now. So come to your interface, click on add this. You see the way it's prompt, and when you close this, it disappears as well. So this is now very much dynamic. This is amazing. So let's say I add something here, allowing me to enter for now, but we're going to take care of that soon. So you click this and it will be gone as well. So great. Let us find out why it is behaving like this. So the reason why this is not showing up is because of this place. Okay, we didn't add names to this. Okay, for example, this should have a name of title. The name is very important. Name is called title. Okay, we have here name should be a price. Here name should be tags, and lastly here name should be description. Okay, this is why it's not updating. Okay, so let's add that, make sure we change that, and then let's try to add. You can see all those things are being provided for now. So basically this is how you design the add question interface. So in the next video, what I'm going to help you do is to be able to click submit, and this is added, to the chain. So we'll do that in the next video. So let's be able to create a question. To create a question, we need to specify a component called handle submit. Okay, handle submit. Let's put it here. Say const handle submit. Of course, it's going to be an asynchronous function. It's going to be an asynchronous function, and is going to take an event. Okay, the event is going to be from form event. Okay, type of form event. Okay, so that's the interface for this event. All right, but first you want to make sure that you prevent default so that this will not allow you to submit this form without in the regular behavioral way for a HTML document. So it's going to be submitted by JavaScript method, and then you want to make sure that these information are supplied, such as we need to have question.title. It is not null, so it must contain data. This, let me just copy paste. The price will contain data. Okay. This, if there is anything, the tag must contain data. Okay. The description too must contain data. If any one of them doesn't contain data, it should just simply return and should not submit this form. So that is what we're trying to prevent. And now, if all of these things passes successfully, we want to what? Submit this data. This is where we want, submit this data now. But to submit this data, we need a toast notification, provision. We need to be able to use toast notification to make it, to provide that. I think I should show you an example of what I mean. So if we come to this answer to end platform right now. So, and then we'll connect our wallet. So let's see, let's make sure that we switch network first. We're using for this specific one, let's use I think we sent it to Sepolia network. So in this Sepolia network, I'm going to connect my network. I just want to show you what I'm trying to achieve here. Okay, so I'm connecting this, and on selecting I'm going to select this first one. So, okay, so I'm going to come here. I'm basically the owner, but let's say I want to add a question. I see something like this, click this. You see this thing that is hovering here, this loader, this notification loader, this is coming from um, React Toastify. Okay, so it's coming from React Toastify. So we want to use that to, in this particular, whenever we are interacting with the blockchain, with our smart contract, we want to be using this method to interact with it. So I'm going to reject it. Okay, I'm also going to disconnect from this thing, ASAP. I'm just using it for example. Come back to my local host connection. Okay, and then make sure that I switch back to the, so this is where I am. So the first thing to do, let's see if we have that in our package.json. We have React Toastify in our package.json, so we can use it. So how do we use it? The first thing you need to do is to configure it in this app.tsx. So if you don't have it configured there, you can't use it. You want to make sure you import the styles, okay, from its CSS. So you're importing this in your react-toastify/this/react-toastify.css. You want to have that available. And secondly, you want to have the container configuration, okay? I'm not going to go about configuring every single thing about it, but this is the most important part of it, which is here, React Toastify. I'm going to import that. This container right here, I'm importing it from React Toastify. This container, we're actually saying that it should be positioned at the bottom center, should auto close after 5 seconds, should hide, all of those properties, okay? These properties makes up the items that makes our React Toastify to look the way you are seeing it on the interface, okay? This is the dark theme mode that we're using, all right? So I'm going to save that, okay? This becomes available to us, then we can actually use it here. Okay, to use it here, we're going to have to call on this method await. I'm going to say await, okay, because it's an asynchronous function. I want to say toast. We are awaiting toast. Okay, we're grabbing it from Toastify. Toast.promise, there's a promise method. This method allows us to run a promise function, promise procedure there, and also an object containing some an object containing some status, why your promise is being resolved. All right. So inside of this, we're going to say first we want a new promise. We want to define a new promise. In this new promise, is going to return, this new promise here. So we're using void, this return promise void, to indicate that this promise is going to simply just resolve or reject, and it's not returning any kind of data. Okay, so that is not the idea of this promise. Well, this promise is based on resolving or rejecting and not returning any value. Okay, so that's why we're using void. All right, so I want to say resolve, reject. Okay, these are the two instances that I want to use here. And then inside of here, this is where we call on what? The blockchain. Okay, and we'll call on the blockchain there. And while this call is being, initiated, there will be some states such as pending state. It will say that what? Let me just put that for you to prevent typing too much. So these are some status that it will present to us. For example, say the pending state will be like approve transaction. And once you approve transaction, it's going to say question created successfully. But if there is any error, it's going to say encountered error. All right. So that is what these things are about. So now we need to create that function that will enable us to create this thing on the blockchain. So come to this blockchain script. Inside of this blockchain script, we want to create a new function called create question, const create question. And this is an asynchronous function, okay? This create question is an asynchronous function. It's going to take a data input, but the data is going to be based on what? Question params, okay? It's going to be based on question params, all right? Now, inside of here, want to make sure that this particular this does have a what's it called? It has you have MetaMask installed on this package. If it doesn't have MetaMask installed, we want it to simply just fail and return an error. We're going to redefine this error in a much more better manner. So I want to say it should what? Report error, then it should what? It should do promise dot reject. Okay, promise dot reject, and kind of error it should reject is what? New error. Okay, it should reject with what? MetaMask not installed. MetaMask not installed. Okay, so this will make sure that you have MetaMask installed before you can create any question. So secondly, you want to do a try catch method here. Try catch. All right, so we're trying to we'll first try to create. Okay, before we move forward, I want to just finish this because it's a lot easier. So I want to report error. If there is any error, I want to report it here, and then want to return a promise dot reject here with that same error as well. So now we can come back to our try aspect. So first I want to grab that contract, okay, from await get Ethereum what contract. So we've gotten our smart contract now. So we want to destructure this data, okay? This data is coming from param. So we're using title. We're getting title, description, tags, and price. Okay, so these are the data that we're extracting from that data. Okay, and then we want to say const. See, till now we've not been using this tx, which is a short form for transaction. So that variable is going to be storing the state of every transaction that we perform in this chain. So I want to say, so let me show you first. I want to say await. This is how we create. Remember, this is how we create question. So we're doing contract dot create question. Okay, contract dot create question, and to do that, we want to make sure that what we're typing is very much corresponding to the name of the function, which is this create question right here. So you want to make sure that this blockchain here, what you have here is what create question, and you're passing in the title. Okay, you're passing in title, you're passing in description, you're passing in, make sure you're using the same, format, okay, because we check here is title, description, and tag, and then, the money is coming as msg.value. Okay, so we're going to say tags, and then the value will be what? We say value, going to be image, no, not image, but we're going to say to we, convert it to we, we're converting to we that particular price. Okay, this price is supposed to be a number. So we can convert it to a number here. Okay, so it's a number, so we converted it to a number. Here you need to store it inside a TX, a transaction. Okay, so that whenever it's done, it's going to be stored in this transaction here. And after this, you want to wait for the transaction to be fulfilled. So you want to say await tx.wait. Okay, so it's going to wait till that transaction is confirmed. And once it is confirmed, you want to say now that this const, you want to grab the questions again. Okay, you want to grab all the questions. You want to say const questions is equal to what? Await this get questions. So this returns all the questions in the platform, and then you can then proceed to storing it. Okay, you can say store the dispatch, and what are we dispatching? Set questions. Okay, so let's come here and make sure that that set question is available for us. Let's say we have set wallet, let's say set question. So this set question is not correct. We're saying set question, so we need to update it. So we're going to change all this to set questions instead of set question. Okay, so I'm going to change that. Come here, wherever we're using it as well, because if you're using it in the wrong place, like in this index here, you can clearly see that there's an error here. So I'm going to mass update that as well. So set question resolved here. Okay, and look for where else it's having a problem here as well. I'll change this to what? Set question. Okay, save that. Okay, that's one very cool thing about TypeScript. It kind of reveals to you wherever you have that problem, easily. So this is it, set question. Great. So dispatching set questions, and we are setting this what questions that we just grab here. Okay, so and then at end you want to return a promise, but you're resolving promise.resolve. And what is this resolve about? You're going to say TX. So you're resolving with that transaction. So at the end, this is a very fantastic way of creating your promise. And then you can use this, export this particular function. Okay, export it there, save it, come here. So at this point, this is where you want to start invoking it. You want to invoke it here. So to invoke it, you simply say create question. Make sure you import it from the blockchain. Create question, you pass in the necessary parameters. And the necessary parameter you're passing is this question, because this question has all those information that is needed. And then you are calling the then method. Okay, so then method, this is the transaction that is returned. Okay, so you can say that we want to first want to close this modal. Okay, secondly, we want to log this to the console, the transaction to the console. And lastly, we want to just say resolve. Okay, I want to resolve with that tx. Okay, that is great. But if there is any problem, which you are catching any problem, want to what? That is an error. So want to say that it should first of all log that error to the console. No, want to say alert. Okay, and say alert JSON does stringify that error so that we can know what is going on, and also reject with that same error. Okay, so with that, you have this thing ready. So we can attach this function now to this form by saying on submit you should what? Handle submit. So we save that. Let's see how it performs on the browser. So let's come here. So we have only one question for now. So let's add a question. Click here. The question that we're adding is how to implement binary search in search algorithm in Python, and then we basically just say this is the price. We describe the question here. The price, we want to give it around 0.3, or let's say 3.7 ethers, and okay, and then the tags is gonna be this. So let's make sure that they don't have any quotes around them. Okay, so these are the information about it. And because I've used this account before, I want to use a different account this time. So I'm going to connect to a different account. Let me connect to this account number 9, and I'm going to make sure that I reset any data that, so that it will not give me error while I'm resolving this. So I click on what? Submit. Let's find out why it's not submitting. Log this. Let's click that again. Submit. It's not submitting. Let's find out why. So why this is not submitting is because this button here is not inside of this form. Okay, we need to make sure that this button is inside of this form. Maybe we can just give it a margin top of, let's say 5. Save that. Let's check it out here. Okay, so let's click on submit again. You can see that it's not showing what approve transaction, and is requesting my approval of this transaction. I'm going to say confirm, and you see automatically this is what added right here. Without refreshing the page, you can see all the information added, just completely fantastic. You can click on it, and it's going to also lead you to the information. You can have to implement binary search algorithm, which is great. Okay. One thing that I noticed is that as of now, this thing that is, the last question, okay, the recent question is at the bottom. We want to make sure that every new questions, they pop up at the very top. So we need to resolve that. To resolve that, we need to use a JavaScript sorting method that is very simple, that we can attach to this structured question here. We can just say dot sort. Okay, in this sort, you want to pass in 2 parameters. This is what value A. Okay, the first value, this is the second value, and you want to say based on this value B dot created, you want to use this method to validate, to check which one is greater than. So this will be evaluated if the value, the created time, the time that B is created is higher than A, is going to B is going to be sorted at the top. Okay, that is what is going on here. So I'm going to save this here, and let's check it out again on the browser. So you see, as this now is not topping on the list, this is now the topmost questions. So let's add one more question so that you can see how this just goes to the top and gets added without needing too much of explanation. Okay, so I'm going to put this here. So I'm going to also put this here, the description, and this is going to be like 5, ethers, and the tags are going to be these. Okay, so I'm going to just remove these. These are the tags right here. Okay, so I'm going to click on what submit, but before I submit, I want to reject this because, okay, we're going to take care of this later on. Okay, so see that this kind of just stops and it comes on the top right here. So this is good. Now in next video, I'm going to show you how to update this because we're kind of making some mistakes here. You can see this is supposed to be I'm confused, but it's having I confused, M confused. So this is how you would create question, and you can see this is pulling data dynamically from the blockchain, and it's just fantastic UI. Everything works absolutely fantastic. If you want to see how it looks on mobile devices, just look at it here. Oops. So we'll figure this out. I think we're having this issue here. We're going to deal with it quickly before we proceed. That problem is coming as a result of the design of the form in mobile view. So let us take care of that. Okay, so come to the header component here quickly, and here I'm going to just update it simply, and let's see how the difference. So it's working. So let's figure out what did we do that is different now. So this is what we did that is different. The same height, the same, the width is not the same anymore. We're using what 90% before, but now we're simply just changing the 90%. Before let's save this first. Okay, so before we're using this, but let's change that width to 90%. 90%. Okay, save it and check it out. So when you change that, that is just the width that is the problem. So we can remove that, save it, make sure that, so on mobile screen, it looks absolutely fantastic. Okay, very nice. Okay, so this is how it looks right now. We've been able to add questions. So in the next tutorial, we'll be able to update questions. So see you then. Now, for us to be able to update a question, we need to be able to have a button around here. Okay, we need to be able to have a button where we click and then we can just easily update that question. So we're going to have to do this by adding using something called a drop-down menu, but it doesn't really just come with the bare bone Tailwind. So we're using the same guys that did Tailwind are the one that did this. They are called headless, UI, which gives you the ability to click something like this, and you can have option to click edit, delete, or do anything that you want to do. Okay, so I want to use this, and to do it, you first of all will require to install this. Okay, so let us install that package. I'm going to close this, say yarn add, headless UI. And why headless UI? Because we need that headless UI to be able to launch the delete and update modals. Okay, so now that it is installed, let's do yarn dev, to spin it back online. So right now, let's create a component that we basically take care of that for us. We want to call it question action dot tsx. Okay, question actions. So I want to do RFC. So this is where we are right now. Question actions. Okay, so what is the deal about this? Okay, we're going to be heavily using what's it called, the button, the menu buttons to do some really quick stuff here. Okay, the first thing we want to do, we want to import menu from here. There's a menu component that is coming from headless UI React. Okay, we want to use that. And this menu item, want to use it as div. I'm just going to make sure that I don't code everything from scratch because this is part of the UI. So this is what I'm using headless UI as div, and this is the class name is inline. Text is on the left side, and the text color is this simply this hashtag 6Bs. All right, so inside of this menu, I want to say menu dot button, this button component. Okay, inside of this button component, I want to give this button component some certain classes. Okay, I'm just going to go through the classes for you very speedily. Okay, so this button is going to be called, we're going to put triple dot here soon. Okay, so but let me explain this. This is an inline flex. The width is full, justified, center, content. This is showing how the button is going to look like, the clickable button. This is basically how it's going to look. And for now, let me just show you how it looks. So I'm going to save this. We come to questions details. So this details component right here. So inside of the details component, I'm gonna put this header, this h4 in a div. Okay, so this h4 is going to be in a div, and I'm going to say this div has a flex, justified to be what between, and items is going to be what center. So, and now after this h4, I also want to have another one called call it question actions. Okay, questions actions. So let's do that. Save it. This is the component right there. Let's see it on the view. It's refreshing. You can see that triple dot right here. This is the button. Okay, but one more thing I want to do, we don't want to use that name like that. I want to use something like React icons. Let's look for triple dot. Okay, so they call it something like, okay, let's call it dot. We want to use dot. Horizontal dot, basically. Yeah, horizontal dots, that is what we want to use. If you come here, so let's look at that horizontal dot that we're looking for. This is kind of taking some time, but these are the dots I want to use. The name of the dot, we're using React icons in case you don't already know, but that is what all the icons we've been using in this project has been React icons. So I want to say bi dot, okay, bi dot vertical, so it's vertical rounded, so it's a vertical dot. So this is dot that we're using, and the size of this dot is what, 17. Okay, so let me just show you how it looks. This is how it looks now when you save it. So these are the dot that we're using. This is the dot we're using right here. Okay, this one here, this is the dot we're using, this one. But now look at it here. So you see the dot here. So this is the dot I'm talking about. So you see how slickly, slickly positioned it is. Okay, so even on mobile screen, it is well positioned just right. Okay, this is cool. So want to make sure that it is there. Fantastic. So let's add the menu item so that whenever we're clicking this button, it's going to drop down some information for us. So to add a menu item, you come back to your code. After this menu button, okay, we're going to have menu items now. See, menu dot items with an S, okay, and inside of the menu item, we're going to have quite some stuff. For example, we're going to have button first. This button, let's call it, it's going to have a span called edit. Okay, so but inside of this button right here, we want to give it a class. We want to wrap this button around a function. Okay. Let me show you what that function does. Okay. So this is simply the function. This is their requirement. Okay. So you wrap it around a function like this. Okay. So this is a path arrow function that has, a destructured active state to be able to track which button has been clicked or not. So we simply want to append a class in it inside of this button here. We're going to say this button has a class named, we say we're using this curly brace to wrap around it because we want to integrate a situation where if this particular button is the active button, we want it to show us this background color and this text color. But if it's not the active button, it should just only show us the text color. That is what we want. Okay. Yeah, that is what we want. Right. So, and then we can then proceed to okay, so I'm making a mistake here. The mistake I'm making is this is not supposed to be in this active, this menu.items is supposed to put on that tag here called menu.item singular. And then this is where this is supposed to be. Okay, this is good. Now for this menu items, it has its own class system. Okay, so we want to give it a class. Okay, this is the class that we're giving it. It is absolute. This is the positioning, right, at the right, 0 at the right, and then we're giving it this margin top and bottom, the width, the origin top, and all of this other thing. We're giving it a rounded. It has a divide of this, this color. Okay, and it has this shadow. It has ring black, and then it has this shadow color right here. Okay, so those are the information that makes for one specific menu item. Okay, so if we save this now and let's simply just check it out. If we click on this, you can see this is what edit button. Okay, it's only one item there, and that is not all we need for that item. We also need for this item to have an icon called fi edit. Okay, and yeah, this fi edit is going to have a size of 17 as well. So we're going to import that fi edit. So say duplicate this fi edit, and it's coming from fi. Okay, so let's say that, and oh, sorry. So we want to make sure that this is the size that is properly aligned. So look at that button there that is indicating what? Edit functionality for you. Okay, so let's add on that function that will help us to delete. Okay, the delete functionality. I'm just gonna paste it so that I won't have to go through this procedure. But maybe let me just duplicate this one here. I'll call this delete so that you'll be able to use that to delete a question. And what else? You want to make sure that this button here, this delete button, it has a red background. Okay, so I want to say bg-red at 500, and we don't want this one. Okay, so we want to give it a text of red at 500 as well. So this situation concerning this. So and you want to give it a different icon. You want to call it bs trash 3. Okay, bs trash 3. We're importing that from here as well, bs trash 3. So we're using that icon. So when we click here, you see this is the icon for trash. This is the other one is the other one for edit. Okay, so we can come here, this divide here, we can give it this same color. Let's see how it makes it look now. So divide is that, you can see that. So this is pretty cool. So we're having that as well. And one more thing about this detail, we want to secure this, because if a person is not, what do I mean? If you're not connected, if you've not connected your wallet, you should not even have access to this, okay? And you should only have access to this if you are the owner of this particular question. So that is one of the things that I want to include in this details component. And we can simply do that by saying use selector. Okay, we can use selector here. So let's just copy this line here, come here, paste it, make sure you import this data. So we're using wallet, okay, and this wallet want to say if, okay, before this can be done, we want to make sure that before you can launch this, want to make sure that the wallet, okay, that you have, is equivalent to what? There's a wallet, and not just that, the wallet, okay, the wallet is equivalent to what? The question dot owner. Then you can what? Display this. Okay, let's see if we can just accomplish this with one. So the wallet must be the same as the owner before you can display this component. That is simply what we're stating here. So you can see that it's still appearing. But what if I change this? What if I change this to a different person? You see that disappears. So, but when I bring it back, it's what comes back. So that is cool addition there. So this is how we're able to what? Add these extra details concerning a person being able to launch modal. So in the next video, we can click this edit and it will launch that modal for us to edit, a specific question. See you in the next video. Okay, so let's close from here. Let's remove this. Let's actually duplicate this add question component so that we'll create a new component. So paste it here, rename it to update question .tsx. In this update question here, we're going to change the name of this component to what? Update question component. And let's save it, and let's make sure that it is found in this place. Come to this page, make sure you add it at the bottom. So for example, let's move this one here. Okay, so I want to make sure that it is found at the bottom here. So this add comment want to say update question. Okay, so we have this component here. So in this update question, we need to do some certain things to make it appear here. So for example, I need you to come to this interface. You see this global state interface. We're going to say, we're going to just duplicate this. We'll call this update or update question modal. Okay, you want to add that there, save it, then come to this global state. Okay, and let's duplicate this, change this to what? Update question modal. Okay, close that, come to this action. You can also duplicate here and you call this the new function update, change this to this, and that is it. Make sure you close here as well. You can close this one. Then in this place, we want to say instead of set add question mode, I want to mass select it, select the both of them and change it to what? Set update question modal. Okay, you want to mask change this one as well. Instead of having add question modal, I want to say update question modal. Okay, so you have this modified. So in this action place here, just like we've done before in this banner, all you need to do is to copy this information, come to this place, paste it, and import, use dispatch, import use action, but we want to grab the set update modal function. Okay, so here, then you can simply just come to, whenever you click on this button called fi edit, we want to say on click, you should what? You should just dispatch that function for us, which is set, okay, and no, and just say scale to be what? 100. At this point, you save it and let's check it out on the browser. So here we click on edit, you see that this is launched for us. So now let's modify this to represent an editing modal for us. So we're gonna come here. First step is that the first step will be that we want to change this, instead of add question, we want to call it edit question. And instead of this button called submit, we want to call it update. Okay, when we change those things, you can see that it's reflecting the new changes. And secondly, we are not going to be changing the ETH price, because once the Ethereum currency price is being added, it stays like that. You can't come and change it anymore. So you got to be very intentional when you're doing this. Of course, you can make a provision to allow the owner of the question to to change the price. Okay, but this is based on a very technical situation, because the price that you need to find a way of determining if the new price that the owner is specifying is greater than the one that he's added before, then you have to supplement the difference. But if it is less than what he originally added before, he can what? He can immediately just we immediately credit that person back. But what's the need of all those procedures? Instead, if you made a mistake, you have a couple of time to delete that question, and that money will be refunded to you so that you can ask your question properly. But once it is answered, it cannot be refunded to you back. So you want to remove that. And when we remove that, we see that we no longer have that ability to change, information about the price. So these ones are okay. This hello world is still here. So let's remove it. Also, let's remove it from this place. We don't need the hello world to be here. Okay, so now let's do something. Okay, want to populate this information. Want to populate this view with the right information. And how we can populate that is by simply saying that this component should have a parameter called question, or call it question data. Okay, and inside of this question data, we want to have a data type called question data that uses the question prop interface. Okay, singular. That is what we're specifying here. Then we use effect, say use effect. Okay, I want to say that once this component is loaded, we want it to basically set. We want to say set question with what? The question data. Okay, but we can't use set question data that way. We have to destructure it first. Okay, so we want to say const, we can call this question param. Okay, it's gonna be no, we just say question data, and then we can see something like title the structure is title, description, tags, and price. Okay, so we use this information, okay, to set up here. Okay, so these tags, I'm going to say tags.join because it's currently an array. So I'm going to join it wherever I find, join it with what? I'm going to join it with with this format. So it's going to be joined with a comma, okay? And of course, you want that at any time this question, data changes, this use the fetch reward reload. Okay, so now let's save it and see what is going on. So let's refresh. So cannot the structure property title of question data as it is undefined. Okay, so what we're simply saying here, we can say this could also be null. Okay, and since this situation is undetermined, we want to do this simply. Where is that? Is it place? Okay, something like this. So we want to make sure that this question data is available. We want to say if we have question data, so if we have question data, okay, then these things should what? Take place. Otherwise, it should not what? It should not even bother, okay? So we're surrounding this thing with, this little, procedure here. So that kind of gets rid of that error that we're experiencing, okay? And want to say at update, want to say updated successfully. So let's save that and refresh. Okay, click on this edit. Oops, still is not updating. So let's find out why it's not doing so. Okay, the problem is that we've not yet passed in, if you come here, we've not yet passed in the question data. So we want to say question data is equal to whatever we have here as what? The question data, okay, this question here. So we're going to pass it in here. So see that those things are becoming available to us. Let us refresh again. And one more thing that you should take note here, we don't want to, whenever we updating, we don't want to set these things to null, okay? We just simply want to close the data. So you want to say this, click edit, you can see that information is provided and we can make our modification here. Okay, so but before we make our modification, we need to provide a blockchain service that will perform this operation for us. So we need to come to blockchain, okay, and the way we set up this create function, we're just going to duplicate it. Okay, so we're going to update, I'm going to say update question. In updating question, we pass the question param and also pass an ID. Okay, that ID will be a number. Okay, so these are the things that we need to update a question. All right, so we'll need this data. This create question, what we're going to be needing, if you come to the smart contract here, you see after create, you see that we have that update question who has everything the same except, for this QID. So we're going to copy the name of this function, come here, we're updating, but we're updating with this ID here, okay? And we're not passing in this particular value here. So we're doing this, and since we're not creating, we don't want to grab the entire question. We just want, this single question. Okay, so I want to say question here. I want to say question. I want to say question here. So get question, and we're going to pass in that ID there. Here we don't need to pass in this we don't want to get that price along. So we're having get question. This should be an array, okay? Because it should be a singular word, a question. So this is set question. So we've not imported this function, so we need to come here and say we also need this set question function that is coming from Redux actions. Okay, now at this point we can set a single word. At this point we can set a single question. There is no more error, and then we just resolve. So this is what it takes to update a question. Okay, so let's come here and make sure that it's part of this export table members. You save that, come to this update here. Instead of running create question, we're running what? Update question, but we need to what? Pass in the ID, this question data that we're using. Here is it, this question data that we're using right here. So we want to use this question data to grab the ID of this for this here. So we want to say question data dot ID. Okay, so we're passing that. Make sure that we import this from the blockchain service. Okay, so the argument of type number undefined is not assignable to parameter of type number. Okay, so why is this happening? Okay, so to resolve this situation, first of all, we want to make sure that we are checking that this ID is actually present, okay? So that if it is not present, okay, if it's not present, it should all return. So we're replacing it with that price because we're not updating price, so we're replacing it here. Okay, so this is why it is quite important. So with that, it is resolved. And then we can check it out, to confirm that we can update equation. So I'm going to change this to I am because it is currently, not complete. So let's run this. Click on update. So it's approving transaction. And then we'll click on what? Confirm. You can see that that is updated successfully instantly. We're using Redux to do all these manipulations under the hood. You can see this. If we check it out, okay, everything still remains the same, which is really cool. So ladies and gentlemen, that is how you update values in with this method that I'm presenting to you, for this answer to end platform. So in the next video, I'm going to show you how to delete a specific question. Okay, see you next. So for that is it for this specific component. Let's do something similar for this other component. Okay, so let's take it one step at a time to do the same for this component called delete component, so that we'll be able to delete some data, some movies. So let's come to this store. Okay, we're going to come to global state, and we're saying that delete modal component. Okay, see this particular thing, we need to make sure that is available here as well. So I'm going to come here, make sure that this delete question modal is available there, save it, and then I also save it here. And we need to come to the global actions. In the global actions, I'm just going to make these changes and also say set delete. Okay, so this is also going to be string. So these ones are string. So I'm going to save that. Okay, so I have all these things, set up. So the next thing that we want to do now is just like we've done for this update. Okay, we're going to grab this dispatch down to this place, to this update question modal. We're going to come here and paste it here. Okay, make sure you import these things. Okay, import here. Okay, import this root state and import this use selector. Okay, now we have all those things imported. So we want to make sure that we are setting what delete question modal, and we also what say delete question modal as well. So that is what we're doing here. Make sure that you change this scale from here to this. Okay, so we have that set up here. So we need this specific ability. So for example, let's copy this, come to this button here. We're going to say on click this button, it should what dispatch this function, setting the scale back to what, to 0. So that is what that function does for us under the hood. Okay, so let's save it. And then secondly, come to the app.gss, okay, .tss, this app here. We're not going to be needing this component here, okay. We don't want it here, so I'm going to remove it here. I'll save it, bring it to the specific page, because this is the page where we basically are using this component. So we're going to use it here. Okay, make sure that it's imported, sorry. So let's import that. So this component has a problem. Okay, so it's saying that delete question. Did you mean set question? Instead of the set question is declared here. Okay, so let's come back to this place. Okay, that question, that error is gone. It's just a bug with the okay, so the question, there is no error basically. Okay, so now we need to also pass in this same data, because we need to know the question that we're trying to delete. So we want to pass in this same data inside here. I'm going to bring it here. So I want to pass this data inside here. So to pass that data, we need to have the same kind of approach as here. So we'll copy that, come to this delete question here. Make sure we have the same manner of approach here. So we have this question prop. Make sure you import it. Okay, so it's imported now. So this is how this question, this place is. So we have that question data now. With this question data, what we would need to do is to want to just add a tag underneath here. This tag is just going to say this question data title, so that it can display the title that you're trying to delete. Okay, and let's save it. Okay, so it's in good shape. We want to come to this question action here and want to bring in set delete modal. This thing that we did here for this edit function, we want to also do it here, but for what? Set delete. Okay, so let's save that. Come here, click on this, click on delete. You can see this modal. This is the modal that is responsible, for deleting a specific question. Okay, so we want to be able to click delete and it delete, or cancel and it cancels. So how do we do that? So come back to this delete question. So first of you want to copy this same thing here, bring it to the bottom here, on click what, cancel. You should what, go ahead and cancel that particular deletion. Otherwise, want to put into effect a handle delete process. So I'm going to copy this because it's going to look like this. So I'm going to copy this, come here, paste it here, and change this to handle delete. Okay, this is not going to be a form event. We don't need a form event here because we're not submitting any form. Yes, this remains the same, and we're going to make sure that these other parameters are not necessary. So, and we import toast. Okay, and the only thing that we needed here is just what, a question ID. Okay, and we need to create this particular function that will help us to perform that operation in the blockchain service. So we'll come to the blockchain service, want to delete a unique question. So I'm going to duplicate this function, then come here and say delete question. And this delete question, it's only be required to supply an ID. So we will not need this line of code. And definitely we will not need all these things to be passed into this function that we'll be calling, which is basically the delete what? Question. The delete question is coming from this place because when you check here, this is a function that we're calling, we're passing the question ID. You can see that here, calling the same function and passing the question ID. So at this point, you really don't want to grab this anymore because there's nothing really to do here. So you don't want to set up any question because you've already deleted the question. So you know what's the point? But you can still leave it. Okay, it doesn't really break anything. Really don't know why this is showing up red here. So argument of type big number is not assignable to a type of what? Number. This is supposed to be working just fine. Okay, it's just a bug with this interface, with this code. It's supposed to be working just fine. So we'll say here, oh, we could just easily remove this. Let's see, number. Okay, so we can come here and say, okay, before we actually come there, we need to make sure that this is part of the exportable member. But it's a little bit weird that this is giving us an error. Okay, make sure that this is set up properly. It's a little bit weird that it's giving us an error. We don't really even need this. Okay, we don't need it because we're going to just get out of that interface. But just to keep for consistency reasons, we're just going to wrap it up here. So, so now we want to make sure that this function, oh, I see where the problem is coming from. It's coming from here. We did not assign this to be a big number. We say number. I don't understand why it's saying big number. That spooked me out for a moment there. So now we come here. We want to make this to be part of the exportable members. Okay. So let's save it and then let's utilize it in this component here. And make sure you import it from blockchain service. Okay. So we don't need this close modal. And yep, and say question deleted. Okay, but one thing you should know here is we want to push this thing because this is in this page, right? After you delete from this page, you want to push it out of this page, let it go back to the home page. Okay, so we want to just grab router. Okay, want to say const router is equal to use route. Okay, use router, and then want to say here that router dot push. Okay, we're pushing to the main page. Okay, the home page right there. Okay, so and then we just log out those things right there and say question deleted successfully. So let's save that and we'll refresh here. Okay, so let's delete this question. Click on delete, it pops this, click delete. Okay, it's not proceeding. So why it's not proceeding? Because we've not hooked up this function here. So I want to come here and say on click, it should perform what? It should handle delete. So let's save that and click on, delete, and you can see right there It's confirming, and once it is deleted, it's gonna what? Should take us out of this page. So it's taking us to the home page right here. So this is how the deleting functionality works, simple and short. So in the next video, we're going to jump into the realm of start answering questions, because up till now, we've not been able to answer any questions. So we start answering questions from the next video. Okay? All right. See you soon. Okay, so we want to be able to come here and click on add answer, and then we'll be able to add answer. So the first step I want to do is to actually launch the modal for it. And you know the drill. You're gonna have to come to this state, this place here, and click say add answer. Maybe we can do this add answer modal. Okay, this modal, you want to come to this global state and include it here. Okay, so you want to include that there as part of that interface. Then we're done with this global state. You want to also come to this global actions here, and let's duplicate this, and let's call this add modal, answer modal, and you want to say set this add answer modal as well. This is going to be string. Everything is the same setup. So we save that. So we've made those things available in our store. Great. So the next step now is to come, don't need this, is to come to this component called add question. Okay, inside of this component, we want to do some things let me remove this create question, we don't need it here. So such as we're copying this, and these are the store access points, so things that enable us to access the store. So we'll import this dispatch, we import this word action, and we import this root state, we import this selector. So we have all those things there. We want to make sure that we're importing the add answer function or action. We want to say we are calling the add answer modal. Then you can use this modal to implement here. Okay, so this will make sure that it is dynamically being showcased. Okay, so, and also I want to do some major changes here, small changes here, so that it will not affect us later. Okay, unlike before when this was, because we need to make sure that this is a form. Okay. Good. So now you want to also close this modal by simply saying on click, if you want dispatch this function, set it to scale of 0. Okay, so this is what we have here right now. So how do we launch this particular modal? We launch it in the same regard. Let's copy this. We'll go to this place, and we're looking for this button here called add answer. This is where we're going to hook it up with. So at this point, you want to what? Grab the set answer modal. This is already here. We don't need to paste it again. So set answer modal. Then we want to say on click, we need this to be dispatched, this function, and want to scale this to what? 100. So let us see it in action first. So we'll come here, click on add answer. You can see how it pops it up. So we just need to make sure that this thing is addressed properly, this button here. So come to add answer. At the bottom here, we want to say that this is not flex column. Okay, flex column, but justify or items going to be start. Let's see that, save. Okay, and you want to say that the margin to the top of this is margin top of 5. And let's see that. So everything looks okay now. So let's add our answer here. To add this answer, let me show you what is going on here. Okay, so we'll come to this blockchain script because the logics are going to be enshrined within this blockchain, script. Within this blockchain script, we want to be able to add people's questions, to retrieve questions. But let's create a most simplest format of it. Okay. I'm gonna, just copy this function, bring it up down here. Okay. I'm gonna say create answer. So in creating answer, you don't need too much things. You just need the questions ID, which is a number. You also need what the answer, okay, which is basically a string, a simple string, okay. And right here, we don't need to destructure any data. We only need, what we also need here, we don't need to add money. We just need two values. One is what the ID, and one is what the answer. Okay, so this let's come to this smart contract. Look for the function that helps us to add answer, which is here. It accepts an ID and what a string, just as expected, and then we'll replace it here. So once this is performed, all of these other things, they stay the same. It will update information about how many questions are not available on the platform. So let's copy this and come to this place, paste it here. Let's come back to this place, and this is the point where we actually submit or send out. Let's paste it here. We'll handle submit, use a form event, to basically just, capture whatever we're adding into the form. So to capture it, we want to say const square bracket answer, and then we say set answer. Okay, set answer. All right, this is going to be use state. Okay, and it's going to be an empty string, and the type is going to be string by default. All right, so we can come to this place and we'll say that this is required. Okay, and this has a value. The value is what answer, and it has an unchanged event. We want it to what? Capture the event. This event is going to be part of what? Change event. Okay, but specifically the HTML, text area, element. Okay, and then I want it to what? Set that answer with what? This event dot target dot value. Okay, so this will help us to capture questions. So we can then come here at this very place. I'm gonna remove these things. This one I want to make sure that is what? An answer. Cool. So if there is no answer, it should what? Revert. And secondly, this to add a comment, you are adding a comment to a specific question. So we need to capture the question itself just as it's been done before. So I'm going to copy that, bring it to this place. So we're actually capturing this question. So let's grab that. So, and then you can see that we now have this thing resolved. You want to make sure that you're also capturing this form event. You're making sure that this toast is available, and you're doing create question. Create answer, and you're passing in the question ID and what? The answer. Okay, you're not closing any modal. you're just logging out this thing to the console, and you're doing dispatch. Okay, dispatch set no set add answer model to, you're scaling it back to what, 0, and you're setting what, answer to be what, an empty string backward. Okay, so you're doing all these things, you're reverting all those things. Say answer, added, successfully. So at this point, you can hook up this handle submit to this function. So you can say on submit, you want to what, handle what, submit. Okay, so at this point, we have all these things, structured. Now, you want to come to this place and do exactly the same thing you've been doing for these guys here as well. Okay, so we have those things set up. So at this point, you refresh just in case, click on add comment and say, this is a dummy, okay, question. Okay, this is a dummy question. Okay, and then click on what, submit. I need to watch, okay, confirm, okay, that answer has been added successfully. Okay, so, but it doesn't seem to be showing up here. Okay, so in the next video, I'm going to start listing it out for you here, and you start seeing the functionality. Because if you come here, if you come to this place, you see that this one has one answer, which is what we just dropped right now. So we want to be seeing those activities, live updated here. So I'll show you in the next video. So we've been able to create one question, but it doesn't just seem obvious right now because that question is not displaying here. Okay, so let's come back to this code. Let's go to the blockchain service. I'm going to close here, we're done there. Come to the blockchain service. After this create answer, I need to create another function, call it const get answers. You understand? Okay, you see this method I'm teaching you how to build decentralized application. You see how clean, how structured this works. This is like a top-notch experience on building decentralized application, okay, and not filling up your code with so many code, and it becomes difficult to maintain, difficult to understand, difficult to follow. So with this method, you have one service called blockchain that holds all your ethers.js communications and interactions with your smart contract living on the chain. So you're separating consigns. Nothing is mingling with each other. Everything is just straight up. You have interfaces, you have everything. This is how you do. So that's why we have a course, so many courses in our platform that you can check on your 721, that's NFT, professional NFT marketplace, professional NFT minting, DApp, and even a full stack blockchain, application, blockchain course that you can use in starting up. So do check up our website and see all those courses there in the link below. Okay, so let's get back here. This is going to be an asynchronous function. Okay, so come here. It's going to receive an ID as a param, and the type is what's going to be a number. Okay, so this ID is the questions ID that you need. Okay, and it's gonna just be based on something as simple as this. Okay, let's come here, paste this thing here. So we're getting the contract, we're grabbing get answers. Okay, and I'm going to show you where these answers are coming from. Let's do get answers as well. Okay, so let's look at that. This is the get answers function. This is the function I will call it get answers, that returns all the answers based on whether we are the owner of this, we are the owner of this, we are the owner of this question, or the or not the owner. Okay, so it's going to grab us all the questions. So we're calling this function here. Okay, so we are not going to be using structured questions. Rather, we'll be using structured answers. Okay, let me show that to you. You know, because I've already shown you how to create this. This is not difficult. So I'm going to just paste that structured answers here. Okay, so what is the structured answers? You know, all about? It's still using the same format as this one above here. So where we're receiving an array of answers, and we're looping through that array of answer, we're structuring it. For example, this is a number. Let me import this first. So we imported it, it's gone. The ID, we're making sure it's a number. The question ID, which is QID, is what? Available. The comments, which is the comment or the answer that the person gave. The owner, this is the owner of the platform. This is what? The deleted status, which is a Boolean key, created and updated at, okay? And at that point, we kind of are done. So you now use this structured, answers to what? Supply here, and you pass in these answers here. So this will what? Get you all the answers that are associated with a specific question. You just want to make sure that it's exportable here. Then you can come to this place. Okay, remember that before we're actually grabbing both question data and answers that are associated with that specific question, but this is a fake answer. Let's make it real now. So we say await get answer, and we'll pass in this ID. So this get answer, let's import it from the blockchain service. So get answer is there. So now we're having a situation here that is saying that string / number undefined is not assignable to parameter of this thing. So we can either say something like number, okay, and that will resolve this problem just like we did it before. Okay, so and this will grab us the real answer. So we're going to copy this and paste it here. Come to this place here, remove this fake answer generator, and make sure that these answers here, they are what? They are the ones that we're supplying newly here. Okay, there's one more thing that we need to do, because here these answers are no longer correct because we replace them with what? Answer data from the prop here. We know what we're doing. So what you want to do is to grab this. You want to grab this function called set. Okay, we've not created it first. We need to come to this global state and say, okay, we duplicate this and call this answers. Okay, is an array of answer. Come to this place here and also make sure that we have answers, but this answer is going to be what? An array of answer prop. Answer prop is right above here. It has all those ID, question ID, comment, owner, deleted, created. Okay, so and one more thing that I want to add to it is also updated. Okay, so those are the properties of a specific answer. So we save that, we come here. So we want, okay, we're not done, we're not quite done. You want to come to, after we've included it here, want to include it here as well. So I want to say, for example, set question, copy that, bring it here below. I want to say set answers. Okay, and this is going to be what? Answers. All right, and this is going to be based on what? Answer prop, an array of answer prop. So we save that and we can close these two files, close this interface. Then we can say set answers. That is what we're looking for. Okay, now at this place here, while you're setting this question data, you also want to what? Set answer what? You want to set answers to what? Answers data. okay, and you want to add it as part of these parameters. So say set answers, okay, and you want to also add it here again, answer data, okay. So you have all that there, and here, right here, I want to say answers, okay, because immediately you just set it here, it will now become available here, and then these guys can use it just exactly how it has been before, like no difference, like nothing really happened. Okay, so you can save that. Okay, check it out on the browser, and let's see what it is now. So let's refresh. So this get answer, we're missing a property in this blockchain script here. We'll come back to this place. If you check this blockchain script here, this is where the problem is coming from. Here, we're supposed to pass an ID here because this is supposed to what? Receive an ID. So if it doesn't receive that ID, it won't work out. Okay, so we're doing that, and then this is saying that ID is not assignable to a type answer prop or property updated are incompatible with type number. So let's check out that updated come to answer prop. Okay, so this updated is not supposed to be a boolean, it's supposed to be a number. So let's change that to what? Number. This is why TypeScript is really good. You know, it helps you to detect all those bugs that has to do with types. Understand? Which is really, really great. Okay, so let us refresh this page. And you see that that answer is loading. Although we have this white cutout place here, let's quickly resolve that. How you resolve that is simply by coming to, where is that place? Let's look at how we handled it here. This index page. Let's see how we handled it. Okay, we handled it by using what? This min height. Okay, so let's come here as well. Here we're going to add min height, okay, to be screened. So now this is read data coming from what? The chain. Why is it appearing like this? Because this person that is viewing this thing is not this person really is the owner of this question. But we're not done with this. Let's add up some more criteria. Okay, so adding to this thing, we want to grab the wallet address so that we're using recognizing which person is actually interacting with this. So say if there is a wallet address, okay, or if this wallet address is equivalent to this question data dot what owner, okay, this is want to do something inside of here. I want to say get answer. We want to call that get answer again, but this time we're calling it and we're passing in that question data, okay, dot id, dot qid, okay, because we want to get the answers. Okay, it's not qid, it's just id, okay, and then you want to say dot then, okay, we want to call it answer x, okay. So answer x, I want to say answer x dot length, is the length greater than 0? If the length is greater than 0, okay, it should just what? Dispatch set answers with what? This answers x. Okay, you can decide to make sure that this is answers prop, an array of it. Okay, so first for this, I will explain this thing to you, pretty, soon. Okay, let's make sure that wallet is also part of this place. So let's save this and let's refresh. So this, okay, we are not the owner of this account. Okay, I'm going to show you this thing. Let me switch to this particular account. This is the owner of this account. So you see that since I'm the owner of this account, it's showing me the real question, the real answer. Okay, let's say right now that I did not include this part. Okay, and I'm going to refresh this. I'm the owner of this question, but I cannot see this question. People are dropping answers for me, okay, but I cannot see it. Okay, I don't want other people to see it. I want only me and the platform to be able to see it. That is why we designed this ability here. If you take note of this procedure here, we're using this msg.send that whomever is trying to call this get answers to determine if it's the owner of the question or the owner of the platform. If they are the owner of the question or the platform, then she return this private word answers. The private answer basically just return the pure start answers for you, the revealed answer, and not any redacted answers. It just brings the revealed answer. It doesn't bring any redacted answer. But if you are calling as someone that is neither the owner of the question nor the owner of the platform, it should bring out this, it should return this public answer, which is still based on the same algorithm as this. Okay, you should bring this one, but you should redact it. And this redaction can only be on the basis that this has not been paid out. So that means if this question is paid out, it's going to bring out the real responses to you, okay, to everybody, regardless of whether they are the owner of the platform or not. Everybody are going to see it, but provided that answer has not been paid out, nobody can actually see the answer that is being supplied. That's why we actually hit this thing and use a reduction mechanism. Okay, so that's why this thing is here like this. The reason why I am adding this line of code here is to make sure that if I am calling, remember that at this point, we are calling this get answers, function, okay? We're calling it, but how we are calling it using the JSON RPC method. So the JSON RPC method is creating a random wallet address to retrieve those answers for us. So those random wallet address are definitely not the owner of that question. So it's going to return this. So this second time that we are basically calling this now, okay, we are calling this using the Web3 provider method, which is this method. And in this Web3 provider method, the owner of the account is known. So at this point, the owner of the account is actually this 2266, which is the owner of the platform and also the owner of this question. And therefore, if we run that piece of code, if we allow this piece of code to run, then it will only run it will only call this thing when the wallet address that is connected is equal to the owner of the platform. And then if we save that, then the owner of the question will be able to see, the answer. You understand? And then be able to read it so that you can be able to pay whomever, is the owner of that particular question. So right now, I'm going to connect another wallet, which is, let's connect this last wallet, this wallet. See the way this thing just gets hidden instantly. I'm going to come here and let's look for setting and reset this. Okay, so I'm resetting this. I'm going to add an answer. Okay, so I'm going to say still an incorrect answer. Okay, let's submit this. Confirm. So this thing is not adding automatically. Okay, we need to make that provision for this thing to update automatically, so that when people are adding questions, we won't need to manually refresh to see the new added question. So to make that provision available, we need to come to this blockchain script where we are adding adding answers, creating answers. Then this is where we want to do this. First of all, let's add this function called set answers. Okay, so then come to this create answers place. So once you retrieve this thing, okay, we also want to retrieve, answers by saying get answers, and we're specifying the question ID. Okay, we want to also dispatch set answers with what? This answers here. So this little piece of code that we just added here is going to change the whole narrative and how this thing works. So let's save that and let's try to add another answer. I'm going to use a different person now. So let me use a different person again. Let's use this guy, connect their wallet and reset their wallet so that it will not conflict anything, confirm. So let's add another thing. Let's say this is the correct answer. Okay, click on confirm. You can see that was automatically added a few seconds ago without needing to refresh, and you can see the number of answers. All of those things have been updated, instantly. So this is how you read answers for each one, of this question. Like this one has 3 answers. You can see if we come to this place, this one doesn't have any answer. You can see what it's saying. Be the first to drop an answer. So this is the cool thing that is happening in this space. So in the next video, what I would like to do is to be able to pay, these guys. Okay, this button should only be appearing to the owner of this question. So we'll also deal with those things in the next video. So at this point, we don't want this to be revealed except this is the owner of what? This question. Okay, you can clearly see that this is not the owner of this question right now. So this button called pay now should be hidden. So let's come to this answers component. Okay, in this answers component, we're going to have to do okay, so let's do this. We'll come to, let's grab something like this. Okay, this line, come here and paste it here. Let's import this use selector and root state, and we're grabbing the wallet. Okay, so this is the wallet we're grabbing. All right, so this is what we want to reveal this based on the fact that we are the owner of this this is the owner of this question. So we added to these particular answers, we want to also bring in another property, which we'll call question, that specific question. Okay, we want the question data. Okay, we want to also grab the question data, which is really important. So you want to say this question data, okay, should be a type of what? Question prop. Okay, and if it's not available, it should be what? Null. Okay, so we're defining this, and then this question data, want to utilize it here. I want to say that before, look at this. Okay, want to say that before we can show this pay now button, it should be based on whether we have like the wallet owner, this particular wallet address is equivalent to this question data dot owner. Okay, if this is the owner one, and if this is not already paid out, if it has not been paid out, so that question data dot what? Paid out. Okay, if it has not been paid out, okay, we want to be aware of those two information. So we're saying that if this wallet if the currently connected wallet address is the owner of this question. Secondly, if the question has not been paid out already, then you should display what this pay now button. Okay, this is very, very important. Okay, that we specify it this way. Okay, and then want to also duplicate this. Okay, this time around, want to say that, okay, want to say if this question, the owner, okay, if the owner of this, I mean this, if this question winner, the winner of this question, okay, if the winner of this question is the owner of this specific answer, because we have answer dot what owner. So if this current answer, make sure that this is triple dot. This is the current answer. Remember, this is a loop structure. We're looping through, and each question, is being attended to one after the other. So if this specific answer, the owner of this specific answer is equal to what the winner of that question, then it is what paid out. Okay, and it is paid out, then you should what display this other element, say called, we'll call it winner. Just say winner. So we're declaring that guy to be the winner, and then this border, this color, we just want it to be what green at 400. So we'll say green at what 400 shades. Okay, so let's save that, and then let's look for where we're utilizing this. We're utilizing the answers here. Okay, so we want to also pass this question data to be what this question. Okay, so passing those two information there along, and at this point you can see that those questions are no longer appearing. But let's say I change my wallet address to be the owner of the question, which is in this case is this guy. You can see that that question is what appearing. So this is basically what you need to be able to click this pay now function, and then it now proceeds. So let's work on that. To pay up a question, it's kind of very easy. It's going to be in the similarity of what this deleting of what question. So what we just need to do is, after this create answer, I want to say call this function called pay winner function. So what will the pay winner function be requiring? It's only going to be requiring the questions ID. I'm going to indicate it as QID, and what this other ID, which is also a number. This is what the answer ID. All right, the answer ID will help me to track who the owner of this answer is, and then that person will be the one to be paid. Okay, so we'll come here where we have, instead of delete question, we want to say, instead of delete question, we want to say pay winner. Pay winner is a function in the contract, okay, that we have already created, which is this. Okay, it takes the question ID and the word ID. So we come here, and instead of delete question, we're passing this pay winner. We're passing the question ID, we're passing the ID as well. So these two things will what pay the winner of this particular platform, or of that particular question, and we're basically retrieving the answer. We also want to retrieve, let's look at here, when we retrieve the answer, we also want to retrieve the answer as well. So I'm going to do this. Okay, so we're retrieving the answer, we're retrieving the questions, we're also retrieving the word answer. Okay, the question we'll retrieve, we want to retrieve the specific question, not all questions. So we'll say, QID, and make sure that we're retrieving QID here as well. This is a single question, and we're passing this question inside of here. This is what a single question. Please pay attention to all of this. Okay, so this gets a single question. This get what that deposits it in that single question. Please just update it instantly. So at this point, you want to come to this place and include it here as part of what the exportable function. So at this point, you can then come to this place. This is where we then create an answer. Okay, I mean we'll then create, this is where we'll then create a handle paying winner function. Okay, so just flow with me, let me show you how you do it. Okay, it's just going to be based on how we've been doing it before. So for example, I'm going to copy this function here. Okay, I'm going to copy this function and paste. Okay, so this function, of course, we check, we just call it handle payment. Okay, handle payment, I'm going to make sure we import this toast, and this is going to be what? Pay winner function that is coming from the blockchain. Okay, and we're passing the question ID. And hold on. Okay, we're not going to be using this way. We're not using it this way. What we're going to do is we're going to pass in the answer prop. Okay, the answer is going to be coming from the parameter, and this answer is going to be based on what? An answer prop. And here, what we simply need to do is what? Answer dot what? Question ID and what? Answer dot its ID. So this is what we're using, what? Paying the winner. And then at this point, we don't need to route anything. We can log out these things, and this is great. Okay, now let's hook up this function. Okay, we'll say question or winner paid successfully. So let's hook up this particular function to this button called pay now. Say on click, you see, and then we say handle payment, and we just pass in that answer, this specific answer into it, so that the right person can be paid. So let's save that and let's check it on the view. Okay, so let's refresh, make sure that everything is all good. So we are the owner of this platform, right? So we can pay this one that we are saying this is the correct answer. We'll pay this, okay, and then click on confirm. So it's saying that what? Now it's too high. What this error means is that we need to basically reset this, clear, reset this. Okay, it's been reset. Now let's pay this correct answer again, and then click confirm. You see that this is not the winner, it's been paid. Okay, so this is really great. It's been paid right now, and we can see that this is the owner of the question. So there's one more thing that I needed you to understand. Okay, we need to sort this thing based on the updated, like right now, the answer, I want to sort it based on updated, because whenever we pay winner, the timestamp that winner was paid will also be updated. If we sort it by updated in an ascending order, this person, the winner will not come top, which you can see here now because we just added that. So you can see that this person is the one that has been paid successfully based on the time that he received that money. Okay, so that is very important. And one more thing that you need to add here is this: if a question has been paid out, okay, such as this one, we need to change this thing to indicate to other people that are scrolling through it to understand that this particular question has been paid out, and they shouldn't bother trying to answer it again because the provision is out of place. Okay, so how you want to indicate with that is to come to these details, this question component. Okay, this question component here, you see where we have this thing called price. Okay, we're going to work with it differently. Okay, we're going to work with it a little bit differently. You want to say question dot paid out. So is it paid out? Okay, it should represent something, otherwise it should represent this for you. So if it is paid out, I want it to represent this other one for me. Okay, let me make sure that this is there. Okay, so if it is paid out, all right, if it is paid out, it should represent this thing called paid. Okay, it should just show paid, and this should be what? A green button. Okay, want to say it should be a green button at 400. Okay, otherwise you show me the pink one if it has not been paid. Okay, so if you come here, you can see that this one has been paid, and the winner of that platform, you can let's go and see who is the winner. You can see that this is the person that won. You can see how much money that has been, credited into the account. This is the money that, after 5% charges was taken from his payment. You can see how much is left for him. So this is the one that won that particular contest. So this is how you represent uh, winning earnings and all of those sort of things. Okay, and before we finish up with this, we want to make sure that if this answer here, if this has been paid out, we want this thing to also disappear. Okay, like now we once had that when we come to this index page. You see this button here. We want to secure that button based on this. We want to make sure that we have a wallet. Okay, so are we connected? We have a wallet connected, and okay, this question. Okay, the question dot pay that, is it pay that? And if it is not paid that, then it should display. Okay, so it should, based on only those criteria, should this button for you to add answer to be displayed. You can see that that button is gone now because it has been answered already. It has been paid out, so you can't come and be dropping answers anymore. Okay, and also you want to secure this ask question button. Okay, it is quite important that we secure that. So it's in this banner component. If you come to this banner component, see this button here called ask question. Okay, that button, we need to secure it. How do we secure it? We secure it simply by running this. So we'll copy this line of code. We'll come to this banner here, make sure it's here, and the only thing we're interested in is this wallet. Make sure you import this information. Okay, you want to say before you can, ask a question, you have to have your wallet connected. If you have wallet connected, then you can ask question. Otherwise, you would not be able to ask question in this platform. So, for example, if I come here and disconnect from all of this, okay, you can see that that button disappears. Okay, and if I click on here, I will not see any button. Okay, even though I could read information, I could not see any button to even drop any answer here as well. So this is very cool feature. So right now I could come here and connect my button, and yeah, let me just connect. Let me say back, also connect this one as well, and say connect. So we see that we've been connected and we're connected to this specific account. So let me come here. Okay, so let's drop an answer and see. No, don't wrong answer. Okay, and then click on what? Drop. You can see how it's just dropped instantly for us because we're not the owner of this platform, right? So it just dropped instantly. Everything happens dynamic. If you come here, you see that this one has about one answer, standard, and we have two questions here. So if we come back here and let's say we change this account to the who is the owner, this one that ends with 665. So want to connect to the one that ends with 65. We're looking for that account. Which account is that? Not this account. Not this one. Okay, this one connect to this one. You can see how the answer is made revealed to us. What about if we connect with the platform's account, which is this? Okay, this here, let's come back to this place. Where is it? So if it is equal to what the question owner, or we need to be able to grab the platform what information. So for example, what does that mean? It means that let's create another function here, just a very quick function that we say get owner. Let's resolve it in the next section of this video. If you haven't seen our website, you need to check it out. Okay, here you can have information about us, such as being able to hire us. Okay, and check out our membership, our courses, our books, and all manner of materials that is going to be very useful to you. Here you can also see our services, okay, and partnership link where you can partner with us. And don't forget, we have DApp Mentors Academy coming, and so you can be part of the early signers and register. And that is it. So let's get back into the tutorial. Okay, so let's grab the information about the owners of this platform. Okay, so for example, I'm going to say get owner. Okay, get owner, which it doesn't require any parameter. And there's a function called owner, which just returns us, the information about who is the owner of this platform, or the account that is the owner of this platform. Then we can simply just store that, in our state variable, okay, which we'll do in a moment. How do we do that? You make sure that you come to your state variable. You can call this person owner, okay, and make sure that it's also available in this place. So you want to say owner, which is a string. Okay, so in this place, now that that is available, you also want to add it to these functions here. So set wallet, want to say set owner. Okay, calling the owner value. Okay, so we save this now and you can close this, come to this blockchain here. You can use this dispatch function. Okay, let's use this dispatch function. We can say set owner. Okay, then down below there, we can decide to say set owner to be what? This owner. Simple as that. Then you can call this function in this place. Okay, once you connect your wallet and all that is complete, so action, at this place we can say await, get owner. Okay, so that owner should become what? Available. Also, we can just log this thing out on the console to validate that we are in good shape. So we say owner. Okay, so let's save that, come to this platform here, inspect, we're inspecting the console. So let's refresh this. So you see that this owner is being loaded. It does not matter where we are viewing from. If we refresh load from this place, it's also what's loading. So that is now being available in our store. So with that, based on that, that is how we want to be able to determine, because this is the admin account, we want this thing to show. So now that that is working out just fine, what we want to do, save it and come to this index, this place. We want to grab the owner along. I want to say owner. Okay, if the wallet is equal to what? the owner, or this owner here is equal to what this. We're also going to put the owner right here, owner. Okay, okay, save that. And one more thing before you save, make sure that you say dot to lowercase. Okay, you want the lowercase version of this. So let's refresh this and see. Okay, that didn't quite work out the way we're expecting it. Okay, so that is what the challenge that we're facing. But let's come back here. Put an or here. Okay, so let's see if this changes any approach. It doesn't. I have a clue here. So this owner, we're not trying to equate it to this data. We want to equate it to this wallet. So let's try this change. Let's see. So if the owner of this platform is the wallet handler, or the wallet owner is what the equation owner, that is when this should be called. So you see that this is now working. Okay, so it's just based on wrong approach. So this is showing up for the owner of the platform. It is showing up for the owner of the question. It's also showing up, but for strangers it doesn't show up. Okay, this is one of the cool things about this particular feature. So as of this moment, all of the necessary things that we needed to do about this has been completely resolved. All right, so which is really, really cool. For this place, we can also change that a little bit to reflect that it has been paid out. So if you come to this details place, so you want to showcase that price based on whether or not, okay, so you want to say if this question dot paid out, if it is paid out, okay, it should reflect something, but if it's not, it should reflect this. Okay, so want to say paid, I want to use this green text. So green at 400. So let's see that and see the difference. So you see that this is what paid. Okay, so there is no need trying to answer this question. So this is really cool, very matured, very well coded and designed. All right, so this is where we finish up in this particular tutorial. Okay, please, I'm begging you, if you have not subscribed to the channel and you're watching, you know that you're being helped here. I ask you to just click that subscribe button, hit the like button, do something for the channel. You can give us a super thanks, you can donate to us. Okay, so we have all that provision. You can check the description section and that will be it. So with that said, I'm Darlington Gospel, and I'm really grateful that you've gotten to enjoy working with us, building along with us in this particular build, and I hope you're blessed. And then we'll see in the next tutorial. Don't forget to check out our courses, our DApp Mentors platform, DApp Mentors Academy platform, which is coming. It's going to be a subscription model in a very token price, where in a month you can just subscribe in a very small amount of money, and then you have access to a ton of our resources that is going to be premium for free. Okay, for that specific duration, and just like that. So expect that is coming, okay, on the channel. We're having big things coming up. We're having partners also coming. You can see this creative fairy is helping us to design our interface, and we're also going to be having some more partners coming into our channel. So if you're ready, also if you want to be a partner, make sure you check out our website. There is a place where you can indicate that you want to be a partner by contacting us there. So with that all said, I love you guys, and I will see you in the next tutorial. Bye bye.